we got about a minute's time and then we will start. So the contents that we have to download, whatever we did in the hands-on, the Eclipse projects are available for you in this link. And the stuff that we will be doing today is available over here. So please have that downloaded, friends. So that will be the stuff that we will be carrying on with today. So guys, it's about 9:30. So let's get started, folks. So I hope you have done some practice on the things what we had done yesterday and looked at how things are, and we can go ahead with it. Today I had a call with my team also and discussed with them as to the areas where the focus will have to be. So based on that, we have done a little bit of tweaking in the contents. Unfortunately, was doing another project, so didn't get much time to work on the stuff today. But then this is something that I had done earlier, so we are going to go ahead with the same content. So this is going to be the day 4 document. And what was suggested was that to give you a little bit more of a realistic use case where you pick up some data sets and work with it. So I have done an implementation in Scala earlier. So the same implementation of Scala is what I had converted at that time to Java, and that's what we will be doing today. So let us start with that. Ensure that you have got your Eclipse ready, and the projects for today would be downloaded from this particular link. So this is what is the plan of action for today. So we will talk about how we can pick up multiple elements and converting them to the proper structure so that we can do a join. So yesterday we did join, the various types of joins. So guys, can you let me know what was the important consideration that was important when we did a join, friends? Anybody, if you can help me out with it? What should we remember when we do a simple join, friend? There are two data sets, data set A and data set B. When I join them, what is the aspect that I'll have to take care, friends? Anybody?
It will always join on that first attribute.
Exactly. The first column that is there, that's perfect. Thank you. Venkata, appreciate that. So that's something that we will be doing. And one of them is going to be a simple CSV file. That's okay. And the other one is going to be a JSON file. So we will see how we do the transformation in this. So this is something that we had actually done on a different use case, applied the same logic, and we have got it in Java. Then we will see how do we convert a simple array into a data set and then back into a data frame and see what all changes we have to do. Because when we look at the materials or the stuff on the net, you will see that we use the word data frame a lot. So yes, if you're using Python, you will be using the data frame. So another point that was important, which I asked your team also, and didn't get quite a satisfactory answer on that. So just checking up with you people also, folks. Folks, how many of you are working or are planning to work on something on machine learning and those things, friends? So I and Sharath had a talk yesterday, but that's a different thing. So just tell me, friends, are you planning? Is there any roadmap to go ahead with machine learning and those things, or maybe that is too far-fetched right now from your organization perspective, friends? Just let me know.
Yes, we do on machine learning. Even more, we have like entire data department who is working on it.
Okay.
And even in my area, we plan to touch it soon. Yes.
Okay. Then Igor, how are you going to do the machine learning? Okay, because the basic challenge what I saw was that a lot of your Java skill sets, folks, whereas if you look at machine learning, you have got Scikit library, you have got Anaconda, you have got Jupyter, a lot of advanced things are there, Igor. So if you are already planning to work, any thoughts on the language that you're going to choose for that, buddy?
Oh, I don't know about technology stack, to be honest, but I clearly know, since we have tons of data, and yes, we do some like data analysis, so it's already happens. But again, it's not my department.
Okay, that's great, Igor. Yeah, go ahead, Sharath.
Probably Scala and Python, but we are not at like matured with Scala and Python, but we are in progress. traveling towards that thing actually. So
Okay, okay, that's good to know. Now tell me, Sharad, when you said when you're getting into it, so this is something that needs to be known, and what we have to do, and what are the pros and cons. So you would know that there is something called as scikit-learn, and I'm sure Sharad, you will be knowing something called as Anaconda. So I hope
yeah,
you're aware of that, right?
yes, I am aware of it. I also do Python, but I'm not a professional Python, thing. But I'm also like walking towards that direction actually. So
True, true, true. So why is it that, yes, I know all of your Java skill sets, folks. That is what is the heart of our team. I fully understand that and appreciate that. But when we go down to the new libraries, that is graphics module, and especially with the ML part of it, what needs to be done is that you have to know something about Python, because there is a simple joke that I would say, the number of lines of code that we are doing in Python would be sometimes equal to the number of lines what we do on import. So I'll just pick up a simple import statement. You see that from line number 3 to my line number 11, I'm excluding the space. So that much lines of imports we're doing, and in that the Python code gets completed. So, and the people who do that is all going to be people who are in the data science world, or who are there in the SQL world of doing things. Okay, so that is why the focus was that a little bit of mindset has to be changed. And yes, Java is wonderful. That is what is your core skill sets. But then when we talk about machine learning, you need to get into Python also. So just wanted to let you know on that. And the quicker you can get yourself upgraded to that, that is what would be helpful. Today, we will continue after that with a multi-line JSON file, because a single line JSON file will be taken care of in the first example. Then we will talk about XML files and text files, not a CSV files. And then we will talk about the various file formats that we have. And we will talk about file formats like Avro, ORC, and Parquet. So just wanted to check with you folks. I'm just going to open up a document, and the data set that we are having, that's something that we do it in our normal Spark module. So let me just go back to my Google Docs, try to open up a document, and then we will quickly discuss on that, because that's again a very critical part of it. Let me go back and not this, go back to part 1. Where is my, okay, that will be there, not in this material, that will be there in the Hadoop material. There we go. So go down to my file formats, and I have got a file which is a zip file, which is of 52 megs. And when I unzip it, it will get converted to about 1.49 GB file. Okay, so let us say, I'll increase the font of this just once again, friends. I'll change that to 120 so that all of you can see it clearly. That's good. So let us say that we have a file of 1.49 GB, and we want to put that file into HDFS. So when I put it into HDFS, it will get converted into about 13 or 14 blocks, where each block is going to be of 128 MB. Okay, and this is what the basic thing would be. Now, if we convert that file into either ORC or Parquet, so these are the various file formats that we have. So just wanted to check, guys, in Java, do we have anything called as various file formats, friends? Because the reason I'm asking you is because I have left Java almost about 4 years back, and not really following on Java as such, more into Scala and Python. So that was the purpose of this question. Do we have different file formats and those things in Java team? Anybody? Please let me know if you're aware of that.
I mean, there is nothing specific. I think file formats or such thing.
Okay. Yeah. In fact, that is what I thought also, because I frankly don't know. I don't know what is the roadmap of how Oracle is taking over the Java front. So there is nothing, especially in the file formats. Whereas if you talk about Hadoop and Spark, there is something called as an ORC and a Parquet file format. So now I have got 1.49 GB of the file. I want to convert that file into Parquet file format. Okay, so can you tell me by what size would be the size of the Parquet file? The original file of ORC is of 1.49 gigabyte of data. If I convert that into Parquet, what do you think the file size would be? Of course, there will be no loss of data, that is guaranteed. What do you think will be the file size, friends? Take a wild guess.
It will be low, less actually. It's optimized format, right? So it will be
Right?
definitely
How much less?
maybe
Pick up a size what you feel would be realistic.
maybe 50% less.
Okay, so that would be about 70 megs. Okay. Any other views, friends? Okay, nothing. That's okay. Trust me, guys, when you do this, it will be getting into about 70 megs. So that is what is the difference, what you see when we get into this Parquet file format. If we convert that into an ORC file format, which is the best way of compression, okay, and in that you will see it getting reduced to about 10 megabytes. So this is what is the benefit of converting it into different file formats, and using Spark in Java, we can definitely do that, friends. So that is what we will be looking at the file formats and seeing what it is. Guys, the reason why I'm talking about these things right now is just to give you an overview. And the other reason is also give a little bit of time so that others can come in and settle and we can start. I just don't want to start straight away because we are going to start with a very detailed example. And if you miss the initial part of it, there will be a small challenge. So that was the primary purpose. I think we still have got one colleague missing. I think it is Kalyan. We have got Akhil, Ashima, Brandon, Igor. No, two people are missing. Sharat, Sean, Venkata, and Vishwanath. Venkata in addition, and Vishwanath. We have got Kalyan missing, and we also have got Akhil is here. Mati missing. Our other female colleague, she's also missing. Okay, they will be coming in soon. But I really cannot spend more time on this. Let's go ahead and see the stuff that we have as of right now, guys. So just wanted to check with you, did you really go ahead and then try to do some hands-on on some things that we had seen something of that sort yesterday? Let's check with Ashima. Ashima, did you do some hands-on, dear, as of yesterday?
For the examples, yeah, those I have completed.
That's correct. So
Yeah.
maybe some other examples so that we can pick up another data set and try to convert it in the format what we want. So how do I want you to go about with it? You understood the concept, what it is,
Yeah.
and now you need to look at something additional so that you get a complete picture of it here. So that's what I was expecting. And this week, yes, it's back to back. We are talking about 8 hours. But then as we go ahead next week in the 2 weeks before we come down to the XML thing, I have already shared my mail ID. So please go ahead and any questions what you have, you can definitely go ahead and let me know, friends. So the mail ID is right at the top here. So please do that, friends. I'll appreciate that. So now let's start with today's plan of action. Our other two colleagues are still missing, but that's okay. So let's move on, friends. Okay, so this is the example that we are going to start off today. So let me go down to the cheat sheet. I hope you have downloaded the file. So we are talking about performing two simple ingestions, file ingestions into HDFS. Then look at the schema. We are going to do that all using our Spark SQL. Okay, what is the way how you do the storage so that you can understand the behavior of the data frames or data sets, as you call it, as it is used in the application. The first ingestion is a list of restaurants that we have from the Wake country in North Carolina. And the second one is from Durham County, again in NC. And we will see how to transform the data set and combine them into it. So I have got the data set over here. We'll first talk about the Wake country. So let me go down to my set. Go down to the folder where I have got in day 4 the stuff that we need. So this is what the file is all about. So let me open this particular file. It's a CSV file, so it's opening up in Excel. Okay with that? So there you see. So it has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It has got about 15 columns, and I have got this example wherein the total number of records is about 3,624. So what I need to do here is first load the data into a normal data frame like what we did yesterday. It's continuation of what we did yesterday. And then we will talk about the way how Spark can take care of ingestion, what kind of transformation we need. And the last part is I want to join both of them together. Remember, the main purpose of doing all this thing is so that we can do a union of it and then go ahead and display or take it further down in the pipeline and continue on with that. So that's the purpose of the example frame. So the destination data frame after the transformation needs to have the same schema after both transformations. That means I should ensure that both of them should have a common schema. So let's go ahead and load that into our files and see how would that be. So I started off with my package, start with the basic imports, start with an app called as Wake County app, start with my public static void main like what I did yesterday and call start. The start is from where I will start with my Spark SQL and continue, have my logger instance right at the beginning. And the first step that we're going to do is use the builder pattern of Spark session so that I can give the app name. I'll specify the master that is going to be local right now. And like what we did yesterday, or for that matter, in all the Spark SQL, we will say get or create. If it's already there, I should get a handle to it, or else I'll create a new session. Then we will go ahead and see through the handle of Spark and call read. I can specify the format how I want to, and this is where it is pretty exhaustive in the various formats that it will support. Okay, so if you are going to use any of the third-party formats, like I mentioned about Parquet, I mentioned about ORC, for some of them you will have to add, like Avro, I will have to add the entries in my XML file. So which XML file? Form.xml file. I have to make the entries. So for the basic stuff, I don't have to do anything. It is as per the last form that we had created. Then we have got something called as dot option. So these are the additional parameters of the read format that we have, the Spark read method that we have. I said that, yes, I do have my header as true. Okay, because I do have a header. And if you see over here, let me go right at the top, you see that I have got the header within the data file itself. So the way how JP does is you will have a header and a footer as to the number of records that will be there. So we will have to have a common format. How do we do that, friends? So here, yes, all these files have got a header. So I don't have to give any name for the columns. We pick it up from the header itself. So I will say header true, and then I will load. And like always in my in directory, I will put in that particular CSV file. The same way, I will just load my second file into another data set called as DF1. So after loading it, I just write a simple sysout. I'll show the first 5 records for the first file. Okay, that is what is a CSV file. Whereas we haven't seen what is there in the Durham package. So let's go down to the Durham thing. So please note, it is primarily in the form of a JSON file. Okay, so it is not in the form of a CSV file. Yes, you can use CSV and you can work, but then the file is in a JSON format, which I would need to convert it into a CSV file. So let's open up this Durham County. It'll come later on in the example, but this is just for you. So you have got a dataset ID, and then you have got the various fields, that is status, the geolocation, the premise, the RPT area description, the risk, the group description, the full service restaurant, the seats, the water as a property. So there are multiple properties what is available for us in the example. See, this is all related to one specific element in my JSON. So we will see how to convert that. So I am loading that particular file also. Of course, I have got a CSV file also. The purpose of loading that is just to see how many records are there. That's all. So see here, right after ingestion, I will print that. I will do a show so that you can, if it is in the proper CSV format, the rows and the columns, everything is fine. It will show that in a tabular view for it, or else it will not show it. We will find out how many records are there. So it will print out the count of the records, and I will do a print schema. So what does a print schema do is that it'll do a root. So see over here, it'll give me a root and it'll give me the name of all the columns and whether the nullable is going to be true or false. Okay, so that's the default value that it will have. So it'll give me these values whenever I say print schema. Same way, I'll do it for printing the restaurants in the Durham County also, and I will print out the records for that so that we will get details of it. So this is the way how you will see the details. Okay, so it's quite a lengthy file. That's the reason I've just taken out a screenshot and I have given to you. This is what is the attributes, what you can see. And in the first data set, we have got about 3,623 records. In the second data set, you have it in this particular format. The whole thing is what the format is. That means it's going to be in the form of a JSON format. And again, in the root, you see how the values are shown. And you have got about 2,472 records in the second data set. Okay. So what is our goal? I want to merge the two data frames like how I do a SQL union of two tables. To make the union effective, you will need to have similarly named columns in both the data frames, both in both the locations. So if you go back to this in my Durham also, and I want it in my Wake country also, it has to be there in the same format. To get there, you can easily imagine that the schema of the first data set was modified to, and this is how the schema of the first data set is there, and then how do we play around with it. So first step, let's go ahead and load this data and see how the schema is coming up properly, friend. So please go ahead and do a simple load on this. I already have this ready. So there you go. Let me close the other things. So I have got this Wake County app. So I have created my example 20. So we have done till about 19 examples yesterday. Let me just scroll up. So yeah, there we go. So what I have done is that wherever I have not given the details of what the example is doing, it is all properly described in the section in the Google Docs. So that will be easy for you, friend. You can go ahead and have a look at this. So today we are going to go ahead with the 20th example. And we are creating this once again. Yeah, and we are creating a Wake County app. Okay, and then load it and then print it out and see how the result would be. So if you have, there would be something additional also what I have done. No, I don't have anything, so I can just directly print it out. So guys, please go ahead and put it into your Eclipse and then let's run this. So we'll give you about 5 minutes for doing that, friends. So start with your components, ensure that you are creating a new project. I'm calling it as example 20, and I'm creating a package, and I'm creating the Wake County app, and then I'll put the contents into my file, and then I will print it out to see how it comes. So you please go ahead and try that out, folks. Okay, so just muting myself right now. Please try this example, folks. Let me also run this to see how would it come. Now, since I've already created it, and this has to be a Maven project. So for all the examples what we're doing today, this will be a Maven project so that we don't have to wait for any dependency. But the only thing in Maven is you will have to go ahead and run as, install, and then run the example. I had already done that before, so I can directly run this example, but I'll wait for you to do that, friends. So please go ahead and let's keep this ready. Thank you, folks. The example is there in example 20 on page number 1. So that's something that you can load and put it into Eclipse and run this first. And also remember, we have to have the file that is required for this. That is what is going to be called as the restaurants in Wake County. I've already given that files to you. So this is restaurant in Wake County. This will be there in a folder called as in folder of your project. And this is how the output will be. Will give me the schema and tell me that there are 3,623 records in the Wake County. And for the second one, we have got about 2,472. And it will keep everything in one column only, because this is in the form of a JSON frame. So that's the reason why it is coming up in this way. So please go ahead and run this. I'll just mute myself. Doing something in the chat. Hey, fantastic, Sean. That's good. So he has got that example running. That's great. So others, if we can just do that so that we can see this output. This is the way how the output will come. And what you can do, Sean, is to look at the document and walk through the next part of it. So you can do a little bit of reading. And then when I explain it, it will be as if you're doing it for the second time. So the understanding will be clear. Please do that, mate. The other small challenge in the remote sessions would be that you really wouldn't be able to look at everybody and see if it is working or not. If something is going wrong, please let me know so that I can help you out, folks. Also, what you can do is after the session gets completed, you can speak to your training team, and you can get access to the recordings of what we have done on all these days, because the complete 3 days is being recorded. So at any point of time, if you want to go through the recording and see if something is not clear, you can definitely do that. So please get back to your team and you can have an access to the recording, because all the sessions are recorded. So you will have an access to it. So from the earlier trainings, what I have done, that is the way, so that anything, something is not clear, you can go back and you can cross-check it with the Google Docs and listen to it once again. So that's one advantage of doing it in the WebEx kind of a mode, or in a mode where it can be recorded, folks. So this is the limitation of the on-site kind of a training where things can't be recorded, but here we can definitely do that. So take advantage of that also, folks. Brandon, Ashima, and Igor, finished, friends, or getting into some issue?
No, I'm good. Working on the code modification.
Fantastic. Thank you. What about you, Ashima?
I'm still working on it. Just
Okay.
dropping these files, I think.
Okay,
Should be good.
So go ahead. No worries. I'll give you some more time. Akhil, how is it going, Akhil?
Same. I'm just.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. Give you about 2-3 minutes more. So for people who have finished, and a small request would be so that if you can put it on the chat window once you are done, that would be helpful, friends, so that I know who all is finished and don't want to simply rush through things. So that's what the whole idea is. Understand things comfortably so that you'll be able to know how it's done. So that's the only thing. To give you about another 5 minutes more, let's quickly do this and then let's move on. A small request would be, in case if you can put it on the chat window, it'll definitely be helpful for everybody.
Hey, VK, quick question.
Please go ahead, Ashima.
I'm not finding the files. It should be in the RAR, right?
That's correct. So if you download day, once again, I will go back to the link once again and download it myself. So this is there, the day 4 RAR.
No, I think something messed up when I extracted. It just extracted me the Word file. So I'll do the download again.
Yeah. Please do it again. You should see the whole thing. Let me be sure. Control C. I'll put it in the doc. And let me see what all. I think the whole day 4 folder should be there. No, this will only show it as a RAR, but then that will contain the whole day 4 content. So try it once again, please.
Sure.
Great. Yeah, it contains everything, friends. So I went down to my RAR. So when I opened up the day 4.rar, I can see all the contents over there. So just download it.
Yeah, it has to be. I think I somehow messed up somewhere.
That's okay. So
Everyone's is working.
Yeah, no worries. So about a minute's time, guys, and then we will have to move on. So we have, for people who have done it, that's great. You can go down further in the code and then try it out. Thank you, Igor and Vishwanath. Great, Ashima, when you have said that. So I think we will move on then, just waiting for you so that you will get that thing. So when you run this, you would see how the details of both the data sets. The first one is a CSV file. So you will get it. Only thing is that the addresses and all those things are different. And for the second one, it is in the form of a JSON file. So you will see those things happening. That's nice. Now let's move on, friends. So once we load those things, we are going to go down to the next step. Okay, so what I want is I want this to be the final way how the columns will be structured, so that when I do a join, it will be easy. Specifically, I would want the data set ID to be there in as the first column in both the data sets. So we will use separate methods of the data frame and some static functions in the code over here. So let's go back and see. So what we will do is we will say df.with column. So I say what is going to be the column name. Lit would be the literal object what I will have. And instead of having it as HSI SID, we will have it as a dataset ID. So we will rename the columns in most of the cases, and in some cases we will go ahead and drop some columns like the object ID, permit ID, and the geocode status, because we don't want that. So we will create a new column called as county, okay, containing the value wake in every record. Rename the columns to what we want to have it in the new data set, and some columns are to be dropped. And we will also use some specific Spark SQL methods. That is what I have listed over here. There is a with column will create a new column from a expression or from some other column. With column rename, like what we are doing over here, that is primarily for renaming a column. When I say call and the parameters to it, it will give us a column from its name. Some methods will take the column name as an argument, whereas some requires the complete object to be as a column object. Similarly, like call, the drop method will drop it from the data frame. Okay, it is this method accept both the instance of the object or just the name of the column. The literal function creates a column with a value, that is a literal value, and the concat function, let me just check if I have used concat anything over here. I haven't used concat, but then the concat function concatenates the values for in a set of columns. So we will be doing something like this. Let's continue. We would also need a unique identifier for every record. Okay, we can call this column ID and build it by concatenating. Yes, concat is coming later on in the code, so that's why I showed you this concat. We will concatenate the state, then we will have an underscore, the county, an underscore, and some identifier for it. So this is the way how I use my concat. So I will say df.with column ID. I will concat the state. I will the column state. I'll put a literal underscore after that. Then add the county. Put an underscore and rename it to a dataset ID. Okay, and then I will show how the column has been transformed, some particular columns, and again the print schema. So just wanting to show it to you the way how I'm going to do the transformation on the original data set what we are having. And here means we are deleting those things. The object ID, the permit ID, and the geocode status, I'll be deleting it. For the others, I will go ahead and rename the column names. Then we will have to talk about partitions. So guys, how many partitions do we have in our default data set? If I work on the image, we are not working on the image. We are working on the default image that is on the file system itself. How do I know how many partitions are we having, friends? Anybody? So in my current example on Windows, how many partitions can I have, folks?
Is it the same as the number of cores?
That's right. So the partitions is what is equal to the cores. That's perfect. But then in the first example that we did, Sean, how many partitions did we have? So let me just go down to the Wake County app, and can you tell me how many partitions do we have in the code right now? What I'm showing it on the screen, the answer is over there, Sean. And others also, can you tell me how many partitions do we have in our current example as of now?
I think only one.
Why one, Sharad?
It's master local. We put there is no
Exactly,
course there.
exactly, friend. So since we said it as master local, that's the reason by default we will have it as one only. You can change that to local and put a asterisk and see, and you will see that you will have it as since I have got i7, I would have it as 8 cores. Okay, so all the cores what is available for me, that will be utilized. So that's what we are going to see in our example right now. So partitions are created and data is assigned to each partition automatically based on our infrastructure, that is the number of nodes and the size of data, etc. And you can repartition the data frame to use more partitions than what we have already allocated. But at no point of time should I give it more than what we already have. If I've got 8 cores and I say that, okay, make the number of partitions as 10, it will not be effective because we have got only 8 worker nodes, 8 cores available with us who can do the work. So if I say it as 10, what will happen is that it will start with the first 8. The moment any one of them finishes, then it will start with that also. So at any point of time, we should ensure that our and the number of cores will be equal to the number of cores that we actually have on a physical system. So we will repartition the data frame to use 4 partitions using a method called as repartition. And repartition will always increase the performance, and that is the main advantage of it. Parallelly, multiple people will be starting to work on it. So we are having a sysout which will tell me the number of partitions. So I can convert the data frame into an RDD and then look at the partitions. Okay, and then I can get the length of the partitions or the count of the partitions and then print it out. And then I can repartition it to have 4 cores. Okay, and then simply print out the partitioning after I set the new value frame. So this is what is the changes what I need to have. So now what we can do is we can create a second app with all these changes. So throughout this example, I'll be giving you snippets of code as to the explanation of what we are doing. Guys, the purpose of doing all this thing is to just to show how we can work with our Spark in a step-by-step procedural way of doing things, friends. Okay. So that's the reason why we're doing it in this fashion, taking up a real life example and then working on it. So the complete example would be there in Wake Country app 2. It will have all the others, but then I have commented those earlier sysout statements and show statements, what I have done, so that I will only have the new ones. So I'm showing you how I have changed all the columns. Then I have added a new column called as dataset ID. Then I write a sysout saying that the data frame is transformed. I show it, I print it, then look at the partitions and then repartition it. So this is what would be there in our second file that I had created, that is going to be called as Wake Country App 2. So let's go ahead and run that file and see how the whole thing would be. So I hope the concepts are clear. At any point of time, an open offer to all of you is, if something is not clear in the concept, please let me know. So if you're not saying anything, I will assume that you have understood the concept, friends. So please go ahead and create a new app and then follow with the steps. I'm just going to run it and keep it shown for you. So move on, folks. Thank you. Okay, for some reason it picked up the second one only. Give me a second. It ran the earlier example only. So I will specifically select the file and then say run as Java application, so that it will run my Wake Country app 2. Yeah, there we go. This is the program that I want to run. Perfect. So I'm showing you that it is transformed, showing you some records. By default, the 20 records will be shown, but I'm printing out 5, and that's why you see only 5 records being shown. Then I did a print schema so that you can see the columns for it. And then before it had only one partition, and after I do a repartition, it will be 4. So please go ahead and let's try our example 2 so that we would know how we can change the contents of the first data set. So I have printed all those things and kept it for you. Let's do it. And in case if you have anything, feel free to reach out to me, friend. Thank you. Fantastic, Sean. So the second example is working for him. That's good. Kalyan, what you can do is you can go down and download the contents, what we are doing. We are there in the second step of what we are doing, Kalyan. So I've already given all the examples in the form of RAR files to you. That is yesterday's all the examples. And today's example is there in this document. So please have that downloaded and you can continue on with it, friend. Thank you.
Yep. I have those. I'm just waiting for my.
Okay, that's great. If you already downloaded, that's great. And what we have done is we are there in the second example of it. So there are two links from where we are doing the filtering and we are changing the format. We are talking about Wake County and Durham from North Carolina location. So in the first, we simply printed the values. And now we are doing the second one wherein we have modified the values and simply displaying it. See, this is the way how I have changed the values and we are simply displaying it. So we have reached till here. That is page number 6. And once you run this, this is how the output would be clear. Go ahead and I'm sure you can catch up in some time real quick, friend. Thank you. And a small request to everybody would be, once you finish it, please put it in the chat window. So that would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Venkat, while people working on the example, is there any reason, for example, to make partitions more when I have cores? Is it from performance perspective?
Yeah, it is possible. So what you can do is at the time when we are creating a Spark session, I can specify with the dot master as to the number that we are having. That's the first way of doing it. Or you can repartition the data set after to specify to give it the cores it should use for it. So whenever I do repartitioning, they'll be spreading of the data. Imagining if you are increasing the cores, it will go from that and then spread across all the 4 partitions. That's the way how it works.
No, got it. But is it any practical reason for it? So, for example, if I have 4 cores, is there any reason to create 10 partitions from performance?
Very much. You're doing parallelism, friend. If you're running it in one, only that particular guy will have to execute. Whereas if you're doing it parallelly, imagine I've got a 400 MB file, and if I run it in one go, it will go top down from 0 to 400. But imagine if I have got multiple cores, if I have got 4 cores, then it will be spread across those 4 cores based on the block size, and all of them will be running parallelly. So the end effect of it will be parallel processing and faster processing.
No, got it. Maybe I'm not clear. Let's assume I have 4 cores in my system. Does it make sense to create 10 partitions in such case? So number of partitions. Okay, it's exactly my question. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, I have mentioned this earlier. So what would happen is we should always keep the partition to the upper limit of whatever our course is available. If you try to give it anything more, it will be not useful, because anyway, we have got 4 guys who are free. If I make the partition as 6, only when the first 4 out of that any 2 gets finished, can the other 2 can get started again. That's the idea.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Great, friends. We have got two more people who are finished. We have got Vishwanath and we have got Ashima who has done. Let's wait for another 2 minutes and then we will move on. Thank you, friends. Appreciate that. Guys, this will be helpful, because then I would know where am I, okay? Because that's what normally it is done. So when we go ahead with the training of about 3-4 people, it's okay. We can manage between 3-4 people, but then when we have got about 9 or 10 people there, we need to have some kind of an information. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Ashima, any idea whether our other colleague would be coming in today? Any update, if you know about it? Because
I don't know. I can check. Give me a second. I can just send out the
just check
text.
it out,
Yeah.
because what would happen is that she'll miss this part of it, so that's what I was wondering. If for any reason she's not going to come, that's okay with me. But then
Okay.
again, I have to also report to our team if somebody doesn't come within one of our friends. So that's
Right.
additional headache from my side. So
Yeah.
please let me know, dear.
I don't know if you know, there's a power outage in here, so not sure if she or the other colleagues got affected, if they're
Okay,
taking
okay.
from home. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, it's a big power outage. Most of the Bay Area didn't have the power yesterday and today as well.
Okay.
So I'll check with
Maybe.
her and let you know.
Yeah, please. Thank you so much. So just for my understanding, Ashima, you are based out of which location in, because I was based out of Santa Clara from 2006 to 2009, so
Okay. No,
that's why I was asking.
I am in San Jose, but there are the whole California is being divided into power grids, and PG&E shut off some of the
Okay, no,
powers.
not about the
Yeah.
power grid. Just wanted to check where you are based out of. That's it.
I'm
So
in San Jose.
fantastic. So even I was in San Jose. It looks like mini India over there, right?
I know. It is.
Yeah. Hey, go ahead, Vishwanath. You had a question.
Yes, Venkat. Yeah, I was comparing the both programs we ran today, Wake Country app and Wake Country app 2.
Right.
The difference is first one, we just extracted data from those two CSV files, instance in Wake County and Durham County.
Okay.
And just to a data set, and you're just printing it as is, right? No other transformation. But whereas
No. In the first example, we didn't do any transformation. We just want to find out how many records are there. In the second one, I am looking at only Wake County, converting that to a particular format, what we are having. So see over here, the width column and width column renamed and drop column, I'm changing all of that. I'm also doing the concatenation of ID and converting that into data set ID, and then also looking at partitions. So that's what we're doing in the second one, Vishwanath.
So line number 47, what is this lit functionality? Can you explain a bit more?
Hey, that's a literal object. So I'm just passing on a literal object to it. So we need to import this particular object also. So there it is. So it's a default function what we have, that is what is called as the lit object. So we can actually check it out. I'll just open it up for you. Just 1 second. Go back. And oh, sorry. I should go to Google. I can't search it like this.
This is like as in a select query when I write it on relational. A county
That's correct.
is printing Wake, so it's literally taking it as alias.
That's correct. That's correct. So if you look at the once again functions, and inside that you have got the lit also as a class. Just 1 second. There we go. So this is of course of Scala, but then it would be the same. It's just giving some example. I just wanted to go to the functions class. So this should be the right function what we are talking about. There you go. So we're just creating a column of some literal value, Vishwanath. That's what we're doing. Yeah, great.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I think others should have been in a position to do it by now. Just one more minute, and then we will take it further. So what we did was we loaded the data set and printed values. Then in the version 1 of it, we just one second. Let's put it like this so that we know what we are doing. That's right. And in the version 1, what we did is we changed the column type and did repartitioning also. We changed the names of the columns and also did partitioning. Okay. So that at least we'll come to know what is that we had done. So that's fine. So now let's continue, friends. I presume you would have done it by now. So let's go back to the document.
Sorry, Venkat, this is Vishnath. Big question. What did you say about giving more partitions than available cores, or what will happen?
Okay, so what was Igor asking is, if I have got 4 cores and I give partitions as 7, would you think it will be beneficial, or it will not be really beneficial and it might end up being counterproductive? So the thumb rule is, should we give on a single machine the partitioning more than the number of cores that we are having, or should we give it as equal? What should we do, Vishnu?
My understanding, number of cores is equivalent to number of parallel work items you can do.
That's correct. So would it make any sense in trying to make that number as high, assuming I have got a quad core, I have got 4 cores, and I give the number of partitions as 6? Would it make any benefit for me? Will I really
It
get
doesn't
it
make
running?
sense as such, because
That's correct. So,
yeah,
that's what I said, Vishwanath. So we really shouldn't be doing that, because in fact it will be counterproductive, because those things will run only when any of the cores become free, and that's the challenge it will be. So ideally, the number of partitions should be equal to the number of cores on a single machine what you're having. That's a thumb rule here.
But if the data volume is too high, and if I just split it into 4 partitions, if every core is getting heavily overloaded in terms of memory, CPU, processing power, everything, so it makes sense to split it into smaller partitions, because based on what you said, core will pick up the next set whenever it is freed up.
Hey, please note, all this thing is happening in memory. So really, it wouldn't be of much of a use. So in case if you feel that we are talking about big data, the first thumb rule that we have is, please increase the amount of systems what you're having, so that you can really make benefit of the parallel processing. So if for some reason you're stuck with a couple of machines, let's say 10 machines, and I have got a huge amount of data, in such case, even if I increase the number of partitions or increase the data in one partition, that will be better off than increasing the number of partitions, because it would really not benefit if you try to do that. So that's a thumb rule, friend.
Okay.
What you're saying is correct, fully agree with that. But then in case that's not a way out as such, if for really getting the benefit, we should increase the number of machines if you feel that that is going to be a constant kind of a requirement. If it is going to be one-off kind of a thing, that's okay. We will work with it. But if it's a constant thing, that makes it necessary that you should have more systems available for the processing.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, tell me, friend. Somebody was saying something.
Yeah, so this is Brandon. So I just wondering, why do we repartition after loading the data, where we can set it to, from the initial,
That's correct.
creating the session. So what's the reason why we will do repartition? Any specific consideration that we need to look into as to why we will do repartition after loading the data or processing the data?
No, not after processing the data. This example was primarily to show you how, see, when you started loading the data, and this typically comes from the cloud-based kind of an environment wherein at the time when I started, I might know, I might not know what is the capabilities or how many cores, what am I having. So I align the data that it will be getting into the appropriate cores. Let's say I have got 200 MB of data and I have got 2 cores that is available for me. Okay, so I want the data to be there in both the cores, and so 100 MB will be there on 2 cores. Then, as a part of the processing, okay, I realized that because we are having this multi-core cloud-based environment, the number of cores got increased. Okay, so at that time, what I would say is that instead of working with those 2 cores, repartition gives us a way by which I can increase the number of cores. Yes,
So,
ideally, I should have done it at the beginning, but then this is just another function what we have, which will tell us that I can repartition it. Yes, if you do repartition, again, the data will have to be distributed into the memory of the existing partition. But this is just an additional method what we have, nothing specific. This is the way, in case if the number of partitions change because of loading up or loading down of your cloud-based services, that's why they have given this method name.
okay, so basically this is just to show really, as you mentioned, that there is this capability, but in the real world, this is not going to be used, especially, for example, in a Java batch program, for example, right? Because that means that you are controlling this inside the code, correct?
One more thing. A good thing that you brought that up, friend. Even when we're doing Java, in case if our processing environment is cloud-based, okay. So in cloud-based, you can have scale up and scale down of your things. So we really wouldn't know when my execution is going to be triggered. I will simply run it in the form of a batch job, right? It is going to be constantly done over a period of time. So at that time, if I find that if I am having using some if condition, if I find that there is a repartitioning and I have got more cores available, then I can definitely use this kind of a use case. So especially in JP, what they're doing is we have got a couple of lines of businesses. So just once again, just actually write this down. There we go. So let's take a use case of JP wherein there are 4 lines of business, and they all of them are given 25% of the capability of the system. That means assuming if everybody is running, you'll get 25% of the time. But for some lines of business, if the work has to be done in this time, New York timing, in the night, okay, the other lines of businesses might not be working. So if I hardcode everything and said that, hey, in the code itself, I say, hey, we will give you only 25% of the capability, that would mean that at real time when I'm running it, other people are not using it, and even I'm not using it. So that is the way how there's a capability, how to check what is the available cores, what is there in the system. And if the available cores are there, let me go ahead and use it. Make
So,
sense, right?
Oh, so yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just saying that in that case, I don't have to hard code it in the code, right? In the night time when I'm about to trigger this bar job through a script, which is triggered again in turn by a scheduler, let's say,
Right.
can identify available partitions. Maybe it has more partitions available, I mean, more nodes available now. And it can
That's right.
like a parameter, right?
Very well. So that's what we do. So at one time before executing it, we will check up what is the available partitions, what we have, and we will use that number of the partitions and do my execution flow. If it is going to be a long flow, maybe about 2 hours or something, we will have to do this execution frequently, maybe 4 times. That means half an hour each. So that is the way how real-time things would be working to find out what is available. And if something more is available, let me use that. If it's not available, I know my limit is 25% only. So that's why repartition will be useful a lot of times in real world, my dear friend. That's what I was pointing it out.
Okay, so how can I, so in this case, so I need to be able to identify what is before setting it to some number. So I need to be able to identify what's that available partition at that point in time, right? So
I'm sorry, Brandon. If you can
so
just
for
repeat that.
okay, so in the code that you're showing, or can I share my desktop? If
Yeah, sure. Just one
that'd be
second.
helpful.
Let me stop sharing. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Where is that sharing thing? Share, start share, my desktop number 2.
That's okay. Yeah, now it's coming. Mhm.
Can you see my desktop now?
I can see it. Move on, friend.
All right. So this is basically the repartition, right?
Right.
Now, so here, when I start the program, I said, okay, whatever local or how many partition I'm going to use, right?
Okay.
Now, at some point in time while this is running, so we have to make some check here somewhere, and correct me if I'm wrong, how many partition is available? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. There
So
is a method that is
what is
called as
that method?
get num partitions. So
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
df dot get.
No,
Okay,
it's
that will
partition.
be there in RDD. So say df dot RDD dot get num partitions. Df data frame dot RDD. Yeah, dot get num. There it is. That's it. So this will give me a number.
This will give me the number of available.
No. Yeah, this will give me the number of the total partitions that is there in the system. So there are ways by which how I will come to know how many partitions are used. So repartition is just the result of what we are saying. You will first use the get num partitions, what is totally available. And there are ways how we can check that again goes a little bit into admin way of doing it, but then we can find out how many partitions are free right now. And after that, we will go ahead and say df dot repartition. We will not do line number 66 directly because I don't know how many partitions are there. So what you can do is, why don't you just go ahead and do this get num partitions so that we'll come to know how many partitions we are having. Yeah, uncommented. Because in Scala, I know this is, I think it returns me. Yeah, that sounds to be good. Yeah, just print it out. Yeah, that's right. So all that we are doing is we are assuming we are the only people who are working on it right now. And let's see how many partitions are there.
So it says 1.
That's surprising because you're running on dual core. How many cores are you having in your system right now? I think it's 8 core, right?
Yeah.
So
So
you should.
and so that is what my question is. So because here it says df rdd, but remember df is basically
My data frame. That's
my
right.
data frame, which is taken from my
Yes.
Spark session.
That's why it's giving us
My,
1. That's
and
correct.
my Spark session is local, right?
That's correct. So I think what you should do over here is
Can you put star?
Well,
no,
yeah, that's right. It will get all the available
all the partitions. So it
that
will give you 8. Yeah, square brackets and star.
Right, but that's not my question. What my question is, I guess. So this definitely will get the available all the available partition, right? But I'm just trying to correlate it to what you said about 25%, 25%, 25%.
Right.
So this will, when I say this, it will always take all the whatever partition is available in my machine, right?
That's correct. Whereas
So
when I say 25%, it is not a Spark functionality of that 25%, right? So it will be there up to the system that we are using, which we are going to do it in the cloud or whatever system, that would have a way to find out how many partitions are done. So that might not be done using the Spark way of doing it, mate. Whichever software that we are running, that will tell me how many partitions are being used, how many partitions are free. Once I come to know this much number of partitions are free, that is the number I'll be giving it in my repartition, my dear.
And that is where my question is, how can I identify that number for the repartition? And
No,
again, sorry, I
so,
don't want to hold this long. I just, maybe I'm not, but you know what?
no, friend, no, perfectly right. I'll just tell you what would be done. See, if we are setting it up in a cloud-based environment, AWS would have a way by which you will come to know how many partitions are free. So any software that you work on that will tell us that these much number of partitions are free. Once I get that number, that is a number that I will be putting it in my code, my dear.
So
So that's what I was saying, repartition 4. That 4 is a number that I randomly picked up in my current example, but in a real world example, based on the system where I'm running this, I would need to have, the system would have a way to tell me how many partitions are there. This is not a Spark perspective. This is not.
right. So what is that command? What is that function? How can I get that to come up with, to, so because this is a compiled code, right? So
Right.
I need to feed this number, but in order for me, I need to feed this dynamically. That's what I'm getting at. So
That's correct. So in case if you want for AWS, I should have that way how you will come to know at that current point of time, how many cloud sessions
okay,
that we are
so
running, how
it,
much will be free. I can point a resource to you. No worries
okay,
at
so
all.
it will be an external. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not this. It's not this.
It wouldn't be within Spark. No, it wouldn't be
Yeah, yeah.
within
Okay,
Spark, my dear.
that's what I'm saying. So okay. So
Yeah. So,
all right. Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
that's correct. Sure. So it wouldn't be within Spark. So once I get that number, the only way, and what I am surprised is, why is it showing to you as 1? I am going to increase it at my level and see, it should give me as 8. I'm
Actually,
personally surprised.
I set it to as star and still giving me 1. So
That's what
not
I'm surprised.
not,
So
not
let me
unless
just, yeah, let me show it on my machine. In Java, I'm surprised, friend, but then that would not be the case in your Scala-based system. Get num partitions will give me how much is the total availability. So let me just show it right on my machine. Give me one second.
not unless my Mac is really has only 1 core.
That would not be the case. So
I'm getting the same thing, Brandon. I have 8 cores. I have i7. Still,
no,
I'm
no,
getting
friend.
1 only. I did the same change. Still shows as 1 partition.
No, no.
Oh yeah, I force it
Once
to
again.
8, but it's still same.
That's not the case. So I'm hey friend, is anybody's VM already running? I can use your VM to show that, or else I will start my VM and I'll show that to your friend.
VM. Sorry, Brandon, why don't we put a number instead of star and see at least even
I did, and it's still
Again?
giving me 1.
Let me try now.
And it's still giving me 1.
I'm surprised at the Java level, but I can show it to you in a normal code. So, friend, can I use somebody's machine for a couple of seconds, guys? I can show that to you actually right now.
Yeah, you can use mine. It's up and running.
And so, friend, I need your name, friend. I'm sorry. Krishna. Sorry, I'm sorry, I lost you. Was it Vishwanath?
It's Vishwanath. I can share if you want to use my.
Yeah, that's right. Please share, my friend. Please share. I'll show it to you right away in Scala how we do that, friend. Because we have got 2 cores. If you say get num partitions, you will see 2 cores. Once again, let me stop sharing. Yep, I stopped sharing, Vishwanath. Just start sharing so that I can start a prompt and show it for you right away. Fantastic. Just give me, yeah, that's all I need. So just say spark -shell. -shell. That's right. Enter. Yet we would need to create a simple data set. So we will write 1 line, let it get loaded. And once the real-time environment comes, we can do that. Just getting loaded. Yeah, almost there. Yeah, we can say val x is equal to sc.parallelize. No, PARA, parallelize. Yeah, ZE in the brackets. Just put double quotes, file : // I just need the name of a simple file, file :
Yeah.
/ home, not root, because it's Linux. I know that. Home. No. After that, / home / not root / lab / data / words, because I know that there's a file called as words. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Press enter. Now we will, I don't know what is org.spark. So maybe it is Spark or something. That's right. That's what I thought. Okay. Now we can say x.get, you want, no, this will give x.get num partitions. Get n capital partitions. That's right. Open closing brackets, enter, and see, we'll give it as 2. 1 second. Int does not. Oh, okay, remove the brackets. Sorry, I don't need the brackets. That's what. Yeah, enter. And see, we'll give it as 2. So this is how it will tell me if I don't specify a number, what is the partitions, what we are having. This is at the Spark level, how to see it. But then if you're using some external software, you will have to use that software to see it. So I was personally very surprised to see why it is coming as 1.
But this is being run on the image, right?
That's correct. So because we always work on the image and see, until now we have never ran on the prime system and seeing, friend. So it should be the same. So because I've seen it on the individual system also. So you can say exit, :Q, so that it can come out of it. I'll stop sharing on my system, because even when you say it, frankly, I find it difficult to believe, because I've seen it myself that it gives me as 8. Okay, so start. Let me run this once again. I'll just go back, and I won't do this repartition. And I would simply say over here.
No, but when this get num partition, is it just giving the number of partitions that are totally provisioned? Like I have 8 cores, or is it telling me how many are available, which are totally?
No. It will tell me how much is provisioned. It's not looking at what is available, what is not available. It is simply telling you how much is the total partitions that is available. That's all it's telling you, friend. So now, if I do it like this, this should also give you as 1. So let me write that line. Int x is equal to my data frame dot get, dot RDD, because I need to convert that into an RDD dot. Yeah, that's right. Get num partitions. And let me write once again. So control space, and I will say number is equal to +x. Okay, and I have said over here that I want it in the form of star. Okay, let me simply run this. In Java, I have not seen, but then in other things, definitely yes. Because the same code I have tested in Scala, and it tells me in a Windows machine we have done with Scala, and it gives me as 8. So I just need to get hold of that code and show that for you. Because when once again, no, that's right. Number of, let's see, the number is 1, because I think that's a number that was set by default. Okay, so hold on, although I said star. Okay, so surprising. One last thing, let me go down to example 2. Okay, we're trying with a simple example. That's okay, this is correct. Now I will say over here int a is equal to my sc, no, I think I should say lines dot get, just 1 second. That's right, get num partitions, and let me figure this out. As number is equal to +a. Let me run this. A simple root count to see what is happening. because nowhere I said what is the number of partitions it should have. One second. Analysis. Okay, one second.
What we are looking for is a way to be able to identify number of available partitions and be able to pass it as an argument to this program in real time.
That's correct, because I'm using the RDD API to find it out, because I don't have any software right now, right? Because if I am deploying something in the form of a software, that would have the capability of telling me how much would be the valid and the invalid, right? And that way, it should be easy for me to do it. So I'm trying to do it within Spark to find out how many partitions I'm having, and I'm expecting the number to be 8 because I'm using the default. Once again, oh sorry, here I said set master 2. This. Once again, this is example 2. So in example 2, I don't have my words. Okay, so this is a text file that I'm running. This is word count. Okay, so this should be there. I need to create a file called as words. Give me 1 second, dear. Folder. And this will be there in example 2. Let me say in. Okay, and I'm expecting a file called as words. Let's grab some other file and simply rename it as words. Or I should also have words. Just once again, right click, new text document. I'll keep it as words dot text. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's okay. Close this. Control C. I won't spend much of time, guys. This is the last example, and paste it over here. Drag and drop this over here. So, okay, that's fine. It's words.text, so I should do this as words.text, and I will remove the set master. So that if I remove the set master, it will pick up what is available by default. That's good. I don't need this additional brackets. Let me save this. That's okay. And let me run this. There we go. Let's go back. And number 16. I don't need a Java Spark context. I just need a, it's like conf set app name.
That set master we have to have.
No need. It's an optional parameter.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, what is this? You're right. It says that I don't need the app name also. I'm just creating a Spark conf. No need for any of this values. Save. That's correct.
Unless you're passing, unless you're passing the argument dash dash master or something.
At runtime, I can pass that. But then if I don't say anything, it will pick up the default, right? So the thumb rule is it will eagerly pick up all the ports what is available. So this is something new that I found out, because it expects mandatorily a set master over here. So if I give the set, okay, let me go ahead and give the set master. But if I give the set master, why is it not taking as the default? So I'm going to say local asterisk, local square brackets and star. I can definitely do it like this. Once again, what does it say? I should say a set app name dot set app
I think
name.
it should be on Spark conf, not here, I think.
Ah, that's right. You're right. So you're right on that. Absolutely silly. Control X and dot.
Excuse me. Shoot.
Control V. That's it. I should remove those double quotes. I should close the brackets here. Save it. What's happening for this? Literal is not closed. Oh, double quotes is not closed. That's right. And close this bracket. I don't need this. Yeah, that's correct. Now let me just run this. And let's see how much goes. What's it say? Ah, Spark Comet. It's expecting an app name also. Really irritating. Upset. I think it was app name. Let me just be sure about that. Just once again. Let me go to app 3. It was 3. Okay. And look at my code. And that's correct. I'll just copy this from here. Control C. Go back over here. Control V. Sorry. Make sure to remove this. Control S. Yep. All properly done. Let me run this. I said that I want all the cores what is available. So let me see how many cores it is giving it to me over here. And this is up. See here. Holy cow, what is this? That's okay. The number is 3. So why it gave us 3? Because I totally have got 8 cores in my system. Go back over here. See? So see, but at least it worked for me. It didn't give me a number 1 right now, because last time it had given that number as 1. Okay, so I've got no clue why it is giving me 3. It should give me the total number of available cores are 8, my dear. So that's the number it should give me.
So just follow. So I basically just I used I used the Spark context, and there is a default min partition. So it's giving me the minimum. Actually, it's changing. It's not always 1. So yeah, you use the Spark context and the default min partitions. So it looks like that's the one that's giving me the number that I'm looking for. Which is
can you check? Can you also check set max partitions so that we tell you what is the max that is possible on your system?
There is no max actually. I can only see the the default min partition. So if I put asterisk, it will give me 2. If I put 8, it still give me 2. But if I put just 1, then just give me 1. So it looks like it's setting maximum to 2 only. I don't know why, but it's not giving me the whole what I'm as you said, the every core available, right? So maybe there's some
that's something specifically I have to check, because if you look at the image, we have done that in the image also, right? So it showed us 2 because we had 2 cores available. So the thumb rule is, if you increase the number of cores, like for Vishwanath, I had said that he's got i7, so he can give the number of cores as 4 also. So in that case, it would have told him that the available cores will be 4. I'm talking about Scala. So this get min partition, did you do it in Java, or where did you do it, Brandon?
Oh, Java. The same that I was showing you earlier. I just changed the where I'm getting. I'm not getting it from the RDD. I'm getting it from the context.
Okay, from the Spark conf itself. Okay, yeah. So now I can say conf dot over here. So in case if you want to test it, I can also do that by saying conf dot get. No, for me there is no get min partitions, friend, in the Spark conf. Whereas in the data set, you said it is there, right?
No, it's in the Spark session.
Okay. So let me go back over here and through this.
And so
Spark dot
Spark context.
Okay, not the Spark variable. So
well, the Spark variable, the Spark variable, the Spark object, Spark context.
Okay,
Spark context dot default. No, just default min partitions. That's the only thing I can see related to partitions.
You can look out for default parallelism also. So it will tell you what is the default parallelism that we are having. So that is end A. And if I simply do a sys out on number is equal to plus A. Let's check this. Control S. Let me run this. And if I go back to this, I think I will remove this. So that, okay, we're back to square one. And this should not be rows.text. When I'm running this at that, and then see what that is. See here, it gave me as 8.
Yeah.
Wow. So in your this, you have to give the method that is default parallelism.
Mm.
We can do that with get min partitions also. Hold on, let me just check. So the parallel, that means the amount of parallelism that I can have is 8 because I have got I7, so 8 cores are available. So this is just for testing it out, friends. I'll just copy this and put it in the cheat sheet so that you can use it at any point of time. There we go. Okay. One last thing is just to see, other than this default, spark context dot get, hold on, dot get number of
No, it's a
partitions.
default min partition.
Okay, hold on. It is, no, default min gives me something else. Whereas the earlier method, what I had, let me copy that also and show it to you also. So Control C, let me write it for you just once again. And let me write a sysout and hold on. A plus A1. Let's see what it gives me. Let me run this. It gives me as 2 and 8. So the min partitions is giving me as 2. It should not be min because that is the default level what we are having, right? So it should be default parallelism, or I think there should be max also. Just once again. So anyway, so these are the two methods. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, that's fine. I just want to, so I guess it says default min partition, but I don't see any kind of, max or something like that. There's nothing like that. So.
Okay, but there should be a method called as default parallelism also. And if you use that, it will give me the value that we are expecting. So if Sean tries it on his machine, it will show as 4 because he's got only 4 cores available, right? Whereas since we are I7, we'll have 8 cores, so it will show it to him. So try this method, friend. This is what I have kept it for you over there. So if you look at the cheat sheet, this is what we can check. And this gives the result as 2. Yeah, tell me, Vishnu.
So that method to see number of cores, right? The default parallelism, it's not literally enabling that on the program. That's because even though you do that, down below when you run it, it still says for your DF, right? It still says when you run get num partitions, it's 1 only. And when you repartition it to 4, that's when it is changing it to 4.
No. See, repartition and this thing is based on what object that we are doing, right? So when we created our Spark SQL context, so we had created it with 1. So because we said it as local, right? So that's why it is giving it as 1 or giving it as 4. Whereas over here,
I made it hard coded. Still,
so I need to check it because if we go ahead and give it as local asterisk, it is not happening in Java. So I want to just check it up in Scala to see what it is giving, because in the other languages it gives it properly. Because you remember when I saw the answer, I was shocked myself because that's not something that we have seen, friend. So it looks like at the language level, we have to just go back and see how it is done. But then it should work like Scala, because at the end of the day, the Scala code gets compiled into a byte code and then it gets executed, because that's what I thought. Java and Scala should almost be syntactical. But then this is something new for me too, my dear. So let me check it up in the lunch break to see what are the other options, and I'll come back to you on that, friend. Okay?
Sure.
Great. So let me just finish this. So this gives us the total number of cores available. Okay, that is what default parallelism should give me. Let me go back and let me remove these things from here so that it wouldn't affect my current thing. That's okay. So that's good. So let me close this. Let's come back to where we are doing it. Yeah, so I think we did our two examples. We did our example on this Wake County and converted that into a particular format, and we had left it over there. So now let's continue with it. Let me just check. Yeah, we still have, okay, I'll just go on for another 4 minutes and then we will take a, no, at 11 o'clock we have to take a break. That's okay. Because in my mind, I was just thinking, we started off at 9, so this is 10:30. Okay, so we should go for a break in some time, friends. Let me just finish off with the next example and take up a logical break. Okay, so what are we going to do is all the other changes what we did over here, we have done it in this Wake County. I think we have run this also, so that's also perfect, and you would see the answer over here. Okay, so now what we are going to do is go into a little bit of schema. So there are two objects what we have, something called as struct type. So if you look at the documentation and see, there is a struct field and a struct type. That tells you what is the structure of the objects what we have given for us when we created our data frame or our RDD. Okay, so we saw how to get access to our schema using the print schema method. It is important to know the structure of our data and specifically how Spark would view them. So there is a way how you can get more details of this schema by calling the dot schema method, which will return you an object of struct type. So if you look at, there are two objects, struct type and struct field. So that is really going down to the bottom level to see what is happening. It is just that when we go down to the Spark SQL and work with a higher level code, we really don't have to look at what is struct type and struct field. But of course, you can go ahead and see that also. So there are two classes that is called as struct type and struct field, which specifies the type of structure or that a RDD or dataset have. Okay, so that's what is the purpose of doing that. Let me just change the spelling. So this is okay. So now let's go back and see what we are doing with it. So first thing, we get a handle of struct type, and then we will just simply print the tree string so that it will give us the details of it. And then we are converting that into a string and showing you the schema as a string, printing out the schema as a string also, and then printing the JSON object of it also, and simply printing it out the data in the form of a JSON object also. So this is how it will come when I print the schema as a tree, the default schema. It will tell me what are the various data set what we are having, what is the type of the data set, and whether it is nullable, true or false. So there are three parameters what would be available there in our object called a struct type. Struct field would be a individual row. Okay, so that is what is a struct field. Then we also saw schema as a string. See here, this is what is struct field, and it is telling me the name of it, what is the type of the object, and whether nullable is true or false. Same thing it is doing for everything. And then we are also seeing it in the form of a JSON object. So in the JSON, we have got different elements and then trying to give us the same things. The only additional thing what it gives us is if it has got any metadata, it will give you the details of the metadata also in the form of a JSON. Otherwise, it is going to give you the same. Okay, so that is what we will have to just try. So once we come back, we will quickly incorporate this particular last part of our code into our existing code. We will run it and then we will try it out first. So now what we will do is, it's about 10:40 right now, friends. So let's quickly take up a break and come back by 10:55, folks. And then we will continue on with it. In the meantime, since I've got some time, let me see how do I print out, other than the ways how Brandon just mentioned, is there any other way of doing it? Okay, so let me just give it a try. Let me write this. So we will continue again at 10:55. So quickly take up a break, and we will start off in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. I just wanted to check with you because I need to report back Ashima, so that was the reason. So did you get a chance to get in touch with your friend Ashima?
Yeah, so as I was saying, she actually got affected with the power outage and was not able to open the garage. But she'll be joining in few because now she went out and coming to office.
Okay, okay. So
So
that's okay.
yeah.
So she's coming. So I'll just ignore that. So she should be coming in sometime. So no worries, Ashima. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great. Let me just mute myself and I'll try some of the examples here. And we should start again by 10:50. So quickly grab a cup of coffee or a tea in the next 15 minutes and start again, friends. Thank you. Hey, hi, Mati. That's okay. That's
Hi,
perfectly
Venkat. Sorry
fine.
for joining late. From morning,
No,
I was
that's okay,
having
dear.
some
No
issues with
worries.
the power.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
thank you.
know. Because Ashima was mentioning that because I had to mention it to the team also as to if everybody would be there. So that was only reason I was following it up because I have to say it by the first break if everybody is turned up. So I said yes, everybody is come, so no issues on that. So what we have
Okay.
done, friend, is please download it from the cheat sheet. So go over here. All the codes of
Okay.
yesterday, I have kept it for you in this link. So for today, you will have to download this location. That is Word doc. Yeah. So
Word doc.
once you download that, yeah, just have that downloaded. And we saw two examples, the variations of it. We are trying with a example of how do we join the restaurant details. One is based in Wake County, another is in the Durham County, in the North Carolina state. So this was the first example of the Wake County. We just
Okay.
printed out the results in the first one. how many count of the variables we are having. One is a CSV based result set, and the other one is a XML based, sorry, a JSON based result set, friend. So just try this out, the first example. So it has got some records, you will see. And then we did one more variation on this where we modified the columns that we are having to the standard set of columns so that we can do a join, right? So that's what we did. And this is what it is. This is what I want it to be. We did that. And that's where we had stopped. Once this is what is the second application where we incorporated all those changes and we stopped it over here. So take your time. I'm sure you will follow it up. No worries on that, friend.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Let me download all the things and I will follow up.
Please.
Just want to know, this is a recording session, so can I get that recording? And
yeah, I think it is already recorded, and we will have to speak to your L&D team, and they had discussed with me earlier, and the sessions are recorded. You will be getting a copy of all the 5 days of recording, friend. So you have to just speak to the right team and then get hold of that.
Got it. Thank you very much, Venkat.
Sure. You're welcome. Okay, others. So it's about 11:26. 10:55, 10:56. So let's get started, friends. So what we did is, this is the last thing that we saw. How do we print the schema as a tree? How do we print it in the form of a simple string? And how do we print it in the form of a JSON? So we can take up this particular example and see this is the way how the output will come. So let's please go ahead and do that, friends. So I'm going to do that right now. So just copy this and see how the output will be. There we go. So let's copy this part of the statement and I'll put it in my my current example is, let me scroll up. Yeah, it is 20 examples. So I'll put it in the wake country app too, and I will copy these things. Just give me 1 second. I'll remove the other things that we were trying out before, so I don't have to do that. And I will paste it over here at the bottom of the thing and save it, and let's run it. So others, if you're back, let's please go ahead and see these changes and see how the output is coming in, friend. So that's what I'm doing. So this was the third variation of what we saw. We saw the default, both the states coming in, both the counties being displayed in the first one, that was Wake County app. Then we modified it for the Wake County as to what it should be, saw the partitions, and now saw the 2 details. So just scroll up. This is how the output will be, friend. So first we saved it as a tree, saw how the details were, then saved it as a schema struct field, and we saw in the bracket how there were individual struct fields, and it gave you the name of the data set, the data type that it can hold, and whether the nullable is true or false. And then finally we saw it in the form of JSON frame. So we'll just wait for maybe another 2 minutes so that this example is done. So this covers up the use case of trying everything with the Wake County. Now we will go to Durham after this, friends. So I'll just wait for people to run this and try it out. We'll start again in the next 2 minutes after seeing this. Thank you. Okay, friends, let's move on. So this was the last example that we saw, and if you have done it, well and good. If you haven't done, you can just quickly have a look. So these were the 2 examples what we saw in the morning session. Wake County app, which simply printed out the records, and app 2, wherein we converted that into the format what we wanted, saw the partitions, and saw the schema structure and all that. Now let's go down to the next one. How do we see that in our Durham County? And the data that we are having is in the form of an XML file. So that's what we are going to see. So let me go back to the step. And this is what is the JSON printout. There we go. So we saw how we work with our first Wake County. Now we are going to take the data from the Durham County. We will ingest it into Spark. We will do the necessary transformations, what we want, and then we will do a union. So this is the file wherein we are doing all the transformations that is needed in the Durham County app frame. So let's do it step by step to see what we are doing. So in the first step, we are creating a Spark session. If it's already available, I'll get a handle to that, or else I'll create a new one. It will read the JSON files that is there, that is called as restaurants in Durham County, North Carolina.json. So you see here inside my in, I already have that JSON file. It stores it and we read it from that data and store it in a data frame. So I will say read.format JSON and I will load it into a data set which is of type row objects, and the variable will be df. And after ingestion, we will show what are the first 5 columns and print the schema also. So see here, once the data is in the data frame, we have got APIs which can manipulate the data and we can start transforming the data frame. So we will see the initial set of values and we will see the structure what we are having. So this is important. When we have the structure, have a look at the way how the structure is. So step number A is the fields coming in from the original data set before the transformation, and B would be the set of new fields that you want. So this is how it was there in the original set, that is A, and B is all the new columns that I want from the structure what I already got from my Wake County. Okay, so I want it in this particular format frame. So let's go back and see how do we do that. So to access a field in a structure, we will have the dot symbol in the path, and we can also get a method called as get item, which will give me the access to the element in the array. Okay, so that's what we will be doing. So I will say with column, the county, and I will give it the literal of Durham. Then we will have a set of new values that I want to create. So see here, as with the CSV, you can add a column with the county name. That's what I did in step number A. In step number B, I will access all the fields that I have with the dot operator. So that is what is with all these B steps. And then step number C, the description has an ID label notation, which you can split on the equal to field and get the second element frame. So that's what I'm doing it in the C. So I will say type, I will say split, and this is what is the location in the split, how am I going to split, and then I will get the item from there, get item of 1, that is the description, and then I will say dot with column, okay, get item of 0, and again get item of 1. So this will give me the X and Y coordinates from the geolocation. So see here, it extracts the first element of the array as the latitude, and the second element would be in the form of longitude, the X and Y values. So after we have created the fields, we will have to create the ID field in the same way what we did last time. So we will take this ID and create a new field called as dataset ID, which is going to be a concatenation of the state and the country followed with a literal value, that is underscore. Okay, so once I do that, my data set will be transformed. I will print it out, and finally I will have a look at the schema also. Okay, so that's what we will be doing. So all the earlier thing would be done in a code for us right now. So that is what is the code that is being given to us. So this code will be the Durham County app. In this, we will create the logger so that I will not have all the values. Friend, was there a question? Okay, No, false alarm. That's okay. Then we created the master. I will read the JSON file. So right after the ingestion, I'll show the initial values of it. Then we will see what is the count of it. Then we will use the method that I had did last time, the dot with column. We will put it in the code. Okay. Then I will show that the data frame is transformed. And in that also, we will look at the partitions and we will change that partitions to 4. So this is the first I converted my first county from the data what we have into a specific data, and now I'm converting my second county, that is Durham, into a specific format. So all these things are there in this example. So I put it and you will create a new example called as Durham County app. So that is what I have created. You please go ahead and copy all of that and ensure that this is created, and not only do it, but also try to understand what we are doing it in the code and run it and see if it is all good, friend. Okay, so this is the second county app what we're doing, and after this we will go ahead with the union of both of them, friend. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. Yeah, tell me, Mati, you had a question.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand things like, so yesterday we saw how to get it from the database or create the database entry from flat file to database. Now it's
Right.
like a transformation of data. Whatever we are getting from CSV, we do some transformation, apply something on it, and then insert or create another form of data. Is that right?
That's correct. So what are we doing? See here. So the very first line will make it very clear for you. So we have got
Okay.
two separate documents, one from
Okay.
Durham, one from Wakefield. Both of them have their
Mm-hmm.
own way of storing the data. So I want to
Okay.
join both of them. So for joining, we saw
Mm-hmm.
yesterday that the first column has to be the same. And if I want to join all
Uh-huh.
the columns, they should have a standard format, right? So that's what I'm
Okay.
doing here, converting
Got
that
it.
into a standard format here.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. And this is the format that we are converting into. Just once again, if you go down to page number 5, so this is
Mm-hmm.
how I converted the different elements in the field to the
Mm-hmm.
destination data frame. And now I'm
Okay.
doing the same thing for the second data set also here.
Oh, okay. But why you are converting means why we are going for JSON? Sorry, I missed those parts,
No,
right?
that's
RS,
how.
I will get.
No, that's how it was originally there. So the Wake County had their own way of storing things. They were doing it in the normal Word format, whereas Durham was storing it in the form of JSON. So I'm showing you how
Oh,
we can convert from JSON into a normal field so that we can join everything here. That's what we're
got
doing
it.
here.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just scroll down. And in the final thing, I have got a diagram which will show you how everything would be done. See here. So this is the final thing. This is how the Wakefield restaurants was. This is how the
Mm-hmm.
Durham County restaurants was. And I will
Okay.
convert that into the destination data frame. So this is the complete objective of what we are doing in the example here.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I got it. Thank
Yeah,
you very
great. And this is there
Thank
in
you.
page number 16, Fred. You can have a look at
16.
that.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
sure. Yeah, thank you.
So create a new project, a Maven project, keep all the data files in the in directory, Maki, and create
Yeah.
the 3 files what we have done, so that once you do all the 3 files and compile and run it, you are with me, friend. No worries.
Okay. Okay. I am actually doing the Wake Country app too, but I will do other things.
That's correct. So,
Yeah,
once you finish that, then do the Durham Country app, county app also, and then we are on track, my dear.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I will fastly do it. Thank you.
Yeah, please. And for the others also, please let me know on the chat window as to where you have reached, my dear. Thank you. And when I run my Durham County app, this is how the output would be. So take your time and finish it, friend. After ingestion, how it was, and after I do the transformation, how it was.
Okay. was able to run from country app, fake country app, and fake county app too as well. 3 things.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right. But then the format was different. So if you look at the format of each of these things, one was in a JSON format, and in the first one was there in a CSV format. The columns were different.
Okay.
Now we will talk about how to join all of them, friend. Thank you, Vishnu. Sure. Thank you, Sharon. So about a minute's time, and then we will move ahead and see how do we join both of them. So we have converted it from one XML to another XML format, converted from a JSON to a XML format, and we will see what are the steps that we have to take if we have to do a join. That we will start in about a minute's time.
So the Spark has the capability of printing the schema of whatever the CSV we are giving as an input.
That's correct. So there's a method called as print schema. So that is the way how you will be able to get the structure. So what we're doing is, it will typically, most of the data files, we will have the column headers, because we're talking about structured data, right? So that is the way how the schema is automatically picked up.
Okay, so it's data set only applies to structured data? No.
That's correct. No, when we talk about Spark SQL, that is, SQL can be done only on structured data, right? So we always talk about structured data.
Okay,
In
so
Spark
if I
code,
have
sorry, go ahead.
No, if I have unstructured data, then I won't be able to use the Spark SQL.
No, you can't. You'll have to use the normal Spark RDD.
RDD, okay, got it.
That's correct.
And also we can do transformation using RDD as well, right? That's what we saw.
Yeah. So we saw earlier, right, using transformations and actions. But then the advantage of Spark SQL is that it uses the Catalyst API, it uses the other APIs, and it is much more faster and a better way of doing it. So if you look at the banking domain, it is typically still structured data. So that's the crux.
Oh, okay. So the NoSQL, whatever we this is for my understanding, but whenever there is NoSQL comes into picture, we don't have the structured data, or do we really have it?
No, we don't have the structured data. Like, for example, when we talk about HBase, so we typically say rows and columns, right? Whereas in HBase, we have got something called as a column family, which will have a set of columns, and inside that the records will be there, you know. So it is a completely unstructured way of doing things. If we talk about NoSQL, specifically HBase. Yeah, when we talk about Mongo and others, it is still some structure to it. Yeah. Still there will be some structure to it.
Okay, still this Spark SQL can be applied on those database data.
Yes, you can do that. So that's something that I'll be showing you tomorrow, how we can upload the data that we have created onto Mongo.
Okay, got it. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
thank you.
because I think there's a project that is coming up where Mongo would be used in an example. So they specifically wanted me to just cover up that example. So that's what I was asking yesterday. If you're using some specific version, but then one of our colleagues was using it, and he said that it's using something called as Cosmos, which is a customized version of .NET, you know. So
exactly.
Plain Mongo, you know.
Okay, no problem. But that is Cosmos, which is of Microsoft.
That's right.
So
yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure. So guys, about 11:48 this time, it will be about 11:20 your time. So now let's move on and see how do we create a union of these two counties. So let's go back and check what is the way how to do that. So let me scroll up. So now we are going to combine both this data frames. So primarily when you say data frame, so that is actually converted into a data set in your Java way of doing things. So it's still a data set only, okay? So we are combining two data sets in a SQL union-like way to get a bigger data set. This will allow us to perform some analytics on multiple data points. So that's the advantage of combining it. So this is how it would be. we have got our Durham data set in the form of a JSON file, and we have got our Wakefield data set. We will do the ingestion and we will do the transformation, convert that into a data frame, then union that result so that the resulting data frame can be displayed or can be given further down in the hierarchy so that they can be used for some further processing. So we can reuse most of the code that I wrote for ingestion and transformation. However, to perform a union, we will have to make sure that the schemas are strictly identical, or else you'll have multiple columns that will come, and that would not be a right way of doing it. So for a complete union, we will have to keep the columns as the same. So this is the diagram which pictorially shows us how the union would be done. So see over here, you can see that we have got our Wake County restaurant. We will delete some of the records and convert that into a data frame. Similarly, from Durham, we will delete some of the data and convert that into a destination data frame. And then we can join both of them, friends. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So let's go down and see. So imports are same. To make it easy, Spark session instance is a private member that we have initialized in the start method. The rest is there in 3 methods what we have. So what do? We have got a build Wake restaurant data frame, which builds the data frame containing all the restaurants in the Wake County. Similarly, we have got a function called as build Durham restaurants data frame, which will create a data frame from all the restaurants that we have in the Durham County. And the combined data frames, we will combine both the data frames using the standard SQL-like join frame. Okay. So note that when you drop a parent column in the built Durham restaurants data set, all the nested columns below that is also dropped, friend. So we have to be careful about that. When you drop a column, all the nested columns will also be dropped. So the nested columns under the fields and the geometry fields are dropped as soon as you drop the parent. So when you drop off the fields column, all the subfields like risk, sweat, savage, everything will be dropped. So in case if you want some of the data, you will have to move the data out of the data set so that when you drop the top level column, all the subfields will automatically get dropped. So now you have got 2 data frames which will have the same number of columns, and you can union them using the combined data frame method. So please remember, when we are doing a union, it can be done in 2 ways. A standard union function, and there is a union by name function also. So the union method does not care about the name of the column, it will just consider the order of them. So it is always union column 1 from the first data frame with the column 1 from the second data frame, and move on to the sub-level columns regardless of their names. After some transformative operations, when you create new columns, rename or dump or combine them, it will be very difficult to remember if they are in the right order. Please remember, if the fields do not match, it may result in some inconsistent data. At a worst situation, the program will stop. So on the other hand, if I say union by name, it will match the columns by name, which is far more safer than the standard union function. So that's why we are going to use union by name. Note that both methods require the same number of columns on both the sides. Another important thing that you'll have to remember is when you load a small less than 128 MB dataset in a data frame, Spark will create only 1 partition by default. Okay. However, in this scenario, Spark creates a partition for the CSV based dataset and 1 for the JSON based dataset, because these are 2 separate files. The 2 datasets in 2 distinct data frames will give you at a minimum 2 separate partitions, 1 for each one of them. Joining them will create a unique data frame, but it will rely on the 2 original partitions. You can try to modify the example by playing with repartition if you want, okay, and see how Spark creates the partitions. But then that's an optional thing. The prime purpose is to just form a union of both the data sets. So when we say a data frame is a data set, you can have data set of almost any POJO, that is plain old Java object, but only the data set of rows that is data set row can be called as a data frame also. So hence data frame and data set would be treated as synonymous if the object that is stored in it is called as a row. And yesterday we saw something called as tungsten, right? So it has got a very efficient storage called as the tungsten storage. But then that is not what is the case with Pojo. So yesterday we saw the difference between our all the three things. What is a RDD? What is a data frame? And what is a data set? We had 8 differences what I have displayed. So at any point of time, if you're not clear as to what it is, a very strong suggestion would be to look at those things to see what they are. So this is what we are going to do. So now let's have a look at the code to see what we are going to do in the code. So create a data frame union app, call the start method, set the logger like what we have done earlier. Hey, let me pause over here. Yeah, tell me, Mati, you had a question?
Yeah. So have you ever discussed about the tungsten in the earlier session of today? Because if I missed, I can go ahead and look into the document.
No, we didn't do today. We had seen it yesterday, my dear. So let me show
yeah,
that
but
to
yesterday you mentioned that it uses tungsten data storage, but will you be explaining more about that? What is that storage is about?
Let me explain that real quick. So it uses tungsten, and it uses one more component. Once again, let me go down to that particular line. I'll show that to you. No worries on it. So let me go back. Yeah, here it is. Data frame, data set. After the 8 differences is where I normally, yeah, there we go. So it uses something called as tungsten and catalyst. I'd explain what is a catalyst, the way how the flow happens. Internally, it will use the tungsten. So this is what is the link, what is suggested for talking about tungsten. So let me open that particular link. So what it does is it uses more like a C programming, a very appliance or an instrument-based way of doing things. So tungsten is the way how we store the data, everything into the actual device. So we are going towards a little bit towards when we talk about our applications like your warehousing applications. So when we say Teradata and all that, Teradata is both software and hardware related, right? So that is what is this thing talking about. So Project Tungsten was an API what they had created so that it will be closer to bare metal, because when we are talking about bare metal, that is where you will get the best optimizations for frame. So that is what we are talking about tungsten over here, dear. So not really anything
to use. Oh, okay. To use tungsten, Apache Spark provides some API to store the data into it, or where the space actually is. It's an external memory.
No, it is actually a part of it. So whenever you use a Spark SQL, okay, it by default uses tungsten for doing this, friend. So both your tungsten and the other component that I had mentioned, just once again, that was a catalyst, is used by default. So whenever you use Spark, both these things are always there, my dear. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. And just one more thing. This brings us to another question that was there in the mind. So let me just ask you that right now. So this is going to be version 2 of what we are doing, playing with the, which was the county that I was talking about, Durham. Okay, in the version 2 we saw playing with the Durham County and convert the JSON based into a default structure. And then in the version 3 of the document, we are joining both the first one, that is Wake County, and then the Durham County. The Wake County and the Durham County. Let me give a space over here. The Wake County and the Durham County, and see the joined results. Okay, so because I just wanted to make it very explicit in the document, so that's what it is. So the reason what I wanted to ask you is, Spark can be developed in multiple languages. Spark can be developed in multiple languages. So I said that it is written in Scala. Then of course it supports Scala for doing it. Then you can also work with the Java way of doing it. You can also work with the Python way of doing it. And you can also work with the R way of doing it. So now tell me, if I look at RDD, which of these would be the fastest for doing it, friend? Out of the four languages, which will be the fastest?
Scala or Python or DD, right?
No, it will be Scala and Java, because Scala also converts that into a bytecode and then do it, right? Which will be the fastest. So it will be Scala and Java. So after that, if you talk about Python, what would actually happen when we talk about Python? Will it be slow or will it be fast? And why, my dear friends?
Which one will be?
No, Scala and Java is the fastest, no doubt about it, friend. What about the other language like Python, and then we talk about R? What will happen in these languages when we want to run it here? Will it be at the same speed or will it be slow? What do you feel?
With Spark, it shouldn't. I mean, the speed wouldn't be that much. I mean, wouldn't be that much difference between the languages, because Spark architecture itself is different. But when it comes to the language, obviously Scala and Java are faster, I would guess.
What you're saying is partially correct for Spark SQL, Sharad. But when I talk about an RDD, there would be a big difference, my dear. What he said was close to Spark SQL, and we'll come down to that in the next stage. But at the primary stage, when we have got it as an RDD, what will happen there? How will Python compile? So Python uses a internal language. Okay, so just one second, I need to open up my document. Suddenly I forgot what is the name of the tool. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, I remembered it right now. So I don't know if you have heard about it. There is something called as Py4j. Okay, that is called as Python for Java. Okay, so what does Python use internally is it will internally use the Py4j compiler and convert that into a Java-based JVM code and then run it. So that's why that will be slower. And when we talk about R also, it will, R, I haven't worked with it, but then I know that it will compile it into a intermediate language, and hence that will also be slow, friend. Language, and hence that will also be slow. Okay, that was from the RDD perspective. Now from the Spark SQL perspective, what do you feel, friends? All the four languages, which will be fastest and which will be slowest? Does it make a difference in the language itself, friend, or it doesn't make a difference? Yes, folks, what do you feel?
Again, Scala and Java should be the fastest one, because it reads and stores the data in object, and it will be easy for doing the translation.
No. That is at the RDD level. But when we talk about Spark SQL, all the languages will be of the same speed. Okay, because we have got Catalyst and the tungsten operator. All the languages will be of the same speed. Okay, as it internally uses the Catalyst and the tungsten components. So in case if you want to work with Catalyst, there is a very good link that you can go for. I'll just show that here. So primarily, if you want to work with Spark, I don't know if you have heard about, there is a gentleman called as Madhukar Pathak. Okay, he is very, very popular in his line of work. So his company is called as Data Mantra. And if you search for Data Mantra and Spark Catalyst, see, this is what is his first video, and he's also got one more video. Let's go down. Yeah, there it is. This is the anatomy of the Spark Catalyst. So please watch this video. Whenever you see a deep dive, he really goes in depth and tries to cover this. Okay, so we have worked together on a couple of projects. So I know about his way of communication and the way how he teaches and he communicates. So watch this video. It is a fab video, friend. So let me just copy the link location. I'll put it for you over here. And the second one, I'll just copy it and I'll share it with you. If you look at this Data Mantra site, there are lots of videos what he has already given. So whenever you get some time, please look at it, friend. So let me just copy the link location of that too. And sorry, I'll paste it over here. Okay, so these are the two videos that you can look at. So the following are Madhukar Pathak's video. Pathak's video on Spark, and he runs a organization called Data Mantra. Okay, you can look at Data Mantra and see a lot of news with regards to the company. Okay, so that will talk more about Catalyst and those components here. So that's why I just brought up this concept so that you will come to know about it. Okay, let's move on to what we were doing, friends. So yeah, so I hope I have given you the answer, friend. We spoke about the tungsten also. Yeah, tell me, Sean, you had a question?
Yeah, so in the combined data frames method, we do the I'm looking at the combined data frames method.
Okay.
So I'm curious to know a couple things. What is the action method there? The method.
Okay. So combined data frame is a user-defined method. See here. So that's a user-defined method where I have got these two data sets, and union by name is the default transformation what you have, which will union the data frame 1 and data frame 2. So if you look at union by name, that is actually a transformation. So it only creates a data set. When you call an action on it, that is like show, that is the time when it gets evaluated. It's not a action by default, friend. Make sense?
Yep, that's okay. That's what I thought. And then what is this RDD sub method? What is that?
Yeah, so whenever you want to have partitions, you can get that only on the RDD object. So data frame is a level of abstraction on top of the RDD. Okay, so that's why we are saying data frame.rdd.partitions. Remember when Brandon has asked that question when we were trying to print it out, we always said df.rdd because the partitions method is something that is very close to the RDD. Okay, data frame is a level of abstraction on top of that, my dear. So if I want to use partitions, I'll have to go down to the convert that into an RDD and then call partitions. That's why we are doing it like this, Sean.
It's like an unboxing or
kind of thing. Yep. You'll go down to the lower level of abstraction and then call the function. That's what it is, dear. Okay.
Yeah.
Now
so
cool.
Normally
Sorry.
you would probably return the data set, right? In a method like this, not necessarily.
The first point that you'll have to remember is by default it is a data frame, but since we are working with Java, we don't have anything called as a data frame word typically. Whenever we say data frame, it is actually using data set. I'll be talking a little bit more about this in my document today. So I'll be just showing you where that will be coming, and we can discuss it at that particular point also. So I'm going to show you a way. See, this is, in fact, after this example, that's what we are going to do. We are going to create a simple data, and that's what I said I'll be doing. So see over here, friend. The second example is we will convert an array to a data set and then convert it back to a data frame again, and then do some transformations on it. So for us, it will primarily be a data set only. But then there is a 2DF method which will convert an array to a data frame directly. See, the data frame is a subversion of my data set. That means a lot of methods are not there in that. Data set is used only by Python and Scala languages because, apologies, Scala and Java languages. Whereas the non-object oriented programming technique, that is Python and R, does not have anything called as a data set. It has got only a data frame kind of an object. So if you want to summarize, data frame is the standard way of doing it. Because we are using Java and Scala as a way of doing things which is object oriented, we are calling that data frame as a data set. That's it, Sean. So that would be the broad difference. Make sense?
Yeah, I didn't. I was just wondering about the performance. So the line that actually does all the work is the show, right?
So if you look at the performance, the data set will give you a better performance on structured data than the RDD. Okay, so hold on. Let me show you a diagram which will make it clear for you.
I just was asking about the difference between transform and action again.
True. Hey,
I'm asking.
that is okay. Just one second. So just to make it very clear, when we talk about Spark Core, we are primarily talking about an RDD, and in that we have transformations and actions. So just to summarize it, you know that transformations means I'm converting it from one RDD to another. We also know that RDDs are lazily evaluated. We also know that RDDs are lazily evaluated, and actions is the way how the execution would happen. So when I say execution, when you want to print out something or do something, that is what is via an action. So transformation is just transform it, but nothing gets evaluated. When I want to print it or when I want to evaluate that particular object, that is what is called as an action frame. Clear until now, dear? Sean, are you clear on these two concepts?
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure that, I mean, I'm just asking if I were building a system, I wouldn't want to necessarily show in the middle of this thing because it would slow things down, right?
No, don't worry, friend, because see, even yesterday I was looking at it. So whenever somebody is asking a question, it's better that we clear that question, thrash it out, and then keep it on the side, my dear, because that would be a better way, because that person will continuously be there in doubt. It's not going to slow me in anything, friend, because we've got a set of things to do, and with more number of people, that's why I said that I would need 5 days. Ideally, this would be a 4-day kind of a thing. I said, no, we need 5 days in case there are questions and all that. So no question on that, friend. Be clear on it, because whatever you're learning, once you're clear on it, that solves the whole thing, Sean. That's what I look at it, friend. So I'm just trying to explain. So is the first part clear, whatever I said right now? So that is from the Spark core part of it, what we did on day 1 and day 2, friend. Then when we talk about the new way, that is Spark SQL way of doing it, that is where we have got something called as a data set coming into picture, right? So when I say data set, the data set is internally a data frame itself. Okay, and what is the main difference between a data frame and a RDD frame? And this applies for everybody, friend. So can anyone tell me what is the difference between a data frame and a RDD?
Data frame will can have the schema attached.
Very good, brilliant. Just one second. I forget the name, I'm sorry. Sharat, thank you, brilliant.
Yeah.
So the biggest difference, Sean, is what is the difference between what is data frame and its difference from a RDD. So this is the main difference. So a RDD is nothing but a set of rows and columns, and it is internally shown as an array, or shown and stored as an array. Okay, array of objects. Whereas when we talk about a data frame, since it's a SQL way of doing it, hey, not a data frame, data set in Java, okay, or a simple data frame. So be careful. It's a SQL way of doing it. The only new thing what it has got is it also has a schema. Okay. In addition to the schema, it will also have a set of rows and column objects. Okay. So that is what is a data frame. So when we talk about Spark SQL, we will always talk about a data frame. But since we are talking about Java and Scala, that has got a higher level of abstraction and more functionalities and more functions are given to us. And that is what is called as a data set. So in your Java, we will never use anything called as a data frame. We will always use it in the form of a data set. So this is the
One more
comparison
difference.
between. So, sorry, Martin, can you repeat it?
Yeah, one more difference is that we just discussed, right? RDD will work with unstructured data, whereas data set or data frame will work with structured data.
Structured data, that's correct. Because I said a schema and a rows of columns, what you said is exactly right. Your RDDs can be of structured or unstructured type of data. Whereas when I talk about a data frame or a data set, I will continue with the word data set. Data set will be of only structured type of data. We don't really work with semi-structured or unstructured. If you have got that, you have to go back to the lower level and work with RDDs, Sean. So this is a broad difference. Does it make sense on trying to put it in this fashion?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, so this is what you would have to know so that you will understand it. So just wanted to show one thing to you, because since the session is going to be recorded, it will be helpful to you. At any time, you can go ahead and see that. So just give me 1 second. Just want to show one more thing, and then we will move on. Won't take more of your time, but then this is necessary because it will give a value add to what you're doing. So if we are talking about Python and Scala, okay, so I've got this example so that you will come to know what it is. Double click it. Let me do it once again. Okay, so it should open up a PDF, and yeah, let me open it once again using a Word. So open with Firefox, that's better. Yeah, now it comes, and it would need a password. So there we go. So this is what is my structure on it. So see over here. What is Spark SQL? It's a module built on top of Spark code. It gives you a programming abstraction for processing large-scale data. Data in data frame is a set of rows and columns, and of course you have got a schema of doing it. And there are two ways how I can play with my Spark SQL. You can write your SQL queries. Remember I told you yesterday when we did our implementation of moving away from your relational data, that is databases, and getting into Spark, we did something called as a SQL way of doing it, and the higher abstraction is called as data frame. So this is what you need to know. And this is the last one. So a data frame is inspired by the name data frame in your R, and in Python you had something called as pandas. So what it means is it is nothing but a set of rows and columns and schema also associated with it. So a data frame is organized into a set of named columns that is called as row. Yesterday also you saw that row in our data set in the square brackets, right? So you saw this row. So that is what is the way how data set will work, my dear. So this was just a deep dive into whatever we discussed so that your doubts are clear. So at any point of time, friends, if you have got some doubt, please ask a question so that at least we can get it clarified here. So that's the whole point. I hope it will be a little bit better right now. So in case if you're still confused with some things, you can drop me an email at any time and I'll try to give you a detailed thing, or we can get into a quick 10 minutes call to understand things also, Sean. So feel free at any point of time, friend. Okay, thank you. Let me close that. So this was just as a brief thing, good for the others also, in case if you have any doubt. So now let's move on to, let me close my day 3 and let's continue on with my day 4. Okay, so I think I explained to you the complete way of converting, right? Yeah, that's it. We were talking about it. So let me go back. This was the example where the complete code was there. Yeah, I spoke about tungsten. That's where Marty had a question and we went on in that track. Let's come back again. So we have got 3 functions. There is a function called as build wake restaurants data frame. There's a function called as build Durham restaurants data frame. And then there is a combined data frame where I combine both of them. These are all standard methods that I'll be calling. Then in my start, as usual, I'll get my logger. I think I will explain it with my diagram. That would be better. I mean, from my Eclipse environment, that would be better. So I start with my Spark data frame union app. Then I go ahead and see this. So one more thing. This is for this one, Sharat. So see, Sharat, if I have got 2 applications running, see what am I doing over here? I'm just saying Spark session as Spark, and then I'm saying this dot Spark is equal to Spark session dot builder. So what are we doing here is, if this object is already created, I will get a handle of it called as Spark, because I am not going to create, this is not new. So if an object is already created, I will simply continue doing that, because I remember this is what I had done it in my example also. So once I get that code, I can show that, but then this is at a higher level just to show you. I didn't say new specifically. So if it is already created, I will get a handle of that. If not, I'll create it, Sharath. Okay, so that's how I am doing it over here. This is a union of 2 data frames, and we have got 3 methods. That is build my wake restaurant data frame, Durham restaurant data frame, and then call my combined data frame. First, let's look at build and then talk about the combined. So this is what is my build wake restaurant data frame. So I said this dot spark dot read. It's a CSV file. It has got headers, and I will read it from my location over here. See, I have got my wake county over here. Then I will say what is my width column. I would want to change it. We will do all the necessary transformations, etc. And then I will return my DF over here. So the data set that is going to come up is what is the DF object. Okay.
So
Similarly,
lit means it's a default or something.
which one, dear?
Lit, LIT.
No, lit is literal. I explained that last time, right? It's a literal.
Okay.
Yeah. So over here, friend, see here. So if you look at this, I explained that in the functions class, we have got a lit, right? So it's actually literal. Convert that into a column object, friend.
Okay, so it is going to put that column as a wake.
Yeah, it is going to concatenate that and convert that as a literal. So let's go to the example to see where we are doing this. So we have got the county. So it's going to convert the wake into a literal and the object that was there into the type called as county, friend. Because county also we are going to do it down below, and see, I'm going to convert that into a data set, right? So I will take my county, add a comma between it, first the state, then underscore, then county, then underscore, and I will convert that into a data set frame. The same thing what we did earlier. I'm doing the same thing over here, Sharat. Okay?
Got it. I did not follow last time. Sorry. Thanks.
That's okay. No worries. So this is for the wake restaurant data frame. Similarly, we have got our Durham restaurant, and the same logic what we did last time. We are seeing all of that. Okay, we are not playing with partitioning at all over here. So once those two things are done, then we are combining the data frame. See, there is a method called as union by name. Remember, I told you union versus union by name. So this is what is unioning the data frame. We show the 5 results from it, and we simply say what is the total number of records what we have. That means it will add both my weight and my dirham data set, and we will have the total count of it. And we will see the print schema so that it is as per a proper structure. Then we are just seeing what is the partitions that we are having for it, and simply calling the partition count. So this covers up the complete aspect of where we started off today. So we had our individual Wakefield and county. Now we are successfully joining both of those things. So let me simply run this. You will have to go ahead and take that code. The complete code is what is given to you. Please take the code, run this, and ensure that you get the consolidated result. So that is what would be the target till lunch. Once you finish, then we will go ahead and explain the data set and a data frame with multiple other examples. Okay, so this is where we have to run it yourself and see where we are. It's about 11:55 your time, guys. So I'll give you about 15 minutes to finish this, and let's see where we are at around 12:10, 12:15. Okay. Hey, go ahead, Marty. You had a question?
Yeah. Yesterday, Sharat had one question related to how to get the persistence of DB, right? Like you remember, is it resolved by any chance? Because I found one way.
The cache, right? The cache.
Yeah, we define an RDD in one of the class and how to get that RDD out, right? Like even after persistence.
It's a cache.
That's right. So that will be cached and persist on that. So after we wrapped up, I and Sharat was talking. So I said that I will get the code what I have used over there in my JP project. So that is there based out of New York. So I had spoken to the friend. So he said he's already reached home by that time, because they are 3 hours ahead of us, right? So when we finished off, he has already gone home. So he said that today he will go back and he will send it to us. So during lunch, I will shoot a mail to him once again and see whether that is done, friend. So
no, actually, I found a way. Like I think the way which I found, like spark context.get persistence RDDs, which will give you the map of RDDs which is available. I just want to understand whether this is the right way or.
Once again, dear. So we will actually go ahead and see that. Okay, you have just mentioned it over there. Spark context persistent RDDs. No, frankly speaking, I have done it almost about 2 years back, and I don't remember what is the way how I have done it. But then the broad context is, if we are having a Spark context where multiple applications will be running, Mati, so I don't have to instantiate it every time.
No, the Spark where when we create the session, right? Session Spark, we will be giving the application name as well, right? If the application is already there, in our example also we have Spark session.builder.app name.master, right? We are giving all those details and then getting the Spark session. From that Spark session, we can get the context and get the persistence RDD.
Okay, once again, frankly speaking, I don't recollect if this is the way how I had done that. Just once again. Okay, hold on. That's right. So this is what it's talking about, persistent RDD. Let me just go back and see. Yeah, this talks about the same thing. So let me just go back and see if this method is there. Hold on. Control F. Control V. We have to just search the get persistent RDDs. Get. No, I don't think so. It is over here. So let me just check it up. So best thing is during our lunch break, I'll just quickly ping him and check if he has got that, and if he can share only that part of the code so that I can actually show how this can be done, friend. Okay,
okay. Yeah, sure. I just Thank you.
Just see where you got that, and if you have got some other examples on it, so that is what will help us out to see how this can be done here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. She's given an example also. Okay.
Yeah. So Spark session, this is how we build. Once we get that Spark session, then Spark context we can get. But I don't know how to test this. This is the one which I found it myself when I go through
No, even I had done it in SQL only, because even with JP, it was all structured data. So it was with SQL only what we had done. So what I'll do is, yeah, got it in the chat. So during my break, I'll just try to run this example and see with the multiple sessions where I get it or not. So that should solve the problem if this can be done there. Okay?
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, friend. So now let's go back and let me run the code so that we can see the whole thing, friend. You can go ahead and create the code and please run it, folks. So I'm just going to run this real quick. Okay, so you can see that it has got a combination of both the records, and it has got partitioning too, because we have got one partition for the first RDD and one for the second one. Okay, so this is how you should see the output once you finish up with it, friends. So please go ahead and try it and look at the code and ensure that you have understood it, friends. Thank you. Hey, great, Vishwanath. He finished it. That's good.
Sure.
And others, please let me know in case if you have any question. I won't hamper too much, but then if there is some doubt what you're having, we should get that clarified here. Okay, this applies to everybody, friends. Thank you. Great, Sean. Even Sean finished it. Sharat, that's nice. Baki also done. Just give a couple of minutes more for the others to finish. Igor has done. Thanks, folks. Thank you. Venkatena Pesan has also finished it. I'll just give you about another 3 minutes to finish off with this, and then look at what we have to do by trying to convert a array into a data set and then into a data flow. So this was one example of how we can work with a business life kind of a scenario and then continue with it.
So Venkat, this is Sharat. So when you say union by name, so it's going to match all the column names.
That's correct.
But the column name with the lit is one is wake and other one is.
No, it is not wake. We have changed that, my dear. So let's go down and look at it. It was wake. We changed that to. Okay, sorry. From here, we changed that to a literal wake, and we had changed that to something else. So that was only the county column. What was important for us is all of these things. So look at the column names. So it would summarize with the dataset ID, friend. So if you see over here, just one second.
Okay, so those columns that don't match, it doesn't care. It doesn't
care.
Okay.
So so this is the structure, friend. So this is how it was there in the old one, and this is the common columns, and we have to see how it matches. what you can do is that's why I deliberately printed about 5 records so that you can see how those 5 records have come, and I've deliberately printed the structure of it also so that you will come to know what is the structure in which it is coming. So after joining, it picked up only the joined columns. It picked up from the dataset ID. See, it picked up only these columns, what was there in the joined structure, my dear.
So
What
now,
I've
now that
highlighted.
we read from CSV, one data frame from CSV, one from JSON.
JSON, that's correct.
Okay, okay. So are we doing any Parquet also?
Yes,
No?
yes, we are doing Parquet. So see
Okay,
over
okay.
here, this is what I have given it in the list today. So we will, let's come down. There we go. So we will be talking about the various file formats. So we will talk about Avro, ORC, and Parquet also.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yes.
I had another question about the build wake restaurants data frame method.
Okay, sure, mate. Go ahead.
So line 67, where we're adding the concatenated column.
You're talking about the Union app, data frame Union example?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, you're right there.
Okay.
So,
I'm actually dropping the column, my dear. These 3 columns, I'm dropping it.
Okay, it's 67 on my screen. So the next line.
This one, okay.
Yeah. So did we have to make that a separate statement because
yes, we had to make it as a separate statement wherein we are saying that the ID is a concatenation of all of these things. That's what we're doing over here. Right. So the ID column, what we are having, it's a concatenation of the state, the underscore county, and it will and underscore this dataset ID. So if you see the actual output, just give me 1 second. Let me go back over here and let me show this ID. The last column that we are seeing, that is a combination of my 3 things. So it's a 67, you said, yeah, this one. So it's a combination of the state, underscore the county, and underscore what is the value of the dataset ID. So you see over here, the dataset ID was this number, okay, 040, and the same number is what is shown to me over here. So just wanted to prove in one column, it's a combination of 3 things, my dear. That's what I was trying to show in that example.
Right.
Makes
but
sense?
So what's interesting though is that it was able to pull up the literal wake, right? So
1 second. Okay, just 1 second. If
you
you look at
assign-
state,
you
let's look
assign
at
the literal wake to county in the same.
wake was the second one, my dear. See here, the wake literal, that was the second one. Okay, so if you look over here, first was the state, that was North Carolina, underscore. The second one was a county, and that is how it picked up the wake, friend. See here. And then there was another underscore, and then it was the ID.
I know, I got that. What I'm saying is that isn't there an order of execution issue that this definition of the column had to be created before or after the first definition of the column of county?
1 second. I think what we are trying to say is, let me just go down. So when I created this data frame, say that this is what the columns is, and in the same definition, after that, I'm just adding to that by saying df is equal to df dot so and so. So that means it is all happening at the same time. I first finish the first one so that I will get the execution of some variables, and then I added this one, the with column, and that is the reason why this came as the last column for me. See the execution of it? It did all these columns.
I'm saying that's important. It's important that that be the last thing you do because you're concatenating columns that
That's true. So that's the reason why after finishing off with this with column, and that's the reason why I did it after that, because when I do this, if I take this up somewhere, I haven't converted that this thing counting into a literal wake, right? So it won't show me the right result. It is just the order of execution.
Yep.
So from top to bottom, that's
Yep.
all what we're doing here, dear.
Yep. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, sure. So others, I presume you would have done this by now, friend. It's about 12, 10 year time. So just wanted about 5 minutes of your time in trying to cover up the next phase that we are going to do. So what we have done is in the morning session, we have finished off with the first aspect, a detailed example of taking two data sets, converting them into a structure via transformation so that we could join them. Okay, one of them was an XML file, one of them was a CSV file, and the second one was a data set. Second one was a JSON file frame. Now we are going to see how do we convert an array to a data set and then back to a data frame. How do I convert between data frames and data set? Remember yesterday when I said about these terms, I said that data set has got a way how you can convert that back into an RDD, whereas if you convert it into a data frame, from data frame, you have got no way how you can go back to an RDD, right? So that is what is the strength of the data set object. So we are just going to see the first phase of it right now, and after the break, we'll come back and we will re-execute it. So let me go down to that example. Let me just write it down over here. This is finished. We saw this also. So this was the end of our exercise number 20, and we'll start with 21 right now. This was the end of the first exercise 20. Just once again, exercise 20 of today, and we will just start with the next one. So let's understand what it is. Let me go back to my Word document. Let me scroll down. We saw this example, and yeah. So what we're going to do right now is let's look at how do we create a very simple data set in string, and that's what I'm going to just explain right now. This will illustrate how do we use data sets using simple objects that we're familiar with, a simple string object, and we will see how you can create complex objects also. So we have got a function called as array to dataset add. Then in that, we will get a logger instance and we will call get or create. Then I have got a simple string, okay, which is of a list of strings, and I hard code it with some standard values. And then I will call my arrays.asList, which will pass the string array, convert that into a list object, okay, and it will contain individual string elements. And that is what I am going to pass it on to my create data set. So remember yesterday also we saw that from a data frame to a data set, what you have is an encoder. Okay, so encoder is something new that we have. So let me just open up that portion of yesterday's code. Just once again. Sorry, I should click on open. And let's go to day 3. This is something that we saw yesterday. Maybe this would have been overlooked yesterday, but it's a good time to just look at that and try to see the importance of it. Yeah, this is the one wherein we are talking about RDD and a data set. So I have spoken over here that there would be, there we go. So if you see the data format of it, your data frame works with only structured data, and it organizes data in the named column, and it allows Spark to manage the schema. That's correct. Dataset also efficiently processes structured data only. It represents data in the form of JVM objects of row or collection of row objects. See here, which is represented in tabular formats or forms through encoders. So you have an encoder API that is going to be crucial over there, friend. So this is what I'm referring to over here. And when I create a data set, the data is what is being passed, and the encoder that we have is a simple string object, string class. That's what I meant. Okay, so in encoders, you have got the numeric variables of various types. So I specify what type it is, and then I will simply call a show and then call the print scheme of it, friend. So once you go ahead with it, this is what it will give us. Encoders are helpful to build the data set for conversion, friend. And if you look at the total value of it, so since everything is in the form of a data set, by default, you will have the column value, column name as value. That will be the default name that you would see. And since this is a data set, everything is coming to us. There is only one column, which is of type string, and it is going to be nullable, friend. So to use the extended methods of the data frame versus data set, you can convert a data set into a data frame by calling the toDF method. But see here, the return type is not a data frame. It is actually a data set of row objects. I created a data set before, right? See here, data set of string objects. Okay, so now you will understand the difference, friend. The moment we say it is of type row object, then that would be actually be a data frame. Okay, but then we can't write anything called as a data frame in our Java class. So we will continue to use something called as a data set API only, but then the method that we will call is called as row. And then I will call show and print. So see here, you will have to, for this, we will have to import this row, and this is the particular class that we will have to do. Okay, so this is where we will pause right now. So after the break, once you come back, it's about 12:15 your time. At 1:15, once you come back, please try this example, okay, so that you can do this. And then these are all some additional ways what we will do. And once you're back, I will go through the whole thing. See over here, how we can convert a CSV to a data set book to a data frame app. So the complete end-to-end, converting it from a CSV file, that's an array, to a data set book. And finally, we will convert that to a data frame. So I'll explain all these things once we come back here. Okay, so let's take up a quick break. It's about 12:15 your time, and we have stopped till here. So if you want to, if you come up a little bit early, please go back and try to see what are the additional things that we will be doing in this example. And once we finish with all these things, okay, that is the end of the first big major chunk of what we did. Okay, so how to use a reasonably big example and see how the whole thing can be done. So this is a little bit lengthy, but then go ahead and try to finish it, friend. And then we will see the next set of examples. Okay, so take up a break and we will join again at around 1:15 your time, friend. So before I wrap up, any questions, my dear? If you have anything, now's the right time to ask. So we have got a little bit of a time today, friend. If not, we are good. That's perfectly fine. And we'll take up our lunch and we'll come back and join again at around 1:15, friend. Okay, not hearing anything. So that's good, friend. So let's take a break and we will see again back at 1:15 your time, friends. Thank you so much. If you have anything, feel free to put it in the chat window, either as a message to everybody or a message as personally to me. So once I look at it, I will answer it once I come back in some time, friends. Thank you. Hey, hi, folks. Back again. I hope all of you are back. Ashima, Brandon, you're back, friend. What about Sharat? Sean? Wow, nobody's back. Anybody here? If you're back, let me know, dear. Hey, great.
Yeah, it's Igor, I'm here.
Okay, great, Igor. Thank you. And even Maki is here. That's great. Thank you. Okay, sure. No worries, friend. So let's continue from where we had left off earlier, friend. So before lunch, we saw how we can convert a simple array into a data set. Okay, and we will print it out and see what should we do. what should we be doing further to see in case if we call the toDF method and then print it out. So while others are still supposed to come, let's quickly go ahead and then try this app, my dear. So let me go ahead to my example and see if the array to dataset app would work. So I have already, example 20 is what I will close. That's done. So let's start with our example 21. So we have got this array to dataset app. You can create a new project and new package and see that. So what I'll do is I will just go ahead and run this example and see what would be the output. You can actually try this out, friend, while others should be coming back. Thank you, friends. Then we have got a little bit larger example with a Pojo class that we can try with a books.csv also. So let's first run a very simple example of how to convert a list to a data set. There we go. Okay, you saw how we create a data set. Then we can call a toDF method and convert that into a set of row objects. That's a data frame. And if you see the output, you will see that there is no difference between both of them. Both of them are exactly the same. So that's what I want you to see, friends. Let's go ahead and quickly try this out so that we can see it. Thank you. I'll give you about 5 minutes so that we can quickly try this example. So let me list it.
Venkat?
Sorry. Yeah,
so,
tell me.
So if we are not having any difference, right? What in which case we will be converting if we have rows and columns, and if you want to convert that, no, in which case we will be doing this operation?
In fact, a data set, in fact, if you talk about Java, there is nothing called as a data frame. A data set is nothing but a set of row objects. Okay. That's what is there in Java. But then if you look at Python as a language, Python doesn't have anything called as data set at all. It has got only data frames. And so that's the difference. So just comparison between both of them to see what is possible, what is not possible is what we are saying. In general, if you speak about Java, data set has got, first of all, that's the only object what we have. And it has got little bit more operations as compared to a data frame. That is a data set with a row versus a data set of another object. It has got more operations. That is what the difference is, my dear.
Okay. So if we want to integrate Java with Python or something like that, we need to convert that to a data frame. In this case, we will be converting this way. That's what it is.
We will never convert that. We can't have Java and Python working.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But we need to have a use case, right? In which case we will be converting that to a data frame.
No. We would never be doing. See, this is just to show you what are the capabilities. We have got a simple array, trying to convert that and see what it is. But then the basic difference is that in Scala and in Python, yes, everything is a data set. We don't have a data frame concept. But if you go down to your Python, everything is going to be a data frame. So the difference is a data set of row objects are what are called as data frames. So that's what we are seeing in the example here.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. We had one more colleague also who was asking. I think it was, I don't recollect who it was. Was it you, Igor, who had asked me some question before Mati had asked me something?
No, not me.
Okay. So that's okay. Because somebody's hand got raised and then suddenly skipped it. That's okay. So let's quickly run this and reach up till here. And then we will go ahead and do the further work of creating a completely detailed example. I'll give you a couple of minutes more. Thank you. Okay, great, Sharat. Just a minute. So just mute your Akhil. There was a little bit of a noise. That's great. Thank you. Okay, great. A couple of you have done it. So I'll just write it here and then we will move on, dear. So got a confirmation from Sharath and from Venkata also. Thank you. That is Vishwanath, and even Venkate also, Natation also confirmed that. Thank you. So we will create the name of the object that we were using is array to dataset app. Array to dataset app, and confirm that when we do a 2df function, it will convert an array of row objects to a data frame. So to explain that to you further, my friend, just one second, just get the names correct, Yamaki. I'll show the code what we have it in Python so that you will be able to correlate. So just give me once again.
Sure.
Opening up the document using Firefox, because we have just got that example how to do that. So let me give in the passwords, all set. Let me go down and show that to you. Okay, it should be here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so see in this example, what we have is we have got something called as sc.parallelize, and I have got row objects. I have got Alice, I have got the age is 12 and the height is 80, and I have got another object called as Bob, 15 and 120. And this is actually, when I say parallelize, it will always return an RDD,
Yes.
and I can convert that RDD using the 2DF, and that will get converted into a data frame.
Oh.
So this is what would happen in a scripting kind of a code that is using Python. Okay, and we can also say I have got a set of objects which doesn't have a header at all. So I can use my SQL context object and call a create data frame function, wherein I pass the RDD which doesn't have headers. I just give the headers over here, and then it will convert that into a data frame, because only data frame has got a method called as show. So this is the way how we can do it in multiple ways in RDD. So let me just copy this and share it once again. What's happening? Let me copy it once again. Okay, Control C. I'll just put it in the documentation so that you would know that, okay, in other languages, yes, there is a difference between our two things. So, once again. Okay, so I'll remove this, create a data frame and use df from this. So import row is also another object. This is what is RDD, which is of type row objects. Just once again, single quotes won't come properly over here. So it's better to copy that from here. And let's go back to this code. Okay, I've got Alice. Sorry, Control Z. And I have got Bob. Sorry, let me paste it. Control C, Control V, Control V. Then in the next line, I will say RDD dot 2df. Put it up. Then I will say df dot show. That was the first example. The second example is let Spark SQL infer the schema using create data frame. So just once again, converting all of that to the proper objects. That's good. Just paste it in the next line. Yep, this is the first code, Control U, so that you'll come to know how we do that. And this is the second example I'll show you. And I will press enter over here. And using the create data frame function, you will be able to do this. And if I say df dot show after that, it will print it out. So just wanted to show that yes, in a normal this one Spark environmental variable, we don't have anything called as a data set. We only have got something called as data frame. Okay, so this was just to show.
Yeah, but we don't have a header set for data set as well, right? Like Venkat,
You can give a header in the parameter. When I say df dot show, it will actually show that to me. Here it will, this is the header. It will give
yeah.
me name, age, and height as the header frame.
So this is for Python. So in Java, the code in example 21.
No. In Java, there is no data frame at all. It is only called as a data set.
Okay, the DS, right? The data set for
That's
data
correct.
set. For data
That's
set,
correct.
the column name is not needed. But if we want to print schema is returning as nullable true. Oh, the header.
No. That is the individual value.
Yeah, got it. Got it.
Yeah, sure. So this is the way how we do this. Once again, the following is a Python example which creates a data frame, and we do not have anything called data set in Python. So just to give an example, you will be able to see that. Perfect, friends. So let me continue. Let me go back to the document. So we created our array to data set app, converted that into first a data set of type strings. And then we have got, we can put this also into our same code. I think that's what I also did. So see over here, we can put it in the same code. And when we run this, you would see that we will have two display of the two elements. So both of them are exactly the same. And when I say print schema also, both of them are same frame. So that's what we saw. So now let's continue. This is where we had stopped till our lunch. So we will learn how to convert a data set to a data frame and back. It is useful if you want to manipulate your existing POJOs and the extended API that are apply only to a data frame. Okay. So in the example, what we're going to do, we will read a CSV file containing books in a data frame. You will convert the data frame to a data set of books, and then we will move it back to a data frame. Although it sounds an obnoxious flow, you should be involved in these part of operations at various stages. Okay, in our environment of Spark, this could be a use case frame. So imagine the following use case. You have an existing book processor method in your set of libraries, arsenal of libraries. This method takes a book POJO and publishes it via APIs on some merchant websites like Amazon, Flipkart, or FNAC. You definitely do not want to rewrite this method just to work with Spark. You want to continue sending it to a book POJO. Using this, you can load a lot of books, store them in a data set of books, and when you're going to iterate over them using some distributed processing like Spark, you can to call your existing book processor method without any modification. So if you want to have this kind of a use case, let's go back and create another class. That class is going to be called as CSV to dataset book to your data frame app. So first step, this class implements serializable. So I've got a serial version UID. I have got a class called as book mapper, which implements a default map function, which will have a row, and the type of that row is what is called as a book. And then I have got a book. There is a call method which will take the rows as its parameter. So see how I create a book, and depending upon the book, I have got set of methods called as for ID, for the author ID, for the link, and for the title. Okay. Then I say my as a date and a string. I will say value as whatever is the release date or whatever is available in the book. And if it is not null, I'll convert it into a simple date format and set that as a release date. So a simple class for book mapper, which will work on the book, is what we are having over here. I'll actually show you the Pojo also. So first, let me show you the Pojo, then come back to the code here. So this is what is the Pojo. Just creating one more separate package called as Venkat1, and this is the class. I have got 5 variables. Appropriate getter and setter methods are given to us in the code. Okay, that's what we are doing. So I have got a Pojo. We have created our class called as book mapper. That's also done. And then in public static void main, I will instantiate and call the start method. As usual, get the logger, create an instance of the Spark session, and read that particular books.csv. So this is what the file would be. Just once again, let me go down to my day 4. And this is what is going to be books.csv. So let me open that with Notepad++. So I have got about 23 IDs of the books here. I have got an ID, author ID, title, what is the release date, and what is the link to that particular book friend. So if you go back to the example, I have kept all these things in my folder, books.csv, because this is how I will be ingesting that particular file friend. So let me just close the other apps, come back over here, and I infer the schema from the infer schema as true. And I do have a header, and that's why I've kept it also as true. And I will load the file name, and the file name is what I have given as books.csv. I just simply print out the books. Then I call my df.map. So that is what is my, when I say a df, it is a data set of row, and that's the reason I'm calling it as a data frame. We always call it as a data set, right? So deliberately, I'm calling it as a data frame in which I call the map. I will pass my book mapper. I will pass the encoder. Remember, when we did that, there is a use of an encoder over there. So that is what is going to be the book class. And then I will simply print out some values and then show it to you. So this is the way how we convert it into a normal data frame into a data set. See, first I created a data frame. Row objects means it's a data frame. And then I convert that into a data set. Then I will call my books DS, that is this one 2df, so that if you want, I can call it back into a data frame also. So just showing to and the back conversions over here. Okay. After that, adding a separate column to my data frame, calling it as the release date, and concatenating the 3 values in the release date. So I will be explaining what all of these expressions actually do, friend. Okay. And then again, having one more release date. And if I want to drop some column, I'm trying to show you how I can drop a particular column. And this will keep the books back into a data frame and simply print it out. So the objective of this whole thing is just to show you how easy is it for me to move from an array into a data frame. I moved it back into a data set and then moved back into a data frame. So just wanted to show those things to you. Okay, so that is what the code is about. So let me just go back and see, this is how the output of the code would be. Okay. And see over here, I'm giving some values of this just to show you what the code is going to do. When I say it as A, that is the order field. Order is the fields in the order in the file. When I say B over here, okay, let's go back. See, this is what is B. This is what is the release date. First is what is the order ID. This is what is going to be the release date. So this is seen as a string when we are passing it. Okay. Then we have got something called as C over here and D. So let's see what is C. C, the field are now alphabetically sorted. Okay, which is what is the Spark behavior. So this is the same thing what I showed it to you when I showed you the Python example, friend. So if you just look at this example and tell me, when I parallelized it, that means when it was an RDD, it was initially showing it as name, age, and height. Okay, but when I convert that into a data frame and then say show, what do you think is the way how this will be rearranged, friends? Will it still be showing me name, age, and height, or will it be in some different way, friends? What do you think will happen here, friends? Okay, no answer.
It'll look like a table.
Yeah, this will be a table, but it will auto align based on the lexicographic fashion. So age will come in first, friend. Okay, and that is what we are saying it in our example. This was a Python example, but even in Java, the same thing will happen. See here, the fields are now alphabetically sorted. So what did we do? First, we had our default fields, okay? And it was ID, author ID, title, release date, and link, okay? Then when we printed out these values, okay, you will see that it is going to be author ID which comes first. Initially, we had ID as the first, right? So you saw that how the fields are now sorted in a lexicographic fashion, which is the Spark behavior. And then in step number D, this is what is the individual values, what we are seeing. So you can see here, it is exploded. That means it's expanded as the components of a date when we convert that into from a data frame back into a data set. And the last one is what is going to be the E component. So this is what is it. This is what is going to be the current date. So you can look at the current date and see this is what is going to be the date of the day, how it will be printing. So see over here, the fields are sorted after you convert your data frame to a data set. This is not something that you ask the application to do, and it is a bonus because by default Spark sorts the fields frame. So many a time in Java or even in Scala, people ask, hey, do you have a example how the sorting of the fields happen? So we typically take an example and then show it to them. If we create it in an unsorted fashion earlier in RDD and then move it to a data frame or a data set, it automatically gets sorted. Okay. And over here, we are calling the union by name because if you're planning to combine data sets after that as the fields would have been shifted. So this is what is the data set object that we have earlier. That is a book object. That means it is still a data set. And you see how I'm using the book mapper and calling the encoders class. Then in the code, we will have a map method, which will go through every record in the data frame. It will call an instance of a class implementing the map function in our book mapper class. Please remember it is instantiated only once, whatever number of records that we will have to process. And it will return me a data set of book. That means it is going to return me a data frame. Okay, so data set of book, right? So it is what is going to be from a data frame, we are converting it back into a data set. Because if I say data set of row, that means that is what is called as a data frame in our other languages. So please understand the terminology. Whenever you see a row object, that is what is called as a data frame. Whenever you see some other object, that is what is called as a data set. Although it is always called as data set in Java frame. Okay, so that's the point you have to note. Then when you are implementing yours, make sure that you have the right signature and the implementation. This could be tricky. So this is what is the default class that we're doing. So trying to show you what we are going to do in our book mapper class. Remember this particular snippet of the code was there in our example. So just trying to show why we are creating this book mapper and what the use case of that is. Okay. Then we also need a simple POJO representing the book, which we had shown earlier, and we created this in a new package. Okay. Now, let's convert the data set back to a data frame to study this part of the mechanism. You will study an interesting case with the date, as the date is split in a nested structure. We are now ready to convert the data set to a data frame and perform a few transformations, like changing the date from this structure to some date column in your data frame. So 2DF is what converts the data set into a data set of row. That means internally it is going to be a data frame. So now what we need to do, we still have the date in a strange format. Okay, so we will have to transform the date to a string with a representation of date So that's what we will use it in the ISO or your ANSI format. So it is year, month, and date. So again, why are we having that format? Remember that years in Java start in 1900. So when I say 1971, it is 71. While if I talk about a particular year, it is going to be 104. Similarly, a month starts at 0. So when I'm talking about October month, that will be the 10th month of the year, and that is why it is 9. So using the Java methods, we will build up our date. And that is what we have done over there. So just giving you what each of the functions are doing over here, friend. So in the earlier case, it was just a list of dates. Now we are converting it into a proper format how I want it. And the last thing that we're doing, the expression static function will compute an expression and return a column. Please remember this expression. It can return, it can use a field name also. So the expression release date dot year plus 1900 will be evaluated, and the whole thing will be turned into a column containing the value. Okay, so that's how it will give you the answer. And same thing, the date as a string, you can convert it to a date using the toDate static function. Okay, so that's what we are doing over here. So one thing to note, hey, we are talking about data frames that looks to be very good. Is your RDD going to go away completely? Absolutely not, friend. So in spite of major efforts around the data frames, RDDs are still going to be there for a long time. Okay, so that is what is the core level, the base level, what it is being using. So there's a very good article which talks about RDDs, your data frames and data sets. We have seen 8 examples yesterday, right? So this is what is a good block that is there. So I'm just showing you that particular block, friends, so that you can actually see it. Let me just paste it, press enter on it. It's almost 3 years old. It came in 2016. Okay, so this is pretty useful, which will tell you by Jules Ramji. It will tell us what is the difference between all 3 of them and when I want to move it. So see, you may ask, are RDDs being relegated as a second-class citizens? Are they being deprecated? It's definitely no, friends. So RDDs are still going to be there, but we have got data frames, see, typed and untyped API, and we have got data sets also. And what is the benefit of the dataset API, and all of those things are mentioned over here. So take some time and read some of these aspects to look at it. Okay. So with that, let's go back and try this example so that we can see the whole thing. So 2 things you have to do. You'll have to create a class called as book. So I have given the complete book class for you over here. And you will have to create a class for the earlier one that is called as CSV to dataset book to data frame app. And please run this so that you can see what is the final output as. So it's about 1:45. So I'll give you about 10 minutes. Let's see in 10 minutes you're able to finish it or not. If not, then I can give you some extra time and we will go ahead with our next set of things, friends. So I'll pause over here. Please go ahead and create these objects. For me, I have already created the object. So I will just run this object and see, show you the output so that you can match your output with my output, friend. So it's about 1:45. So take about 10 minutes and please keep me updated in the chat window as to how the development is. Any questions, please go ahead and ask me, friend. Thank you. So you can see here how we are showing for the first time, the books are there in the data frame. Then books are there in the data set of books. Then again, the books are there in the data frame. Also, we are playing around a little bit with the date, and we are showing you how to do the date part of it also. See here, the release date. So take some time and look at it so that you can understand. And this is what you'll be doing it in a real world also. Guys, the internet connection suddenly went off for a second. It got restarted, came back on its own. So that's why I got disconnected. And in the meantime, somebody's already done it. That's very good. Oh, sorry, that was Mati saying she was not able to hear me because my connection went off and I got restarted, friend. So that was the case. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Hey, great, Ashima. Perfect. Kalyan, just checking up with you, friend. Were you able to do the other examples and are you in sync with us, dear? Okay, something came in the chat. Okay, that's good. So we have got Vishwanath and Sharath also who said they are done. That's great. We'll give you about a couple of minutes more. Thank you. So Sharath, since you're finished, that's the reason I'm talking to you, friend. So Sharath, can you tell me when we look at your example, because that's something that I checked up with your team and they were not able to answer it to me in a satisfactory fashion, friend. So what was the primary focus of doing these trainings? Was it to understand something or was it specifically to get into a project and see how it is going to be? So what's the roadmap, Sharath, and what's the primary purpose of doing this, dear?
We right now almost all the teams are using Spark actually. So that's the reason everybody needs to get knowledge, gain the knowledge, especially the leads and the architects and whoever technical folks are, senior folks are. It's that we all need to know what exactly Spark is, and we should be able to do some work, hands-on work on Spark, because every project, almost every project has the data, mainly data ingestion and data, cleaning right now, and then there are some cases where data streaming is also there. Kafka, from Kafka will be getting the real-time data and do the process the data in micro batches.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that is also going on, the effort. So we all the projects, all the teams, everybody needs to know so that anybody can get into that and do the stuff. So in future, like there is a data science team also, the big team actually, not our group but the other groups.
Okay.
They are doing lots of data science activities. So people are really interested in getting into the Spark and knowing the data science and all that stuff. But present requirement is like we should be hands-on doing Spark, handling Spark, and suggesting anything that comes up in big data on Spark.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. But was just checking up, did you get trained on the Hadoop part of it before? Or let's take a personal example. Did you get officially trained from your organization on the Hadoop part? Because when people said they want to get into Spark, the first thing what I said was, hey, do the people know about Hadoop? Because it really goes hand in hand with the other technologies. So just wanted to know on that, Shara.
Yeah, mostly Hadoop part, the reason we are not really worried about is like, we only use the HDFS and the infrastructure team, they know how to set up the auto scaling and stuff like that. So we are just using for, right now for using HDFS, storing the files and stuff. So we did not get into the, I'm not sure if the other teams are doing dealing with data lakes and all. So huge conversion and all, and also there are big initiatives like CCPA and California Consumer Policy Act and things like that going on. So for them actually they you need to do lots of data cleaning upon users request, if they want to delete the data, something like that. So but Hadoop, we're not really worried about Hadoop. We're just using HDFS file system.
Okay. No, because when we talk about Hadoop, it's just not Hadoop, Sharath. You have got, yes, MapReduce is not used because people are getting into Spark. Fully understand that. But then understand the SQL part of it, that is the hide part. Then we talk about the scope part, that is the import-export part of it. Then the NoSQL part of it, that is what is going to be the edge-based part of it. Then the streaming part of it, that is what is the big part of it. So these components also needs to be, I wouldn't say it is mandatory, but if you know that they go hand in hand. Like for example, when we talk about JP Morgan in 2014, they implemented the complete Hadoop part of it. It went on for about 3 years. In 2017, they said that, okay, let's start not using Hive and start using Spark SQL. So in the 2 years right now, when we talk about October of 2019, the people have done quite well and moved on from Hive to that. Whereas over here, what I see is that people are from a traditional environment, and without knowing Hadoop, you're directly getting into Spark. So that is where a little bit of a concern was there for me, Sharat. So just saying it very bluntly to you, friend. But
No
then that is
problem.
what my
Yeah,
concern
we're
was.
not really using any Hive or HBase or Pig. We are directly like ours is a Azure, cloud. That primarily we are going to move all the uh, all the projects, all the applications into that cloud environment.
Okay.
We are already having all that up and running. So I mean, we are not using Hive. Actually, we were using Hive before, but we are not going to use Hive anymore. So no HBase. All we are using is like right now Cassandra, Mongo through Cosmos actually, and I think Couchbase we are not using actually. Graph QL also. I mean, graph based thingy also we haven't started doing it. Probably we should. I think I don't know. And so we're not using Hive and also.
Okay. So maybe that's the reason, because this gives me a better perspective, because then what needs to be done is just to tell them what are these capabilities and how we can use that. Yes, I did touch base on it very minimal fashion, but then if the people just understand what the components are and then go ahead and do it, that will be helpful. Because again, I'm a little bit concerned about the people who are coming in for the Kafka part of it, because what is important is the base level has to be there, then it becomes easy. So for Kafka, what was said is that you have to go ahead with the image, do the vanilla Kafka when I spoke to the team, so that they understand everything about the vanilla Kafka, then go down and tell them about the Confluent Kafka, and that has to be done in Scala. Because very surprised to find out, because JP does everything in Java, so they don't have much in Scala. So how is the exposure of Scala for you, Sharat? Are you guys really using it a
Yeah,
lot or
yeah. We
not at
need
all,
to. We
friend?
need to. Actually, we need to promote it. Actually, Scala. We guys need. We need to go in that direction. Scala and Python. I'm not sure, but definitely Scala right now. That is the. I think that should be the aim. I think that's what that we need to get into there. Because as far as the big data and the latest Kafka is written in Scala, right? So these things, if you want to really use maximum potential, I think Scala, yeah, next is Scala actually. So that's definitely. But my exposure personally, I recently worked on Scala. I am still learning it. I have, I mean, at least minimum good exposure I have, but not very expert though.
No, that is good, because Scala is really required if you're getting into it. But then the other aspect that is in there in the industry is, if you work on, let's say you're a SQL guy. So when you work with a bank, primarily, you don't work in programming at all. Guys with 15 years of experience, hotshots, they would say that, no, we don't work on these technologies. Primarily, they work on this. Yeah, for all the people over here, it's different because you work with Java also. But if you talk to a normal SQL guy in a SQL based company, like how Kalyan was saying yesterday, a data warehousing person, so he would typically work on the what do you call, non-Scala part of it. That means non-programming kind of it. So that's the reason why when you get down into ML and all those things, your Scala also doesn't fit well, because
That's
most of
true.
the libraries are available in the new
Python,
APIs, my dear, that is using Python.
correct.
So
Yeah,
also
yeah,
yesterday when you had
definitely.
mentioned,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in our group right now, Spark and Scala, definitely we will have to really get up to speed. But the definitely ML machine learning part, I think we are not still there. I think in data science team, that's the other group actually. So probably they definitely must be having, Python resources over there. But definitely, in future, we also will be getting into that probably. So.
No, but then the challenge, what would happen is if you are getting into Python and if you say that I'm a pure Java guy, okay, nothing wrong with that because I was myself a Java developer for 11 years. Okay, as a consultant, when I was there in San Jose, I was talking to Ashima, right? So when I was there in San Jose, I was completely working on Java only. It was just that in the once I get into JP Morgan, 2012, I came back to India, and then I got into this JP for consulting, and from there I completely moved out of Java based, and then completely totally into Scala and Python kind of things. And for a non programmer kind of a thing, Python becomes a better bet. And for a fact, if you look at a data scientist, a guy who's done a good data science kind of a thing, he doesn't want to get into programming, he wants to get into the analytical part of it, and that is where these things happen fast. So just as a word of caution to everybody, in case if you can take a little bit of a time and understand these things, because if you have that kind of a base, it will be very comfortable for you to move on also. So Sharad, yesterday when you said you want to get into that, do a little bit of reading on that also, Sharad. Okay.
Sure, definitely. Yeah. It's basically Java mindset is like right now until Java 8 only after Java 8 we are little bit feeling comfortable going into Scala because of those lambda expressions and other stuff. But if somebody has Java 7, it's very hard actually to to move on to the next next level. So,
Very true. Because in the banks, would you believe some of the applications are still on 1.5? So they're really having a nightmare on these things, my dear. So that was the case. So anyway, so we won't spend too much time. But then I just wanted to have a talk with you people to see what you are into and then how to move on. Akhil, you wanted to say something, Akhil? Okay, that is a false alarm because he was muting and unmuting. So I was just wondering what was the case. Hey, once again, there was a question from one of our colleagues. Great, that was Sean. So Sean was saying, why is the main class implementing serializable whereas the book class does not? Okay, so ideally what I did over here was the book class is just going to be the mapper class wherein I have got an object and I want to see how do we work with it. So if you look at the examples over here, let me just scroll down a little bit, friend, to go down to the section where I'm saying what we are doing with the book class so that I can call it. See here. So the way how we talk about any mapper, it should implement the map function and then continue with that. I could have created this book mapper as a separate class also. So absolutely no concern on that front. But since I had kept it as an inner class, that's why I didn't specifically implement the serializable, because I don't want to save the state of the book. Because when we say serializable, I'm trying to save the state of it, right? So I'm not trying to do anything of that sort over here. So that's why the book mapper is not implementing serializable, whereas the base class, when we talk about getting the objects, it was implementing serializable. So to be very frank, I don't recollect now why I did that. So just give me a second. Let's go ahead and comment it for a second to see what will happen if I don't think so. Let me just go
It
back.
doesn't work. It doesn't work if you don't.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. Because what I would have been trying to do with this is I would have tried to save the state of this object somewhere, and that's why I might have to use serializable, friends. So you're right on this. And like I told you, frankly, I didn't spend much of a time on this to see what this is doing. So I'm just going to comment these things and just try to run this. And let's see if we hit a roadblock. So that we'll come to know what is happening. Because what's stuck with JP for some work today, and almost for 7 hours I was stuck with them, So just came back and you know that this is night for me, right? So in the morning I get up and I try to sleep so that I can catch up that, and then immediately the call came from the hey. You really need to do this. Hold on. Let's see why. Somewhere I'm doing this. So that's what I thought. So let's go back. Okay, that's right. So that's what. So it forced me to do it. So that's the reason. So let's go back and see where it actually forced me. So I'm surprised it worked for you, dear, because it didn't work for me when I did it. So that's the reason I would have done
No,
it. Just give
no,
me one second.
it didn't work. It didn't work.
It didn't work. Okay, yeah, that's right. So it didn't work because something would have said that. Just one second. So after books are in a data set, that particular line, we will come to know. Just one second. Okay. Oh, no, this first part worked fine. Yeah, there we go. So this is where it's failed for some reason. So Java guys, I just need a small help from your friend. So why would it give me the serializable mandatory? Because we had done this earlier. So hold on. 73. Okay. So this, when I do a show, that means I'm just printing the values of it. Okay. So why is it? I'm not persisting it anywhere. If I'm persisting it, that would mean that it is the case. So yeah, when you're testing it, it could have given me this error, and that's why I went ahead and did that, friend. So that was the reason. So the next question, what you might ask is that why is it giving this error? So frankly speaking, I don't have an answer right now, my dear.
Is it a static class there? Because if you are putting a regular class, the outer class also it expects to be serializable. Is it a class?
No. Which class is static? Just once again, Sharat, which class is static?
Book. I think
no,
it's
my dear. No.
Oh, book is already okay. The another class. Okay.
Yeah, it's another entity. Hold on. Why did I keep this also? Is it because of this? Okay, once again. The reason is this book mapper is, it's a serializable class. I'm not saving this. Why is this serializable? Just one second. I'm just going to break this completely by trying to do this. So don't take me wrong, guys. We're just trying to see something. So this is the end of my if, and this is the end of my call, and this is the end of the book class. I'm just going to cut this completely. Sorry, put it over here in the cheat sheet. And just going to create it as a normal outer class. Just once again.
The class which you implement is serializable class. Like book mapper implements map function, that is serializable class. So you need to have a serializable generator service ID for that, serial version ID for that.
Serial version ID. Okay, if I move it outside, then my CSV to dataset book need not be serializable, right, Martin? That's what I'm trying to take this out, because since it was internal, okay, so that would have been the case. So let me just go to not package class. Just one second, friend. Go down to class. Okay. Finish. And Control A, Control C, Control V. Okay, I need to do the imports. Control S. Okay.
You're missing the package name.
The packaging. So that's fine. Thanks, friend. We try to break it. There are too many things. So let's do it once. Okay, thank you. That's the
public class.
Not needed. It can still work, but that's okay. Let's get this away. Okay. The book. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think what you're saying, can you just repeat, Mati? You said that this class is by default serializable, right?
Yeah, no, the book mapper implements map function. That map function is extending serializable. So
Okay.
that's why.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So the short answer for you, Sean, is if I take this book mapper outside, I don't have to make the other class as serializable. That's the quick answer for you, Sean. So since I
Okay.
put it inside, that was serializable. So that was the reason, dear.
Book mappers actually implements serializable because it implements map function.
That's correct. So that's the reason. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
So yeah, sure. I'll just fix it up real quick. So to get forward, I need my text. Oh, holy cow! What happened? I got a shock of my life. Suddenly my screen vanished. Okay, I need the serial version UID. You're right, because that's how. So that's what the heck is. So this is all good. Now, if I go back to the class over here and just once again, yeah, saved it. This is all okay. Now let me try. I think everything in this is clear. Okay, let me try running this. That should fix the issue. So just once again, let me run this. So this is taken care of. I didn't spend too much time on this. Come on. Okay. Yeah, there we go. This works perfectly fine. So thanks for that question, Sean. That made us think in a different way. So that is what the case is. So let me just put it over here. This class internally, this class through a map function internally implements serializable, and hence we need this once again, and hence we need the serial version UID. We need the serial version UID. That's perfect. Okay, so that's done. So this was the example of how to convert it to a data frame. Then again, first a array. From there, I moved on to a data set, then converted it into a data frame. Again, got back into a data set and showed how the date conversion is happening. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. And you can look at my chat. There is no other questions. Okay, perfect, friends. So this finishes that. So now we are going to go ahead and do a set of utility functions. If your data is there in other formats, how do we go ahead and use it? So the first one is a multi-line JSON. We worked with a single JSON in our first example of today. So in case if you have got a multi-line JSON file, this is the way, and this works with your Spark 2 only. It doesn't work with your Spark 1. So what do we do over here? Create a multi-line JSON to a data frame. I call my logger, all those things are the same. I call my read method, which returns me a row. That means this is of type data frame. Yes, we are calling data set, but then it is of type data frame. The format is JSON, and this is what is the most important line, multi-line true. This functionality came only in Spark 2 onwards. So when we talk about Spark, like your Hadoop, again, it is of two major versions. For people who are doing it new, they will directly go ahead with the new version, but the old people will still stick to the earlier version, guys. So when we talk about Spark, the two most popular versions are, this is in Spark 1, and you have got Spark 1.6 or 1.6.2. This was the most popular one, and even now Citibanks, for some of the examples, is still using 1.6. Then if you move to your next version of Spark, that is what is called as Spark 2. We have got people still in Spark 2.0. Okay, we have got some people who are there in Spark 2.2. And the reason why we got stuck with this 2.3 is because that is what is done in the JP right now, because they have got they are early adopters to this new technologies, you know. So when we checked with your team, they said that yeah, start with your Spark 2.3 onwards or anything higher. Okay, so the reason I'm sticking to this 2.3 is because since I have ran it for a couple of times, so if there is any error, most of the errors have been solved already. It's not that it is a really debugging error. Whereas if you go for a higher version, I really might not be knowing what the errors would be coming from. Okay, if they have changed the API or something else. So this is how we have got the two versions of Spark here. Now coming back to what we were working on. So we will say multi-line is equal to true. I will load the data and then I will print it. So in case if you comment that multi-line, you will see that the data frame will have a single column called as corrupt record, and you will see everything. So see over here how it will beautifully convert it into a data frame. Although it is a multi-line data frame, you'll still be able to see this frame. So this is what we need to do in our next example of converting a JSON file. I've already shared the JSON file with you that is called as country travel info. So let's go ahead and do this example first. So I'll do it myself. So let's do it all of us. So it'll be easy for us, friends. So just mute myself while I'm doing this hands-on. You also please try doing it, folks. Thank you. So ideally what we should do, friends, is that's what I did. We completely create a new project. Okay, we saw one project in the morning that was all about the two county apps. Then we saw a project of how to move it into a normal array to data set and then move from data frames, etc. And then create a third app wherein we will see how to do our sorry, what we're doing right now. Just once again, JSON file, multi-line JSON file. So I should have this. Yeah, there we go. So we will see the JSON file. After that, we will see some examples of Avro, ORC, Parquet, text file, and XML files. We will see all of these variations and then go ahead and create something called as a Zeppelin notebook frame. Okay. So in Java, we don't have any concepts of notebooks, but then in Scala, when we go ahead, Zeppelin is very, very common. So just have a look at it. So for the time being, create a new project. So you can create this multi-line JSON. We ensure that you have an in folder and you will have your JSON file. So this is what is my JSON file that is over there. And then go ahead and run this. So lucky for me, the code is ready. Okay, I'm testing it out, but you go ahead and create this, folks. Give you about 5-7 minutes to do this. And as always, please let me know in the chat window if you have finished it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mati. You had a question, friend.
So what I understand is like from JSON, it is getting converted to the row table structure, right? So while doing it, it will do the lexicographical sorting. And if I don't want that default sorting, I just want it to be customized sorting. Is it possible for me to do it? Like I want.
By default, it will always go for a lexicographic sorting based on the names, you know. So that is the default behavior of it. So in case if you want, I think there is a method how to prevent that also. So just give me a minute. Let me try getting you that method. So by default, the column headers are lexicographically sorted in data frame. So I have done this once before. In fact, frankly, I don't recollect it. So I'll just check it out. Just give me 2 seconds, Mati. We'll just check it out right now.
Okay.
It doesn't give me a ready-made way, but we have done this once. So only one thing is how did we solve this is what I have to just go back and check once. So by default, data frames will sort it in a lexicographic fashion. But then there is a way.
Repartition and sort within partition.
No, there will be a sort. Hold on. In the parameters of that, we can specify the sort also. Repartition means you're just changing the partitions. So that would not be the solution here. So you can sort it also. No, you don't have to go so low.
That's okay. That's okay. I will do a research on it. That's okay.
Yeah, just check this out. But then, yes, it is possible because we had done that using our Scala only. So it was not in Java because, to be very frank with you, this is only the second or the third time any client has asked me specifically in Java. Because normally I say no because we would have our existing things there. So since this was there in the night and they wanted us to do this specifically, and moreover this week it was not much of a crowd, I said okay, I'll go ahead and do that. But then most of the requirements are on Python and a little bit on Scala and then very little on Java, friend. So I'm sorry, Mati, I might not have a ready example on that, friend, right now.
No problem. No problem.
Sure, sure. So others, I presume you would have done it, friends. So just wanted to check, can we move on, friends? So we saw the example and this is the way how you would see the whole answer, friend. Great. So good. Thank you, Ashima. Even she had finished it. So now let's move on to the next one to see how do we work with it, friends. Okay, great. Thank you, Venkate. Share that. So let's see the next one. So after the JSON file, we will move on to the XML way of doing this. So remember Sharath was mentioning that you guys are working with a lot of government-based stuff to see how things can happen. So if you talk about US primarily, we have got a fantastic data set from where you can take lots of data and then do for analysis. That is what is data.gov.in. So if you go down to data.gov.in, you will have tons and tons of resources of US-based, sorry, this is the Indian-based one, data.gov.in. So you can see the kind of resources what you have, and you can start playing around with that. It's really becoming good. So if you just want to go ahead with the US one, so just say data.gov. So if you go down to your data.gov, this will go down to the complete data set that is there in the open data platform of your US government. You can pick up your individual area and then see how to go ahead with this. Similarly, we have got sections on your California government. California also has got a completely dedicated website and all of these things, friend. So while working on with this is something that I added to the cheat sheet document when I just saw this. So California government also has got a lot of stuff and you can play around with those things, friend. So let's talk about the data set what we have right now. So we have got, this data set is taken from the nasa.gov. So it consists of the NSA patents and it is there in an XML file. So let's see how do we go ahead and work with this. So this is going to be the XML to your data frame app, and the format that we are specifying it is going to be XML. And then you say that within the XML, which is the tag or an element that would mean that is what is a record. Okay, so it could be in a nested format, but then you have to give what is the root element of a record inside the XML. So that is called as a row tag. So that's what we are specifying it over here. Then read from the nasa.patent and then just print it to see how that would work. But this won't work directly. You will have to, in your pom.xml, include your Spark dependency also for XML. So in your properties tag, you will specify the Scala version and your Spark XML version also. And in your dependency tag, you will have to put in your dependency for your com.databricks. And for your SLF4J, simple locking for Java 4J, you'll have to give the details of it also. Okay, so that is what we will have to do for this current example. So let's go ahead and see how the current example would work, friend. So earlier we saw how to work with our JSON format, multi-line JSON format. Now we are going to see how to work with our XML format, friends. So let me just go back, stop this, and look at the XML example. And if you go down to the pom.xml, let me just show that to you. Let me open up my pom.xml, and these entries have already been pasted over there. So see over here, you will have it in the properties. See, I have already pasted the XML version and the Scala version. And if you look at it, I have already kept in my com.databricks, I've already kept the XML version for you over here. Okay, that's already done. So you will have to ensure that you put it in an appropriate position. And now let's run this, because I already have an in folder where I have got my NASA patents .xml file. So we will simply go through this file, print out my 5 records, and then print the schema also. So please execute this, folks. For me, you will see the output coming in very soon, friend. There you go. So if you see here, this is the way how the details would be. It's showing you the columns and then specifying what all are the values what we are having. Once you're done, as always, please let me know in the chat window. I'll just put myself on mute, folks. Hey, Ashima, I have put myself on mute, my dear. So that's the reason why you're not able to hear.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It was like a couple of times the internet was messing up. So I thought.
No, the internet was good. So what happens is that sometimes when I'm not talking, I just put myself on mute. That's the reason, dear.
All right. Actually, I should have seen the sign. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No worries. Yeah, tell me, Mati, you had a question?
Yeah, so actually I'm going through that XML, and I try to understand how it is getting converted to, rows. When I'm doing that, like I see a response row and it option row tag row, which means my understanding is row tag has been ignored. It's an optional thing, right?
No. So see over here what I had mentioned. Let's go back over here. So the row tag is, you will specify from where I have to start reading that record. So row tag is going to be the complete, all the elements in the row tag will be considered as the XML, because that is where the object will be created. That's what we have to specify here, dear.
Okay, so that's why even the row attributes are considered as columns.
Yes, that's the reason, dear.
Oh, okay. So if I want to ignore that attributes, I just want the values inside a row tag, right? If I want to do that, there are ways, right?
Yeah, you can. So if you remove this option of row tag, then from where should it start with? So it'll get confused from where I have to start with it, right? So you have to have some option over there so that it will tell how do I go ahead with XML and then go ahead and do that. So in case if you want to remove some elements, then you won't have a ready-made way of doing this. So the option is first create a data set, and then you can go and search for the individual elements and remove the columns, my dear.
Got it.
Like what we did earlier, right?
Like transformation of that.
That's correct.
Got it.
Sure. Friends, about 3 minutes more. If you can just go ahead and run this, because I didn't get any confirmation on the chat window, so was concerned about that. Okay, great, Sudarshan. Oh, sorry, Vishwanath. So he has finished that. Yeah, great, Mati. Thank you. So another 2 minutes and then we will start. Guys, we'll just stop the sharing for a minute, friend, and I'll start again because I just needed to check my email to see if I've got a response. So just 2 minutes, friends. Thank you. Hey, great. Sorry, Sharath, I haven't still got back a response, my dear. So just send him a gentle reminder once again so that I can show that particular code so that it will be done for you. Okay, so yeah, a couple of guys have finished this. So let me just go back and talk about the two examples that I had done. We saw the JSON and the XML file. This was example 22. In the JSON files. Example 22 again, working with XML files and making changes in the form.xml. Okay, so let's do our next thing. Let's go back and yeah, we have done the XML part of it. Great, thank you. Just one second.
I'm still working on it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So that's what I was wondering. Normally, Sean gives me back a response, so maybe he's working with something else. So no worries. We'll give you about another 2 minutes more. No worries. Brandon and Akhil, all good till now, friends? Were you able to execute the examples, friends?
Yeah, going good.
Great. Thank you. And Igor, were you also able to finish?
Yep, I'm good. Thanks.
You're welcome. About a minute more. Sean, are you getting stuck somewhere? Or you're doing it okay?
No, I'm stuck.
Okay. Where are you stuck, friend?
So up until now, I haven't been using the POM file, and now I've got the POM file in there. I think it's not.
Wow. Okay. So, okay, let me do one thing. Let me stop sharing. And because in the next couple of examples, also you'll have to do the POM file. So can you just start sharing your screen, dear? We'll do it together very quick. So you'll have to just start sharing your screen, dear, so that we will go ahead and quickly do it. Thank you.
So now I'm getting it in my main class.
That's correct. So go to the pom.xml on the left-hand side. You see pom.xml there? Yep. And yeah, so you will have to add a scroll up, go up in the XML file. Go up. Yeah, okay. So in your line number 16, add the 2 lines what I have given to you after 16. In the cheat sheet I had given to you, if you can open up the Word document, it is over there.
Right. That's these two, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. You have already kept good. Now scroll down in the dependency. Have you added the dependency?
Yeah.
No, I think you have added the group ID. I don't see.
Right. Yeah, right here.
Okay, hold on. Okay, you added in between. That's all okay. Fine. And now if you go down to your file and right click and run as. Yep. Yep, that's correct. Okay. It says could not find the main class. So something would be wrong in your Java code. That's what I'm thinking. Open up your Java code. It's not the POM that's giving an error. That means public static void main is not there. No, that is there. This one is XML to data free app.
I wonder if it's running wrong JRE or something. No, it should be right.
No, that is right. Java guys, please help me out, friends. This is a weird error. It says could not load the main class com.sean.
You had to build your project. No time. Build it.
Right click on the project. Or maybe from
Clean and build.
Yeah, Maven, or I'm sorry, Maven clean.
Yeah, and then Maven builds. Okay. That's right. This is Maven. So I normally do it by default. Okay, that's done. So go ahead and build it, and then we will run it. Install. Cancel. We should say Maven install.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all the files are created. Good, it's happening. Couple of seconds. Just for my understanding, is this
You should be JDK. It should be JDK. You can just right click that and import that as JDK if it is not working.
Is this Eclipse or it's IntelliJ, Sean?
No, it's Eclipse. Eclipse. I just changed the color scheme.
Okay. It looks very much like IntelliJ. I got the shock of my life. Why is it coming like this?
I was jealous of Brandon's screen. So.
Okay, once the build is complete, we can run that. Come on, it's almost done.
Yeah, we're maxing out my computer, by the way.
Okay. Buddy, would you be there for our Kafka stuff also? In case if that's the case, you really would need to go for a 16 gig, man. That would be a case where you can actually ask for that, because everything would be done on the image with Confluent, you know. So that's the case.
Yeah, I know. Igor's going to help me convince my boss to get me a better machine. Right, Igor?
And how can I help you?
Yeah,
to give you my box.
No way.
Oh my God, I opened up a Pandora's box.
Success. Well,
hey, that's great. So now let's run this. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. No, I think something is wrong. We don't require just say cancel. Okay, it's going. That's fine. Yeah, at least didn't give an error. That means it's work. It's moving. No.
I get this message. Yeah.
Oh, holy cow. Okay.
I wonder if it's something to do with the package name or.
Looks to be correct.
JDK, right click and click on the build and then move it to JDK instead of JD and try again. No, go to projects.
No, on the top, the project menu.
Yeah, that's no, example 21, right click properties. Yeah.
Java build path.
Oh, you have all this. Can you ignore all these things like libraries? Click on libraries, take off. Yeah, click on JRE now. JRE system library and edit. Alternate JRE installed JREs. Installed JREs. Right.
On the right hand side, yeah, that's the one.
You chose JDK. Okay, apply and close, and already you are chosen, but you just have to choose. Okay, alternate. Yeah, finish. Okay.
Just run this.
It's building the, wait, it's building.
Oh yeah, at the bottom you can see, yeah, setting the build path. Okay.
Oops.
So others, what you can try to do is that the next one is going to be an example of the text-based format, how to have it as a text file. Just go ahead, it's the same thing. You will have a Java code for it, and you'll have to make some changes in your file. So let's try that out. In the meantime, yeah, let's run it as a Java application. Okay.
Still that error is open. Okay. So I actually ran that text file scenario, but it is like it gives a value and the entire text file is printing. Like if you give 10 lines is printing.
That's correct, because yeah, now it is working. Wow, that's great. So the error, the way how it happens is the complete, because it's a plain text file, right? So the name of the default the column name is what is value.
Okay.
So when we go ahead with transformations, that was the primary purpose of doing that, Fred. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Why is the output not coming? It should very soon. Let's wait. Ah, there we go. So scroll up a little bit and you'll see the column headers. There we go. Yeah, sure. Great, mate. So, yeah, you're welcome. And the only thing that was new here was we changed it and the JDK library. So that's the only new thing. Sure.
I haven't changed that until I started using the Palm.
Okay. So no worries. So now let's go back to the last one before we take up a break, folks. That is the XML file. Pretty simple, straightforward. We will just convert that into a text format, load the Romeo Juliet.txt, which is already there, and we want to see the top 10 records. That's what is the objective. And this particular link, what I have given after that, this is pretty interesting, you know, because they are exploring what is the various different file formats what we are having. And these two links says that, hey, we are no longer looking at CSV or text file as a format. We are looking at the other ways. So this brought about a lot of new things like RC, ORC. So there are different file formats. So after the break, we will be discussing about the different file formats and see how they would come into picture, because we'll start with the first specific file format, that is the Avro format. So let's quickly go ahead and try to run this. So for people who have already done that, that's great. So it's about 2:57 your time. 2:52 your time. So by about 3 o'clock, we will take up our break frame for 15 minutes, and we will start again by 3:15, and then continue with the various formats, that is Avro, Parquet, discuss what is the benefit of it and how does it help us, and then quickly go down to our notebook. So we will create our Zeppelin notebook also, because in Java we don't have a notebook primarily, so we need to know how to work with a notebook. And if you see Zeppelin, you will simply be amazed. That's what I can promise you. You'll be amazed at the way how things are. A lot of visualization also would be done. So Sharad, just want to check with you on this. So when you talk to yourself as developers, would you have a separate team for visualization, or would that be done by a couple of the developers only? How does it work within your organization?
The visualization, what I mean, I didn't understand.
Yeah, so when we talk about big data or when we talk about Spark, yes, we are doing the processing of the data, so that converting into one format to another format. But then primarily after doing this, you want somebody to, your top management, to look at what the results are.
Yeah,
Is that what
yeah,
you are
yeah,
printing? So
we are not right now. We are not really using that visualization right now.
okay,
We are just checking the job history through Ambari, or just job history. We're checking. That's it. We're not doing any visualization stuff right now, as far as because I've developed one Spark job
okay.
recently, and I have looked into all the components, and there is no visualization part actually.
Okay, okay. So that's okay, because when we talk, so that is what is the second benefit of Zeppelin, So within the tool that develops, so typically visualization would be done. So in a banking environment, you will have your normal data analysts. So they are the people who would be knowing about the SQL. Then you have the developers who will be doing the SQL code. There will be a team called as testers, who is primarily responsible for testing, and then we have got a team for visualization. So that is how it is typically spaced out. After the big data has started coming in, the testing started going away a lot, because it became a developer's responsibility to test, and visualization also slowly started going away, because those people also realized that, hey, I can't survive only on visualization. I have to know a little bit of coding also. So right now, the way how things are happening is not really you have a full-fledged visualization team in a banking scenario. So you will have a developer who will be taking care of that, or a business analyst who will be taking care of that. So that was the primary reason, and they use this Zeppelin tool to see how good it is, Sharat. So that's what I'll be showing it to you when we set it up today, dear. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, in Amazon and in Azure, right? Amazon, you will say like there is a quick site, where
Right.
that's where you will see all these jobs, EMR, and all these data analytics, all these jobs and everything, and the data and everything.
Right.
But in Azure, I think there is I think it's Power BT or something, but we don't. I mean, we are not using it, I think, as far as I know.
Okay, okay. No, no, because then how do you give the reports to your top level management to see how things are working? How does that work, Sharat?
I think we have alerts actually. The Unix script, we integrated with Unix scripts. So if something is going wrong, we'll get the alerts, and if there is no data coming in, we'll get the alerts, and
Okay,
managing with that thing right now.
okay, okay. Fine, fine. No worries. So that's fine. Yeah, tell me, Ashima, you had a question. Your hand was raised, Ashima. So
Yes.
that's what. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was unmuting. So when I ran this text to data frame app, where we say in the second last line, df dot show 10, it shows only the top 10 records. And when I remove this 10 parameter, it shows me only 20. So,
That's it. Remember yesterday I had mentioned by
right.
default.
Yeah. So my question is, in what scenarios, because since this is a text file, in what scenarios will we be using this one to read it from the text? Like, is this just the example? Because if I see, it didn't give me the whole information, right?
You can. So what you will have to do is that you will have to say comma true, so that it will give you the whole information. So I'll do that over here and show that to you. So let me minimize this. Let me go down to, yeah, this is the XML app. I will say 20, and I will say comma true. I will save this. Let me quickly run this. So what will happen is when you say comma true, that is for truncate has to be done or not. So what's it? True or
Oh, right.
false?
We did it yesterday too for
That's correct.
false,
That's
and
correct. Yeah.
yeah, right. Okay.
To be frank, I don't recollect right now. Is it truncate true or false? So let's check it.
It
So
was
depending on
false what we used yesterday.
it should be false then. It should be false. So I was wrong in that, friend. So let me go back.
But it printed out some.
No, 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 no. It selected something else. Remember, yesterday you had mentioned this. it selected something else. So let me select my file. There we go. Right click, run as Java application. Oh, sorry, that's correct.
Yeah, that was right. It's just that from true, which has to be false, I guess, training form.
No. Anyway, it was in XML, so that was wrong. So let me go down to the text and I will say comma false. So I didn't do that in the text at all. So now I did that. Let me save it and let me run it. In the meantime, I'll go to XML and I'll remove that.
Okay. But by default, I mean, if we don't give any count, it will
It will
show
truncate
only.
it. No. By default, if you don't say anything, it will show only 20 records
Yeah.
because the max limit of that is 20 here. That's the reason.
So
See
this, do we, okay, yeah, there you go. So do we set the limit somewhere that it shows only 20 or 10, or, I mean, is there any parameters in the configuration we do?
You can. So it's all over here. So let's say you want to have 100. So I will just say 100 and let me run this. So it will really show you 100 lines. So
No, this is, so this is at the code level. I'm asking if, I mean, do people do it on the configuration level as well? That
no, you can. So what you will have to do is that it is a custom configuration that you can do. You will have to have a custom key, and that key is what you will pass it over here. So the way how we externalize the thing, we can see that. See here. So the complete document will be shown to me in a proper way if you do that. See, text file, it is there. It's one of the file formats. So that's the reason why we are emphasizing it. But in the real world, we wouldn't have, because at least in JP, we don't have anything in the text format. We have it in the Parquet and Avro format and those kind of formats, my dear. So just for the completeness sake, we had a text also, and that's the reason for doing it. But the practical utility of this would be very less for the Parquet file. XML is used a lot, and Avro and Parquet and ORC will be used a lot here. That's the view.
Okay. Yeah, once we move to that, I'll ask because I don't have like knowledge about what is Avro and Parquet and.
No problem. That's what I will be covering up. So when we talk about this example, so take a 10 minutes break. Just take about 2 minutes to look at these examples to see how they are different, what they are. So that will help you a lot. And I'll give you an intro about what is Parquet and what is Avro. So those examples, I'll be just covering it up after the break since we're doing it. I'll cover it up for you, Ashima. No worries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So guys, let's take up a quick break right now. So we have seen how the values would come. And once we go back, once we start again at around 3:15, we will see what are the new formats, what is there, and what is the usage of that format. So we'll have to discuss those things and work with it. Okay, so let's take a break and see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. I presume you would have come back after your lunch break. So we saw the different file formats till now. We saw what is going to be your multi-line Avro format. Then multi-line JSON format. Then we saw the text format and the XML format. Now let's talk about the three formats that is very commonly used in the enterprises. That is what is called as Avro. And then there are two special formats called as ORC and Parquet. And these file formats is primarily from the way how Hadoop reads its file systems and all of that. I did explain about Parquet sometime earlier in the morning today. So let's talk about this. So for you to understand, so when I discussed about this, Ashima, you mentioned that you wanted to know about these formats. So my request is just have a look at these links, which will tell you what all are these new things. So let me go down to the first one. And let me open up the Data Nami site. And you will see here that if you're there in it, you will see there are various different formats. So see here, they're talking about ORC, Parquet, and Avro only. So if you look at these file formats, they are primarily machine readable binary format. So for a human being, it is going to be completely gibberish kind of a format. But then in your Hadoop clusters, this is what is very commonly used. Your Avro, Parquet, and ORC. Okay, so you also use your XML to some extent or JSON, but then you will never use your text format. CSV is used to some way, friends. Okay, so what is the difference if you look at what are these different file formats and how does it compare between different things? So they are given a very good way of understanding these three things. And see here, they're focused on these three only because that is what is very commonly used. So look at the first site, that is this company called as Datanami. The second link is from your Hitachi Vantara product. So let's go back over here, and they say that there are various types of Hadoop formats. It's not only CSV right now, but then there are different types of Hadoop formats that is being used. So let's quickly have a look at this to see what are the formats, what they are suggesting. And in fact, it's a very common blog that you would see. So let's go down. So when you decide on the file format, you have to know what kind of processing, what kind of queuing, what kind of splittability options you would have, how does the block compression happen. Based on all of these things, see, they're talking about Avro, they're talking about Parquet, they're talking about ORC. ORC is not spoken over here, but then ORC is also one of the most common files that you can use. If you look at the plain Hadoop, Hadoop stores everything in something called as sequence files. Okay, so it's like CSV, but then sequence don't store the metadata with the data, so it is like creating new fields for us. So that is what Hadoop does. Then there is something called as RC, which stands for record columnar formats. So when you look at the comparison, so RC had come in first, so it did some compression as compared to the others. Then came your Parquet, and then came your ORC. So if you look at the industry right now, JP is already focusing on Parquet only, whereas Citi and Deutsche Bank are looking at ORC as a file format. So the best way of storing it is ORC because that is the most compressed as of now. Okay, so spend some time on this file format so that you'll come to know what they are. A good thing would be to look at this article. Just give me 1 second. Let me open up the file formats, what I had shown it to you in the morning earlier, the same Hadoop material. And let me go down to the file formats. And there is a link called as ORC file format. So this was by a company called as Data Mantica, but unfortunately that link is not available generally. So that's the reason I had to keep a copy of it so that I can show to everybody. So let me open it with Firefox. There we go. So the most important thing why I'm having this is to show you this. This is what is called as the benchmarking, what they have done. So if you look at text files, that is what is going to take a lot of storage space as well as processing space. If you look at ORC, that will be 14% lesser in your storage. If you look at Parquet, it will be 62% lesser. And if you look at ORC, that will be even lesser than that. So that is what is the beauty of all of these things. This is what is the benchmarking, what they have created and how it will be. So I'll just copy this section because I personally feel this is important that you should know the things. Just 1 second. I think there were some chat questions. Let me just have a look at that, friends. Give me 1 second. Where is the chat window? Just 1 second, friends. Okay. Hey, great. Thank you, Ashima. She's okay. That was earlier itself. So that's great. Thanks. I missed that, friend. So now coming back to this, hey, you need the snapshot. So let me start with my fast tone capture. And let me take a snap of this and put it in the cheat sheet document so that you will have an access to this, because this is what is really crucial when we talk about the way how we work with things. So after the XML, we also did our text file. So 23, we worked with the basic text file also. And post our T, we started with our XML for the various file formats. Post T, we started around 3:15 your time. We started with the formats, file formats. So these are the various types of file formats. So in case if you want to know more, like what you mentioned to me, Ashima, before that, you're not aware of these things, that's perfectly okay. So if you want to see, just look at RC format, and you will get a good link on this RC format. So see, RC is a resource file format used very old in a C and C++ language. So let's go back and search for Hadoop, RC file format Hadoop, so that it doesn't show me something different. Yep, this is right. RC stands for record columnar file. Is a data replacement structure that determines how to store your relational tables on your clusters. It is designed for systems using your MapReduce framework, and it includes a data storage format and a compression format and an optimization. So you should look at this RC. Then comes something called as Parquet. So that they have got their own structure also. So this is what is Apache Parquet. So it is a free, and let the page come. It's a columnar kind of a format, so that everything is stored in a columnar fashion. So just want to check when we're talking about this. When you talk about NoSQL, there are 4 categories of NoSQL. So can you just let me know what are the categories? Because this is closely related, friends. So that's the reason for this question right now. So can you tell me what are the different file formats?
Columnar.
Yep. Okay, the first one, you said columnar. Okay, then?
Document based.
Perfect. Then?
Key value graph.
That's right. And what is the fourth one?
Graph.
Exactly. So that is what you need to know. You should know just the basics of these things and look at it. So if you go back over here, there are graph, and you have to know 1 or 2 of these things. So when I say columnar, you will talk about XBase and you will talk about Cassandra. When I talk about document, you will talk about MongoDB. Okay, and you will sorry, this is MongoDB, and you will talk about CouchDB. When you talk about key value, can you tell me, Sharad, which is the key value? I don't know whether you're using key value or not, dear. Others, any idea, friend?
Key value, Redis came up with key value, but it's a cache.
Exactly, Redis and React. So these are the 2 popular key values. And when we talk about graph, and friends, graph is very, very, very critical nowadays. In fact, you have got within Spark also something called as GraphX. Okay, so I don't know if you know about some newspaper leaks that was happening long back. Newspaper leaks that is called as Panama Papers. Panama Papers. So if you just go back and search for Panama paper, the most common thing in Panama is Neo4j. So I'll just search for Neo4j and Panama, and you will see here, see, analyzing Panama papers with Neo4j, how your international coast of information journalists use Neo4j to unravel the Panama papers. So one of the most popular file formats of graphics or graph-based is called as Neo4j. And there is a Java-based also, Sharath. Any idea what is that? It is called as Titan. So JP is using this. So you have heard about NoSQL, but in the last 2 years, there is something called as NewSQL that has come about, guys. So for people who don't know about NoSQL, they'll be wondering what is happening. So there is SQL, there is NoSQL. NoSQL came in about 2009 timeframe, guys. And in 2017, almost 8 years after that, we have got something called as NewSQL that has come, and the adoption for this thing is very, very popular. You will have something called as, frankly speaking, I forgot it myself. Just 1 second. Let me go back and yeah, before I open the document, can you tell me how many new NoSQLs are there, friends? The total number of NoSQLs. How many NoSQL categories are there in the databases? Just as per your guess. That's all.
All those four, right?
4, no. There is more than 225 NoSQLs, friend.
Oh, the
So,
database. Okay.
yeah, the NoSQL databases. The categories are 4. So see here, I should go to this NoSQL and it has got 225. It's expanding, friend. And see over here, you will see the new SQL also. And this is what I forgot, Volt DB. This is what JP uses. Okay, so when we talk about new SQL, you will have something called as Volt DB also over there. So when we look at the different SQLs that is coming, so you should have a comparison between your SQL, NoSQL, and the new SQL. Just give me 1 second, guys. I got a glass of water. Throat is drying out. This parody, what you see, is really funny. See here, a DBA walks into a NoSQL bar and turns and leaves because he couldn't find a table. Very amusing. There's a lot of jokes like this going around frequently for the relational database kind of an environment, friend. So VoltDB and NeoDB is what is most commonly used. VoltDB and NeoDB and UO and DB. So if you want to have an article which talks about what is SQL, NoSQL, and new SQL to understand what they are, this is the best place to go for. NoSQL, new SQL, and yes, that's the one. I've already searched it before. And this site, 2015, they came about with this thing, almost 9 years, August. So it's almost past. Okay, so 4 years have already gone, and this is what it is. And you'll really feel like this gentleman who is falling asleep on his keyboard. So, what is SQL? What are the pros and cons? What is NoSQL? What are the pros and cons? And what is this new SQL? And what are the pros and cons, friends? Okay, so please go down to this article and definitely have a look, because the industry is really changing in these areas. And that is where your Spark and Hadoop as a component becomes very popular in all these things. Okay, so let me close this. Just wanted to let you know what the things are. So this is a Parquet is a kind of a NoSQL and kind of an environment. And what are the other things? After Parquet comes ORC. So just search for ORC and you will see that it will take you to the Wikipedia. Let's say ORC, not this. I don't know what is this. Okay, ORC, and simply search for Hadoop. And see here, there is orc.apache.org. So it's a free, open, columnar oriented storage format for your Hadoop file systems. So all these things have come as alternatives to the standard CSV format. Okay, so what is there in the market? So Ashima, you will have to really look at these things to see what is happening. I have a very common requirement from database guys. All of them crib and say, hey, our databases is gone. Now we are without jobs. I don't know what is going to happen. This kind of comments I very frequently hear from the database guys. What is very crucial for the database guys is, thanks to this NoSQL and new SQL which is coming, okay, and the data being very critical nowadays, so they are having a very good opportunity to get into these new areas. And in fact, a lot of people from our JP have the pure DBMS kind of folks. They have moved on to different organizations and they're heading in the new SQL and in the NoSQL areas, right? So a lot of things are happening. So just wanted to check with Sharad, are you using any of these kinds of NoSQLs other than what you had mentioned? I mean, specifically with related to Parquet and these things?
No, actually, we are still using like a CSV, and probably at the max we are using JSON. I think we should start using Parquet and ORC and start saving all this data into the blobs actually. So
very true, very true. Because if you get it into Parquet, it is really going to be beneficial, and we will see how that would happen. Because even JP have even banks are typically considered as the last bit of people who want to get into some new technologies. Even they have moved into all of these new technologies, folks. So need to look at this thing, because as of now maybe you are not hurt with the size of data or the way how things are happening, because only when we are hurt is the time when we look out for alternatives, right? Because otherwise we are very happy with what we have right now. So only when the pain point comes that okay, now this is getting very difficult, what is the way out, we really look at the various alternatives, friends. So look at these things, this is what will help you now. So this was the intro, Ashima, what you wanted. So hope you have got a very brief idea about the different
Yeah.
technologies and see how it can work.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. So now let's go back to the first format in our Spark and see how do we go ahead with it. So we are going to go ahead with an Avro format. So as always, you will have to make some entries into your pom.xml in the properties tag and the dependency tag. So we will go back and look at spark.read. This Avro format is primarily coming in from your Databricks itself. So just wanted to share with you as to what Databricks is doing in this. So what is the name of the site? Sorry, I forgot. It's there in the Spark SQL file. Just give me 1 second. There it is. Not this. Let me go back. Come on. Just once again, friend. Yeah, it was way at the beginning. Sorry. So I'll tell you, it was way at the beginning before this also. There we go. So the site is called as spark-packages.org, where a lot of third-party APIs are there. Spark-packages.org. So this is the place where you will have a lot of third-party libraries. So you see there are about 462 third-party libraries, and just by looking at it, you'll come to know what is really hot. Machine learning is really hot. Streaming is the next hottest thing that is there, and different data sources that is coming up is over there. So a lot of the things what we are seeing right now in our Avro and in our RC and ORC, it is thanks to third-party people putting it up in the library. So I'll copy this link for you in our cheat sheet. So this is where you will have a lot of third-party library files that will be there, friends. So that's what we are using in the code. So see over here, we are using com.databricks.spark.avro. I will just say load, and you will see how it will show me the records in a tabular fashion and count the number of records what we are having. So first thing that you would need is you would need to have a file. So the file would be called as weather.avro. And if I'm not mistaken, I've already shared that with you. There it is, weather.avro. So you will have to create this inside, put this inside the in folder. Okay, and then go down to your file, and let's go ahead and run this. So this file is called as avro to so and so. Let me open this. And let me go ahead and run this. So for me, it's easy. I have got it created. So I just want you to go ahead and create this file, copy the code, create the file, put the source file into in, and run it and see how it works. We'll give you about 5 minutes for doing that. Plus, if you have any other doubts, feel free to ask me there. There we go. So this is what is the file. And if you try to open the Avro file, so you might be thinking it's like a simple text file or something. I am trying to open the Avro file, and this is how the Avro file will look like. So you won't be able to read it because it is compressed into a specific format, and you will see that there are nulls and all those things. But when I converted the Avro into a normal data frame and did that, you are able to see the records. It's going to take the weather station because this is weather Avro, the time and what is the temperature at this particular location at this particular weather station. So you can convert a file into Avro because you can't read something in Avro like a normal CSV file. We can't read that file. So this reads from a Avro file and then shows it to you. So please go back and try this out. Anything, please let me know. Just muting myself. Great. Thank you, Sharad. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Ashima. Mati.
So we have loaded from the file, it could be from CSV or Avro or something. We get the data frame, and then we are actually like you mentioned it's book, right? So we do it as a data set book. We map it. So
that's correct.
What are we going to do next? So we are converting all that. That's fine. That's really good. What happens after that? Like,
hey, once you convert that and say what is going to be the format, how you're going to do, then Spark will automatically ensure that it will read that particular data. And if everything is in the form of a data frame, because I'm having a row object, you will see that coming in the form of a tabular view, friend.
Yeah,
So Spark automatically.
Yeah, Row is good because I can directly save into the database, whatever. But data set, it converts into like a book. So I mean, how
you won't have an easy way of doing it. No, you won't have an easy way of doing it. You will have to convert it into a row object if you want to save that data into some file. Because the moment you are having it as some other POJO, then that means you should have that POJO also along with you to deserialize. So that's why by default, it will be a data frame that will be created so that I can use all the default methods of the data frame over the idea.
Okay.
Make sense?
So data set basically of a custom object is like just for the sake of your convenience to do some actions on that one.
That's correct.
Okay,
So it's not a general set of options. I create a data set of some objects so that I have got the POJO, and in that POJO I will have some utility methods what I can use for running it. So that's the whole idea, Sharad.
Okay.
Okay, great, thanks. And Mati, you had a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, Venkat. So as of now, we are converting the data from one format and getting into the data set. And even in yesterday's example, we have go ahead and created a table as well. So while doing on also we did some data transformation. So end of the day, if I want to verify whatever the data which I read from one source to the other one, how can I compare and verify all the data has been moved?
The first thing is the count method, so that you will see whether I have got all the records that is being done. And the second way would be you will print out the elements, the header and the footer of it to see three elements being printed out. And this is what we're doing it in JP right now. So we print out the elements and see if they are okay and whether things are done or not. So when we say that we have a testing team who will be doing that, this is what they will ideally be doing. So we have got a standard way how in the file itself at the bottom the number of rows are there. So when we transform it into a different type, hey, the number of rows are correct. And then I compare my initial files and see how the things would work there. So that's the way we do it normally.
Oh, in that case, if you find something right, like you lost one of the record out of millions of records, how would you be doing that? How you'd be or ignored only one record, right? You will be ignoring or what? No, I'm just asking what.
No, makes sense. Good question. Good question. So see over here, friend. So that is what I had pointed out in my example also. Just give me 1 second. So this was a very, very, very common use case that was happening. So this is what we have done at the JP. So this is primarily the JP stuff that we have. So let me increase the font. So this is what the architecture at JP would be. So you have got a data lake for that's a primary data lake for the data engineer. Then you would have a separate data lake for the data science guys, and they would work primarily on the data analytics using Python and something called as Zeppelin, which is a notebook. I'll show you how to set up Zeppelin today. And you will have a data engineering cluster also where we do the data pre-processing. So primarily the data engineering guys always look at the post-mortem kind of a thing. So something that has already happened, whereas the data scientists are the people who will look at future and see, hey, this is what would happen. This is based on our existing data. This is what the projections, what I feel, and all of those things. So this was the sample architecture. Coming to what you are asking me is this one. See, so when we're dealing with bad data, if you feel that it depends upon your percentage. So what we have in JP is we have got a set percentage of data that can be expected to go wrong in a particular use case when we are talking about visualizing that particular data. So if the data falls in between it, so that's why we will skip the correct files. So in the new version of Spark 2, where if you set the value as true, the Spark jobs will continue to run even when it encounters some corrupt files. Okay, so that it doesn't stop the execution of work for you. Only when it reaches a max limit, what we have set in a configuration parameter, then it will stop the whole job and say, hey, now you have already reached the configuration parameter. There is no sense in for me to process further because even if any one more record goes bad, everything goes bad. So that is how we deal with in JP. And for that matter, this is already there in the API, how you can actually go ahead with this.
Okay.
So yeah, and
So
it supports, once again, dear, it supports 3 different formats: the permissive format, the drop malformed, and the fail fast formats. Okay, go ahead, dear.
No, these are the formats we can ignore. Oh, I don't understand what.
No, these are the various file formats what we have. So if you say permissive, you have to say to what extent it is permissive, the maximum limit what you'll have. Drop malformed means I will continue to go ahead. I will keep on dropping the malformed data so that it will be stored into a separate file so that I can process that file at a later stage. And fail fast would mean, hey, if I get some errors right at the beginning, you set your percentage limit so that I fail fast. It's not that after running through the whole thing, I say, sorry, my thing failed. I would want to fail fast. So these are the new things what they have already brought up in Spark, by which you can use all of these things in your code, Mahi. That's the whole idea, friend.
Okay, got it. So even if JSON file, when I was reading that JSON file, right, I just made myself as one character wrong in the JSON file, but the whole process stops.
That's correct. So the default value of that would be the fail fast will be true, and that's the reason why it simply went ahead and got that thing as wrong.
Okay,
So you can change all these parameters in your config files. Remember yesterday we changed our config file called as Spark. I forgot that. I think it was Spark config. So you can add all these parameters over there.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Brandon, you had a question, dear. Please
go
ahead.
It's just a follow-up on that discussion, right? So in let's say you have a huge file, right, and it's distributed into, say, several partition. How is this configuration of a certain percentage taking into effect? You know what I mean?
Yeah, got your point. So are you saying that whether this percentage will be at the each individual node level, or will it be at the partition level, or will it be there at the total level?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what they do is when you set up your configuration parameter, once you set up this thing, it will be divided. It will do a mathematical thing and divide it based on the number of cores what you have and the number of nodes what it has. So it will look out for a parameter that is the default behavior, or you can also say this parameter to say what is your value for an individual node. So I can specify the percentage or the number of records at the individual partition level or a node level, or I can set it in the configuration as a parameter, and Spark will itself do the formula calculation to see what would be the value. Because we wouldn't have to do that, because sometimes a node might go down, or sometimes there would be some other error that will be there in some files. So Spark, once we give it as a configuration parameter, Spark itself will take care of it, my dear. That's the answer, friend.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome, mate. So these are the various possibilities what we will be having. Just give me 1 second. Need to have a sip of water. Hey, Sean had an error. He was saying that he could not find the main class. So I think whenever you set up this value, Sean, we will have to just do a Maven. I think Maven clean. Maven build would not be required. The option for cleaning everything. So just do a Maven clean once and then start, because that is what fixed for us last time, Sean.
Yeah, I tried that.
No, JDK fix. Make it as JDK.
And I'm still in the same project, so.
Okay, just once again, Sean, let me stop sharing. Just show it to us so that we will see what is happening. Should not give this error. That's what I was surprised, because last time also, to be very frank with you, this error hasn't come to me at all. So that means it's not built properly or something. So we'll just check it right now.
I was just getting rid of all the other project examples. And
Sean, did you import the arrow format file in your in folder?
In the POM folder?
Yeah, I did that too.
Okay.
Hold on, share. Well, at least I thought I did.
No, you haven't shared me. Yeah, now it is coming. Okay. Again, this is
so I'm going to.
Yeah, I can see that the JDK is done.
Right.
As Maven install. Yeah, clean and install. Yeah, clean is done. Let's do a Maven install, and then let's run it. Yeah, that's it.
That's loading. I'll show you the POM file. So is that,
that's aggro, right? And show me the dependency. Yeah, you already got it. 34. Yeah,
But he needs to add the file to the in folder as well, right?
Yeah, on the left hand side, just I think he's done that. Yeah, see?
That's there.
Yeah. Anyway, he just created this once again. So now it's doing that. Let's run this. See what's happening.
Still building.
Yeah. No worries. So yeah, we are finished.
Because it installed that. So and here
that's right. And
sometimes it's stuck here.
Yeah, good. That's fine. Really don't know what it could not find the main class. Okay, let's go to the, no, we got it right. With the package correct. That is right. Whether the tableau is correct. The dependencies are right. It's to be correct. So. Friends, any idea what could be wrong? Because what is done is right.
Yeah, the JDK thing again.
Yeah.
No, I think it is for JDK 1.8 only, my dear.
So we don't need these ones. We can just collapse or scroll it down. I'll just scroll it down and then open
Yeah,
it.
that is 1.8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds to be weird, but I think what you should do is close Eclipse and start again, my dear, because we have done everything right from our side, friend. So let's see what happens, mate. Try that once and then just let me keep me updated, because you have done all the possible things. So you have to just find out why it went wrong, Sean. So we will do that. So in the meantime, what I'll just do is tell our colleagues to go back to the next one. So this was about the skip files that we were talking about. So now let's move on to our example. So the every example is what you had done. And now we will try talking about the ORC example. So please remember, when we talk about ORC, you will have to decide whether you are working with a native Spark or with a Hive Spark. Okay, that means Hadoop is already there. So by default, from version 4 only, you're still using version 3. So you have to give a default version for it. Now, since I'm running it in Eclipse without Hadoop, that's the reason why I said native. If I was running it in an image, I would have said Hive only. Okay, so we create a ORC to data frame app. We go ahead and say that this is going to be native. Rest of the things are the same. And this is what is going to be the SQL ORC implementation. Go ahead with the data set, read from the example, and then print it out. If you look at the ORC format to see how the format is, so let's go back to this, right click, and let me open it with Notepad++. You see that it is all garbage. Okay, so you see the size of that data, it's about 399 KB. Okay, so if you look at, this is the ORC file. So if you look at the actual size of data, in case if you want to just test it out, you can actually go ahead and say count the number of records what you're having. So this will tell you about the total size, what is available for you also, friend. Okay, so that's what we're doing in this example. So once you have this, just run the example and see how that would work, friends. So please go ahead and try the ORC example. And I presume you would have done the Avro before. So go ahead and try that. And Sean, started with Eclipse, Sean? Or is it starting?
Yeah, I'm about to try again.
Okay, sure. Just keep me updated. No worries.
Venkat?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, so can we actually create ORC format using Spark?
No. So what typically happens is you will be converting a standard file into an ORC format. So I'll actually show you what is happening. So see over here, the size of data what we have and the number of columns what we
Wow.
have is about 9 columns. And look at the
Mhm.
amount of record what we are having over there. So about 19 lakh 20,800 records are there. And look at the size of the ORC file. It's hardly 399 kilobytes. So remember I told you last time how do we work with it. So for doing that, you will have to actually go ahead and a staging area what would be there, right? So we will get the data file in a particular format. So one-time effort of converting a XML file format or something into ORC would be required for once. So what people typically do is when I get a data, I will put it onto the staging table. Then I create an ORC file and then go ahead and work with it. The same thing applies for Parquet also. You can't start with a Parquet file because it's a specific customized file format, right? So both for
It's a
Parquet,
compressed
exactly, compressed file format. So both for Parquet and for ORC, you will have to create it once there. Otherwise, it would not happen.
Oh, there are online tools to convert or no?
There are online tools also, and there are Spark tools also.
Oh,
So
okay.
even in Hadoop, you have got way how you can go ahead and convert that.
Okay, okay. I will look into that. Sure.
Yeah, just look at it. Or what I can do is let me share this with you. So the complete folder, I'll share that with you. So this is what is Hive file formats, which has got Avro, Parquet, and ORC. And let me give you the link for it. drive.google.com.
It's basically a Hadoop related file, Hadoop format.
Yeah. But then it works well with Spark also, because as rightly said by Sean, a lot of people are thinking, hey, I want something for processing. I don't really want it for my storage. I want it for processing. That's when you talk about Spark. There are some set of people who say, hey, my storage is going to be tough. That's where we go ahead with Hadoop and start thinking of how do I do the analysis. So they won't come into Spark at all. They talk about storage and they continue with Hive and that way of doing it here. So great communities are there. So depending upon what the focus is, we help them out here.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Sharath, is there any way I can convert an existing file to ORC format without using Spark or Hive or something else, right? Can I, or Presto or whatever? So can I convert, for example, a file, I have CSV file to ORC. Can I use any Java code or Scala?
No. I don't think so. It's possible, but then there's a lot of developments happening. That's the reason, Sharath. So let me just go back and check.
Sharath, to add to that point, I found this GitHub, one of the person who is converting a CSV file to ORC file using Java, and he is using the Hadoop CPIs for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, would you like to share that?
Yeah, I did. I just pinged it in the chat, Zoom chat.
Yeah, that would be great. Even I was not knowing about that, friend. So that's really helpful.
No, when I was talking to you, I was looking for it, like how to
Okay. Yeah, this is from AWS only. So this would be
No,
there.
he says
So,
AWS example, but the code which he is
okay. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of third parties who will be doing these things, friend. So they have this. That's good. Because and another thing is that when we talk about these file formats, typically you will be having a big data environment. You'll be thinking about it. So that's the reason. So this is very helpful. Control C. I will just go ahead and save this. It will be very useful for me too. Let's go ahead.
Would you also save that to our notes?
Yeah, I'll do that. So I can just put it in the notes so that will be easy. Control C and this is this is the buyer new folder. So, and you wanted to save that also. This is CSV to ORC without Hadoop. Of course, some jar files will be there. Like you remember yesterday, for the first time, binutils.jar. So something of that sort would be there. I really don't know. You can have a look. So Control A, Control C, and I will paste it here. That's great. And now I need to show you this. So I'll share this. So let me go to Hadoop materials, and I will share the complete Hive file formats with you. So yeah, get shareable link. Control C and Control V. Okay, perfect. You have that. No worries. Hey, just going back to Sean. Sean, any luck? Did it change or again the same thing?
I'm still trying stuff.
Okay.
So sorry, Venkat, I just want to understand a little more. Like you mentioned native, right? Native is Spark
Right.
native and it is getting where APIs to read the ORC file. But if you put a Hive, it will use a Hive API. But you said if you are running the same example in our the VM which you have provided, then you will say Hive, right? What is the reason behind it? You mentioned about version. I'm not very clear about it.
No. I was talking about this. Just give me 1 second. So over here. So
Yeah.
you will have, you will have to tell what is the implementation of ORC. So if I say native, that means it is going to be something that is not at the Hadoop level itself. There are only two options. One is native and one is Hive. The earlier default version was Hive. Then they changed that to
the newer version.
both the things. You can either have it as native or this. And from version 4 of Spark, they have kept that native is the default. So if you want to use Hive, you have to explicitly say Hive. So earlier, we don't have to say anything. We just say config spark.sql.orc.imtl. We'll leave it empty because it will take a default value for it.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, now you have to change this. That's the difference here.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. So I think that, just 1 second. Sean, Eclipse started, or is it where we are here?
I'm back to, it somehow went back to the other JRE.
Okay, now you're changing the JRE and then trying it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, no worries. But when we saw, I think it was in the new one, so don't know what would have happened, but that's okay. So just try it out. So after this ORC, let's move on to the next one that is going to be Parquet. So I really hope you see the number of records that was there, 19,20,800 records, and the size of the file is hardly 399 kilobytes. Okay, so that is what is the benefit of running this. So now let's move on to the next one. So we are going to talk about Parquet over here. So if you talk about the various file formats, you will see that ORC has got the best type of compression, whereas the other file formats, the earlier version is Parquet, which compresses it to some extent, but then not to the way what ORC does. Just wanted to also check with you, Sharad. You said that you are using something of Ambari, right? So I presume you'll be knowing. That's right. So I presume you'll be knowing that from last year, October onwards, it's almost a year now.
Yeah.
Hortonworks is already merged with Cloudera Friend. So there's nothing called as. Okay, you're aware of that. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
I'm aware of it. Actually, we are using old version of Spark right now, 1.6.1, and we are moving to 2.4, 2.3. Sorry. So I think the older version still we have. That's the reason actually.
Okay. Okay, so just a word of caution for everybody. If you're trying to use any of the new libraries that we are using, that is the basic Spark library in SQL and all that, it will not work with 1.6.2, friend. So what will work for 1.6.2 is only the SQL context way of doing things. A lot of new things, what I'm showing it to you, would work only with 2.3, because this is what I checked with the team. So they said that go with 2.3. You're right, people are
Yeah.
moving, but then you shouldn't try the examples on your office environment with a old data set. This will fail for sure, my dear. So just wanted to let them know about it.
Yeah, sure. All the new jobs we are going to create will be in 2.3 actually. So
That's great then, because the problem is 1.62 is version 1 of the code, and 2.2 onwards, I mean 2.0 onwards it's there, but the people have stabilized on 2.2 and 2.3. Okay, that's perfect. So now let's go down to the next one. So let's go back to the document. So we are going to talk about the Parquet file. So the same way, we will specify the format as Parquet and what is going to be the file that we are reading. And then the same way, how to show this as the number of records, print the schema, and show the count values for the people folks. So you will see how the data would come out to be. So this is the last example that we have in this particular document. After that, we will have to go down to Zeppelin and see how would that work. So please go ahead and finish off with this Parquet also. And Sean, once you finish off with the earlier one, after the jar file is done, you will have 2 examples to finish, and then we are all set here. Others, please go ahead with Parquet. I will run it and show it to you, friends. Yeah, tell me, friend, you had a question?
No. I just want to discuss about the file formats, right? First is Avro, which has only 5 records and it is 1 GB. And this Parquet is the second one, which has 8 records of 2 KB. And
Right.
the best is the ORC.
Yeah, so this is important here. This is what I had shown it to you, right? So this diagram. So you would see that the original file, 583 GB file, will get converted to 131 GB. Okay, when I talk about ORC, almost 78% smaller, and again depends upon the number of columns what we are having. So lesser the number of columns, the compression will be even more. So we have got something called as Parquet, and there is something called as Impala. So Impala is like your Hive, but then it is specifically used by the Cloudera environment. So in case if you have got Cloudera as an environment, so Impala is a component that people typically use. And in the banking domain, Cloudera is typically there. So they use Impala and Hive for the SQL part of it. If they're using Spark, they will use Spark SQL also. But other than that, it is Hive and Impala is what they are using. So this is the benchmark through which we should go ahead so that we'll understand that. Okay. Cool. So let me go back to the example. Let me close my ORC and talk about the last one, that is going to be Parquet. And if I look at the size of Parquet in our examples, so Parquet has got about 2 KB. And let me see in the code if I am printing the number of data sets. Yes, I'm doing that. And let's run this. So how many records is what I'm having? You can have a look at that.
So you said like number of columns, right? Number of columns, like the headers. Based on that, the compression rate will differ, right?
Very true. Very true. So more the number of columns, you will have what you call lesser compression would be there. Because when we talk about Parquet, there is going to be a way how some of the columns would be kept in one kind of a batch format. That's the way how it horizontally distributes it Parquet. If you look at the file format and see how they're doing it actually, so that's the way how they go ahead and do it, friend. So what we can do right now is, in our this example itself, a simple example of, hold on, we don't have a Parquet file for it. We only have got the Word file. So I was trying to give this example. So in my document, the file formats what I shared with you, right? So if you take 1.49 GB file, first of all, we need a Parquet file. So tomorrow, let me try to see if I can get a Parquet file ready for you, and I'll share it with you. That will be hardly 17 MB. And when you run it, you will see that it will have really about 16 million records. So that's a real-time use case that you can actually try to see how Parquet and ORC are helpful.
Okay, got it. So even for compressing the ORC, the column
Yes,
number of
yes,
columns.
the number of columns matter for both for Parquet and for ORC also.
Got it. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me, friend.
Yeah. So do you have an example that can convert from one format to another format?
Yes, that is primarily using your high way of doing it. And that's why I shared that document. So let me open it up for you so that at least you'll know. So this is the document. So in this document, you see that we are taking this hourly CSV file and we are creating a table for it. See, I'm creating and storing it in the text format. Then I'm loading the data from my local file system into my temps table. Then I'm creating a Parquet table, and then I am inserting into the Parquet table by selecting from the temps text. So this is what is the way how we convert it from one format to another format in your Hive environment, Sharon.
So is that like a catalog file, external table or something?
No, this is I've kept it as an internal table. If you want, you can keep it as an external table also. Should not matter. And this is what is the benchmarking that I found. So for this particular data file, which has got about 6 million records, in the count took about 42 seconds, and in ORC, half of that. And of course, in Parquet, it took about 33 average. So these kind of things are very good for aggregation kind of queries. So it took about 24 seconds in Parquet, and ORC was even better with about 21 seconds when I did an average. I just did two of these things. So this example really tells us how to go ahead with it and the detailed steps of all those things I mentioned over here, Sharon.
Okay.
Perfect.
Without using Hive tables, you cannot do it.
No, once again, right now she had given away, right? So,
that is there.
Yeah. So other than that, I haven't used it because in any real environment, people would typically have a Hadoop environment, and then Hive will be on top of that.
What I was saying was in the Spark itself, right? The program.
No. I don't think so. In Spark, we have got that capability at all.
We read the file in CSV and then save it into Parquet. No, it is not.
Once again, with a lot of new things coming, let me see in version 2.4 they have it. Spark convert a CSV file into Parquet. Okay. That's an add-on. Okay, let's see this humble bytes. How to convert CSV to Parquet.
I didn't mean to take a lot of time here.
No, that's okay. So just checking this in the meantime, others can go ahead and try the last example. And once they are done, then we will move on to the next one here. Let me just look at the chat. Great, Ashima. Thank you. So let's see how they are doing. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. He's saying that you can use Spark. So
text file reading and then splitting and then
he's converting into a data frame, and from data frame he is writing it into Parquet.
Parquet. Okay, so I thought you have that example. So, but anyways, yeah, we got it. You can
in data frame they have got write dot. So I think you should have ORC also. If Parquet is there, then definitely ORC will also be there. So this is helpful. So Control C. I'll just put it in the chat window for everybody, and I'll keep it for myself too. I also would need that.
Yeah, maybe you can put that in.
This is Python.
The cheat. Yeah,
So
I'll put it in the cheat. Sorry, Mati, what was
Yeah,
that?
this is Python, right?
That is Python. Yeah, that is Python. But I think
Oh, I
In
found a
Scala also it will be there.
Scala example too.
It will be there. It will be there. So it should not be a challenge, because if df.write is there, of course it will be there in Scala also. So
Then
let's
it
go
should be
back.
there in Java also. That's what I feel. Okay.
That I don't know. I need to Google it out.
yeah, Scala.
Yeah, Scala will be there for sure. Once again, Spark. I should say Scala, not Spark. Scala, convert a file, CSV file. Yeah, and one more thing. Since it's there as df.write, it will be there in Java also. Yes, Frank, it will be there in Java also. So let me directly try Java now. CSV file into Python, into Parquet. Okay. Yeah, there it is. So it is there. So you can actually do that. You can take that big file of mine and then actually try to do this. Okay. Wow.
But in
Okay.
the example, it was shown in the Python, right? They're not using set master or anything. They're just getting Spark context, application name, and SQL context, and then just.
Hey, they're using SQL context. That means they're using before 6. So that's a word of caution that you will have to be careful. So when you're using SQL context and not Spark, if you're using version 2 and above, you'll be using Spark and Spark session and all of that, get or create method. If you're using SQL context, that means they might be using an REPL or they will be using an older version.
Yeah.
So see, there is one more thing in Parquet. See over here, there's one more GitHub link. So yeah. So this is the way how you can do that. This is, she gave us an ORC link, right? So there is a GitHub link also how to do this.
Can you share that thing? And also, do we really need to put set master in that?
No, set master is optional, but in Java I found that this was mandatory.
Okay.
I had to give set master, but set master is optional. Even the application name and the set master is all optional.
Okay. Okay. So that means it when we run in local, it just runs in memory, right? That's, I think.
That's correct. And it will pick up the number of cores what we are having.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, friends. Sean, if you can just let me know.
Actually, I have shared one of the blog where he's trying to use the Spring Boot and he's using the Spring context. Sorry, what is it? Spark, Java Spark context.
I got it working.
Thanks, Mark.
Hey, great.
Oh, no.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, this is that link. So I will just copy this link into the cheat sheet so that you can have a look at it. There we go. Okay, so I think that would be it for the time being, friends. So if we can quickly try the last example and see that it works. So how to use the Parquet file, and this is how the answer would be. So I'll give about another 3 minutes and then we will close the existing thing and move on to a completely different thing, friends. Because we'll have to just go back and see how the Zeppelin environment would be working. That would be the focus after this, friend. So let's quickly do that. Hey, great. So Matthias finished it. Others, I presume you should be finishing it, friend. So let me just go back to my document to see whether all those things are done that we have said that we'll be doing today. Let's go back and text file and Parquet. Yeah, that's done. So after this, we will talk about our Zeppelin way of setting up the notebook. Oh, so you would need Zeppelin. Let me quickly go down to the drive so that you can keep it for download. So let me go down to the Zeppelin download. There we go. And you can use the latest version for Zeppelin. That is this one. a little bit long, but that's okay. So guys, I'm giving you this link. In fact, I'm putting it in the cheat sheet. Okay, we'll focus on setting Zeppelin environment for working with Scala notebooks. Okay, so once again, keep this in the next line so that it doesn't affect it. Okay, and this is the link that you have to download it from, friends. Control. It's a little bit lengthy, but then shouldn't be a major concern for us. And please remember, you cannot do this outside. You will have to do this in the image. Okay, so we will have to do this in the image. So that's something that we can't do it outside. So we will set up our Zeppelin environment and then download this particular file, that is all.gz. Download the all.tgz file. Download xxx dot hyphen all.tgz file. Okay, so please do that, friends. Go down to Zeppelin and keep it ready. And we have got about an hour and 5 minutes left, so that we will start up with our Zeppelin environment, because that will take a little bit of a time, and we will see a sample example how we can see the visualizations and all those things in Zeppelin, friend. That will be the last thing that we are doing for today, but it will easily take an hour's time to finish up the whole thing, friend. So let's please do that. And I will start off with my system also. Let me close the other windows. I am done with my Eclipse. I don't need Eclipse for today. So I will close my Eclipse. I don't need anything on my document. So I will save my document, and that is it for today. And let me open up my image. So please go down to your VM workstation, start with your image, friends, start with your putty, and start with your WinACP. I'll increase the memory to about 6. I don't want to give it 8 because there's a lot of other things that I'm running. I'll say okay. And let me power on the system. So we'll just mention this. Note, this requires the image to be started, and we should, of course, the download can go on. You can move the file and you can do that. Okay, and we should move the download to the lab. To the /home, not through download section, not through downloads section. And I will put it over here. The installation of Zeppelin is like this. I've got a document, and I'll paste everything into the document frame. Control C, and I'll paste it in the document. The complete steps that we have to do to set up our Eclipse. And which version of Eclipse is there? I think it's 8.2. Yeah, that's right. Whereas I have got 8.1 with me. So please be careful of the path and all those things, guys. So if you look at my image, I've given the path for 8.2. Let me change that right now. So I'll just change it to 2. That should be done. And that's all. We don't have to worry about it. So please go to the setup and ensure that you are, please download Zeppelin, move Zeppelin to the downloads and extract it in the software directory, like what I have done.
Zeppelin doesn't support Windows environment. That's why we are going into the VM box.
No, it supports a Windows environment, but then I don't have Hadoop in my Windows, right? And I don't have, that's correct. I need Spark and those components also. That's right. Ensure that you start your services. So let me mention it over here. In the image, we have to ensure that we start our services. We start our services, that is start -all.sh. Then we have to start our MR. Then you can press tab and then say start space history server, and then go to Spark sbin directory and say /start-history-server.sh. Hey, you had a question, Mati. Please go ahead. Mati, you had a question.
Oh, no. I am.
Okay. No. I suddenly saw a pop-up coming. That's the reason.
Oh, I just accidentally hit on it. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Sure. Hey, Sharat, you had a question. I don't know. You had your hand raised. Was it a question, Sharat? Ashima, go ahead, Ashima.
DK, so like we did for this Spark image, we have to do the same thing for this image as well?
No. Just start with Spark. So see over here, I started with Spark. I started my services, and then I will, and then you will install it via your WinSCP. Once you download the whole file, have you downloaded the file, Ashima?
Oh, it's downloading.
Okay, once that is downloaded via WinSCP, you will have to move it to your lab downloads, and you will untar the file in your image itself, in your home not root downloads. That's what we'll do.
Okay.
Sure.
The file is quite big, right? I mean, it's like 952 MB. Is that what
Yes.
Yes.
It's a little bit huge file. You can see it over here. Sorry, I closed that, but then it's a huge file.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes, Sharat, you had a question?
No, I didn't have any question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's okay. No worries. So we don't have Akhil and Kalyan with us. So maybe it is work related or something. So they wouldn't, they were not there, but that's okay. I hope they cover up the pending things and understand, because that will be crucial. Let me start my map reduce, MR tab, start space, history server, history server. And then let me start with my, I started my job history server. Now let me start with my history server.
You say map reduce. Is this map reduce?
Which one?
You said map reduce. No, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because I said this is a MR, right? MR stands for map reduce job history server, dear.
Oh, okay. So we are also using map reduce. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so that it can start with the, on the day one I said, right, when we started with our daemons, we started with this daemon also to see any jobs that is running, completed jobs. I can see that in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
history server
right.
also.
But this is because we of Hadoop, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
So I've got all my services ready. Let me go to my putty. Okay. Let me go down to my Velocity.
If any of one of them downloaded, can you please share it? Because for me it's failing. Share it in safe internet, like possible.
Guys, anybody is finished downloading here?
Yeah, I'm done with the download.
Okay. Mati can say how to share it, and he'll be able to do that.
Yeah. So is it possible for you to share using Win share? Sorry, file share.
Like how to get into VPN, I believe. If I have to use that secure messenger, I don't allow
Oh yeah. Okay,
if I
got
get
it.
VPN, my VM will not work.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh sorry, I'm in office, so I couldn't able to because it's failing for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
It should not fail as such. Did you try for the second time? Was it failing, or it's taking more time, Mati?
No, it says failing. I try, retry. I'm trying multiple times. But if someone Ashima can enter into my WinRecipe and copy is also fine, right? Like if someone copies from their local to my WinRecipe, it would also fine. I will talk to her.
Ashima, how much percentage is completed, Ashima?
Yeah, that's what I was checking. Let me check. Okay, so that is done. Mati, where do you want me to put on your WinRecipe?
Yeah, I can give you the details. You can log into my WinRecipe and you can move it if you move it into the software folder. That would be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. No worries.
Please move it to the downloads directory, okay? So that you can use the steps and you can install it also.
Yeah, okay. One question. I think it's not letting me inside. So I did started the MR job history daemon.sh, and
Right.
then we need to go to Spark SBIN.
Yes.
So
Because
when I'm doing actually CD on the same thing, it's not prompting.
hold on. Let me stop share. If you can just start sharing. You might be in the wrong location, my dear.
I
I'll
guess
just help
so.
you.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just share.
Sure.
Okay. So.
Yeah, good.
No, I'm here. And then
CD, click inside.
yeah, click inside.
Yeah. CD lab software.
Oh, all right.
Lab software, Spark, SBIN.
Has been.
Enter. Then say // start -h and tab. Start -h and tab.
Okay.
That's it. Press enter. You're all set here.
Okay, and now I need to do the WinRCP part, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. So just copy a screen and I'll start my screen. Yeah, for me, if I do a JPS, I see that all the daemons have come up. And now what I'll do is I will move the file into my downloads. So the file is there in my Google Drive. Let me go down to my Hadoop. Sorry, it is there in my Spark, not in Hadoop. So let's go down to Spark. Go to the location where it is there, drag and drop it over here. So that's what I'm doing. Copying the file into my downloads. So friends, when I said last time 1 hour, I was thinking in a different time zone, friend. I got confused between the US and India time zone. So it's about 5-9 our time, and for you it is almost about 4:40. That's okay. We still have got about 21 minutes. So we can set up our Zeppelin correctly, and the example hands-on, we'll be doing it tomorrow, friend. So we still have time, no issues on it. So tomorrow I expect the things to be done by about 4 o'clock in the evening tomorrow, so that we can do a quick revision, or any questions what you have, we can see that, friends. So if you get some time today, please go through all the 4 days to see whether you have understood those components. And if anything is a doubt, please bring it up tomorrow so that we can discuss it. Thank you. And Vishwanath, we will be discussing it after lunch tomorrow about the set of practices what we had mentioned. So we will be doing it after lunch tomorrow, friends. Thanks.
Okay.
Sure.
So Venkat, I ran the Zeppelin start script.
True.
On the chat, what I'm seeing, it says Zeppelin started with a couple of warnings.
That's okay. That's okay. Because initially the directories were not there, and it created the directories for you. You're all set, friend. After that, go to the browser and give 8080, and you should see the page coming. That will be it for today, friend.
Even when I run JPS, I see that Zeppelin is running, Zeppelin server.
That's correct. So you have to go to the browser, and you will have to try with 8080. See here, the last step will be go to the browser and see with 8080. That means everything is done, Vishnu.
Yeah, I tried that IP called 8080. It says I can't be reached. But that's the correct IP. I just verified.
That is IP, friend. That is IP. I'm dead sure. So is it something to do with the VPN, my dear? Because last time also you had that small issue, right?
No, I'm outside VPN, and my other right, 180, 500, 70, they are working fine.
Hey, then this should also work. Just try it once again. It will work, dear. If 50070 is working, then this has to work. So just try it once. I'll give you a couple of minutes. If it doesn't run, we will get into your machine and we'll see what's wrong, friend.
So do you want me to just...
Yeah. Just start sharing. I stop my share. Just share your screen so that we can fix it right away. Thank you. Do a JPS. I can see the Zeppelin server running. 52002. That's correct. Yep, perfect. Now go to the browser.
The same IP.
Okay. Okay, let's go there. Type http:// at the beginning. Here should not normally come :// enter. See.
Or I can copy this and just change the port.
Yeah, 8080. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't believe this. That's very, very funny. Okay, try it in some other browser if you have it here. Copy the same IP. weird. It should work. I'm sorry to be very frank. I am myself surprised. It should work. I've
Is it
never seen this.
anybody else if they have reached this far?
No, I don't think anybody's reached till over there. So just give me 2 minutes. I will be showing it to you on my screen, dear. Just 2 minutes. Yeah, so let me share this. So I need to install that. So CD lab software, and I will copy paste my tar file location. Control C. Let me untap. Oops, sorry. Tar minus xvf // downloads Zeppelin. I'll press enter. Hey, I was using the old version, right? So that's why. So that's perfect. 8.2 was not there. Mine was 8.1.
Okay.
So
And I think I have reloaded bash rc. I ran source command and not all. Otherwise, it
okay.
will pick up, right?
Yeah. Run it. Say dot space dot bash rc. That's the way how we execute the file. If you say dots, okay, okay, and then from there, that's okay, because bash rc is only for starting the scripts. So see over here, I'll just copy the bash rc real quick right now. Zeppelin is already set up. The next step would be the daemons. Control C, go to my bash rc. There we go. Go to the end of it. I'll just paste. This should be 1 for me because I'm using 8.1. That's perfect. Let me run the bash rc now. CD enter dot space dot bash rc. Good. Now I'll say start hyphen. Sorry, what is the command? Zeppelin hyphen daemon dot sh. Hold on. Not start. It will be Zeppelin hyphen daemon dot sh start. See, it tells me for the first time not exist. If I do a JPS, I should see Zeppelin running, and then I go to my browser. Let me do an if config. Open up the page. Go back over here. :8080. Press enter, and hold on. It will come. Weird. It takes some time, but then it has to come. I don't believe this. Ah, there we go. So just try it twice. It's a little bit slow. You saw I tried it at least 3 times. Yeah, so just try that, and this is how the page should come, friend. So once this comes, then we are done for today. Sorry, Vishnu.
I refreshed it 3-4 times, still the same. I tried on Firefox, same error. I don't know if it is working for others. Like.
In fact, I'll just try and say that try it for, because even on my window, it took a little bit of time for the daemons to start. For you, I know it's a really long time, but then I did it for 3-4 times, and then it came up. And you saw for yourself, it was not coming, and then it came, friend.
You want me to stop it and start it again? Should I try that?
You can do that. Zeppelin-daemon.sh stop.
Okay.
And then you do a JPS that will be stopped, and then say start again.
Okay, I'll try that.
Sure, sure. So once you have done till here, that will be it for today. I'll just wait for the others to finish. So Ashima, have you started the installations, dear?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm inside the putty now, and then executing the other commands.
Okay, take your time. Brandon, what's the update, Brandon? And Igor?
No, for me, still downloading.
Oh.
I'm here in the office, so yeah, that's why.
Looks like you should be there in the house where it is far more better.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
kidding, mate.
I mean, if it's in the house, it's like.
Yeah, bandwidth will be pretty good. I know that, friend. Yeah, tell me, Igor. I'm sorry I missed you.
Yeah, I'm on the same step as Vifanov. So Zeppelin started, but 880 doesn't respond.
Hey, that is surprising. That's weird. So I just want one more person to run it. Yeah, Vishwanath?
I was wondering if it's something related with the port 8080. Other ports are working fine.
Okay. That's surprising. But then you're outside your VPN also, so hold on. There is a way how to change the port number. So I'll just tell you that right now. Just give me 1 second. Because one person having an error is okay, but two people having the same error, that's confusing. So, okay. Customizing Zeppelin server and the web port, that's what I want. It is in some place where you have got the list. So frankly speaking, I don't remember. Let's go back here. Okay. Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay. You don't have to do all this. So, because this is done in the rare example. Igor, if you don't mind, can I just request to start sharing your system once? Just to have a look, because what about you, Vishwanath? Did it work or it's still giving you the same thing?
It's still giving the same thing. I'm trying to check if my port 8080 is opened or not on Windows.
Okay, okay.
Yep, I'm doing the same stuff. I'm checking with netstat what happens with my ports. Yeah.
That's right. Please try that. And Sean, you were saying that you got an error. What was the error, Sean?
It was something about $ and not being in the right.
Okay. Is it okay if you can just start sharing your screen film so that I can fix it up?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oops, wrong button. Screen 2.
Yeah. Started. Okay. Something went wrong. So go to your bash RC once. Do you have WinSCP with you? Go to the end of the file. Okay. That looks to be correct. Okay. Hey, you didn't save the file. Just save the file.
Oh, well, it's because I was trying. This is where the error message is pointing to.
Hold on. Let me start with my thing. Unknowingly, something would have got removed. So can you tell me the line number? Line number 6. Wait once again. Let me go to my line number 6. And hey, something else is there. Hold on, friend. Let me see your screen. No, that is right. That's all. It's a case and then 2 colons. Okay, open up another terminal window, please. Yeah, close this terminal. Or say, right click on that and say duplicate. On the top, right click at the top. Hey, you should not do it here, friend. You should do it in the bash RC. Anyway, yeah. Just say duplicate session. Duplicate session. You can see that. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So the bash RC will automatically be called when you open up a duplicate session. Yep, not root. Hadoop 1, 2, 3. No, something is wrong. Oh, holy cow, line number 6. Did you open it up from your Windows? Because a Control M character has come.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
Okay, so once again. What is that tool? Guys, I need your help. There's a tool for converting the Control M characters in Windows and removing it. It is DOS to this one.
Oh, that is DOS to Unix.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Got it. So go to the putty. I'll help you. We need to download DOS to Unix tool. So hold on. Let me try it in my putty and see. I should say sudo apt-get DOS to Unix. Password is Hadoop123. No. Oh, friend, it is not DOS to Unix. DOS number 2 and UNIX, right, Vishnu?
Correct. That's what I used. Yeah. DOS number 2 Unix base file.
That's correct.
If you have
Hold
that
on,
utility on that Linux, it will support.
That's right. Sudo apt-get install DOS to Unix. Hey, it worked for me. So I'll type the command for you on your chat window. Let me minimize my screen. Where are you? Yep. I'll put it in the chat and I'll press enter. So run this in the putty window. I'll send it to you, Sean.
I got it.
Yep. It's a very small file.
Do we all have to run this?
No. This is only for Sean.
I edited it in Windows.
No, never open up a normal file in Windows. It should always be done from WinSCP only. That's why. Password is Hadoop123.
Oh, okay.
I was afraid of that. I was just hoping the WinSCP was smart enough to.
No, WinSCP will do, but you should not edit a file. That's what would have happened.
I think I should open it up in UTF mode instead of.
Yeah, that's right. And now, I forgot. Vishwanath, I need your help. How to convert a file, DOS to Unix, and then the name of the file, right?
That's it, yeah. Just once the utility is installed, just go to that location where file is there, then DOS to Unix space file. Yeah,
that's correct. So we'll go down to the home not root. Once it's finished, you will say DOS to Unix dot bash rc and space again dot bash rc. Yeah, bash rc space dot bash rc. That's it. Fantastic. Now run dot space dot bash. Yeah, that's it. Hey, you're done.
So I'm not able to run the same thing. Dot bash rc. I'm not able to source the file though. But yeah, once
it will be there. Once again, let me stop sharing for Sean, and then let me go to your screen. Just share your screen, Ashima. I'll help you.
Yeah. So when I'm here.
Hey, you're in lab software, dear. So do CD enter.
Oh.
Enter. CD enter will do. Yeah.
Oh,
now
CD.
Run.
And
yeah.
then,
dot space dot bash rc.
Okay.
So guys, Vishwanath and Igor, you have to go to configuration ziplin file and then put the IP address as 0.0.0.0 and then restart.
What is that, sir?
In the conf file, ziplin conf file, if you go there, there is a address, IP host address or IP address entry. In there, actually, it's 127.0.0.1, but we should put 0.0.0.0 40.
Okay.
Then it started working when you restarted.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, man. You are the savior because I was not knowing what is happening. So you mean to say 127 is blocked within the organization? That is the reason, Sharat?
It's their Macs, right? So it's not about Mac. I think it's maybe it's an image within the image. It's a Ubuntu, right? Maybe
right.
Considering 0.0.0.0 as IP address to bind, binding address. So.
No, it wouldn't happen because even I'm using the same thing, right? So it works perfectly fine for me, and for all the other places where I have tried, it works perfectly fine. Trust me, Sharat. So I'm just checking it. Can you just tell me where is that file, dear? I am there in my Zeppelin right now. Is it in conf?
Yeah, in conf, yes.
And
you need to rename that ziplin site.xml template to ziplin site.xml. That I missed.
Okay. Okay. And then let's open the file.
Edit it.
Yeah.
And there,
okay.
Oh, you have 0.0.0. So that's the thing. and then close it and restart it, it's going to work.
How come you got something different?
I
Hey,
got,
maybe this is because of the version,
yeah, I
right?
got 127.0.0.1 there in the Zeppelin server address, but you have to
Okay.
change it to 0.0.0.
Okay, okay, got it. So let me put it in the window for everybody to do this. So everybody will get this error. So let me just go back. Let's just confirm with Ashima. So Ashima, have you finished it, dear?
Yeah, I did, but this 8080 port is not coming. I mean,
Same thing. So this is what you should do. Go to, let me copy the environment. This is the environment, Control C, okay. And rename Zeppelin site.xml.template to dot template to Zeppelin site.xml. Then change the, what is the name of the property? Let me quickly check once again. Change the first property, that is server address. Then change the first property, that is this, to 0.0.0.0, and then close Zeppelin and start it again. It will work, my dear friends. And I think that is what was confirmed by Sharat. So I'll just wait for either Vishwanath or Igor to
Yep,
confirm
it
that.
works.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, Igor. And that's fantastic. So once you do that, this is how the page should come. Sorry, this one. And then we are all set, friends. So I'll just wait for a couple of seconds more. So a couple of minutes more so that people can do this. Any questions? I can help you out, friend. So tomorrow we will work more on this. We have got a sample tutorial also, a complete notebook by Houghtonworks, how we can do the analysis on the notebook itself, where the graphs and all those components are also there. We'll see that tomorrow. So for people who have finished it, that will be it, friend. Please remember to suspend the image, or you can shut it down. Either option is okay. But if you shut it down, you'll have to start with your services every time when we run it, because tomorrow in the morning you would need that. So either suspend or stop. Either way is okay with me, friend. So for me, it's done. So that's why I'm just closing this. And everything in the Google Doc is finished. So once we reach here, we are all good to go, friend. Let me power it off. Ashima, please do that and confirm that it is working so that we are done for today, friends.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm close. It's just that I mistakenly clicked on when it asked for me, are you trying to open the file which is too large? And I hit OK. So as the Windows nature, it's like, you know,
It'll
not
take a lot of
responding.
time. Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so that's the
So,
thing. But yeah, I think I'll be through.
yeah, sure, sure. No worries. So I think that will be it for today then, friends. So cover this up, and a small request would be for just for about 15 minutes, go through whatever we have discussed, the examples, what we have seen. We have almost reached 32 pages. So cover up all those things and see what is being done. And that will be it for today then, friends. Okay. So thank you, Sean, Ashima, Brandon, Igor, Sharath, and Vishwanath, and Venkate, and Maki also. Okay, see you tomorrow in the morning, and we'll continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Sean, you had a question, dear?
Oh, no.
Okay, okay, that's that. Sure.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, great, thanks. So see you folks, logging off, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, folks. Okay, great. Even Mr. Venkate Natation said it's done. That's good. Perfect.